in the middle of massaging Putin's back, are been told by their boyfriend Putin that they are not allowed. That they really shouldn't send the tanks to Ukraine because they might hurt Mr. Putin and his army's feelings. So they are not allowing the export of those excellent German-made fighting vehicles, tanks, and IFVs especially, to go to Ukraine. That's what's going on the tank, on why the people who own the German tanks aren't sending them to Ukraine, despite the fact that many very pro-Ukraine countries, Canada being one of them, are more than happy to ship them over to Ukraine.
Thank you, Finance. And just a real quick, as everybody used to say here, follow up. Finance, if Canada...
Sorry, that was just my mistake. Continue.
Okay. Finance, let's say that Canada would be like really disobedient, like would just send the tanks to Ukraine. Would there be a war between Germany and Canada?
No, there wouldn't. But getting them there is kind of a problem since all the military equipment tends to be shipped through Germany in the first place. So Canada couldn't easily do something like, say, ship them all to Poland and then have the Canadian armored guys leave them all about 10 feet from the Ukrainian border with the keys in the ignition and tell the Ukrainians, hey, whatever happens, happens now that they're here. We'll come back tomorrow. And then report them as stolen or something, similarly laughably obvious way of transferring them to Ukraine that's technically not giving them, right? But no, the number of ways that would work out, Germany has put a stop to. Also importantly, if you want to buy your stuff from Germany, you probably need to at least somewhat play by their rules. Notably, it's Germany we're talking about. And besides having a government that likes to cuddle Mr. Putin, most of the voters don't. Most of the voters in Germany are not big fans of this, we should point out. But pretty much most Germans I know, sorry, Germans out there, really love that their processes are followed and that things are done correctly and following the processes and procedures the way they're supposed to. This is Germany after all. So I don't know how you're going to ever work with them business-wise again after that if you're not going to follow the proper processes and procedures, because this is Germany. That's sort of the thing there. So yeah, getting them there is also the big issue because, as I pointed out, they tend to have to go through Germany. And I'm going to guess that Germany is not going to be a big fan of letting you transfer all the leopards that they don't want to go to Ukraine straight through their country to get to Ukraine.
Thank you, Finance, and I will take myself down. Thank you.
You got it, Nina. All right. Mikola, make sure to minimize and refresh the space. I think we missed RJ earlier, and that's also partially my fault. People don't feel bad if we skip you right now. If a hand is up, we actually are having issues seeing hands because of a Twitter glitch, and we as the host have a sort of temporary solution, but sometimes things are getting missed right now. We're just doing what we can. Apparently I lost Mikola. Just me. All right, everybody. It's now the finance hour. You can ask me finance questions. We actually have no military men up here, so I hope you have finance questions. George is up here. So all military questions we will direct towards George. All finance questions I can help answer myself. The questions are going to go in the order that I see them. That is Carl Leonard Helmy. Carl.
Hey, I just want to talk about the orphans thing, and not so much about the ones that have been taken to Russia, because there's so much that we don't know about that. But I think, isn't there one of the hosts on the space has been doing a lot of work, tracing all the people that the Russia has been kidnapping from Ukraine. But I just want to talk about Ukrainian orphans who were orphans already inside orphanages in Ukraine before the war started. And this is something we're very involved with. We've hosted orphans with help with adoptions, and we're with organizations who helped very much in the beginning of this war, because, we're already connected. For us ourselves, our nieces from Mariupol, well, they had originally been at a deeper city in eastern Donetsk in 2014, and they were kind of evacuated in the middle of the fighting to Mariupol. Luckily, they were adopted in 2019, so that they didn't go through what happened to Mariupol. Though, one of their friends, she was already older than the orphanage, and she had been stuck in the trade school as it was bombed for about 2 weeks, and then stuck without contact at all for more than a month or two before she was able to get out of Mariupol, and she has actually just arrived here in the US, being sponsored by one of our friends through this. But something that may not be aware of, a number of US organizations helped get out thousands of orphans from Eastern orphanages, or even deeper ones, in the first few days of the war. A lot of the orphanage directors were not keen on having the children moved. A lot of logistics, and a lot of Ukrainians didn't think that the war would really eventuate into anything more than the usual day to day, and did not take it as seriously in those first few days. But the organizations actually helped persuade orphanage directors containing thousands of children and to let them organize, getting their kids to Western Ukraine, and then later to like Poland and other places, with the orphanage directors going with them to make sure everything is good and the kids were safe. But to me, that was such a great thing, because I think if it hadn't happened, those thousands of kids would also be included in the ones that Russia has kidnapped. And I just don't know if that's a story that is kind of well known, but it happened in the early days of the war, because passionate Americans and others who really loved and cared for these kids, moved mountains to make sure that the kids got to safety. And even then, the people involved would not have even imagined that Russia would be stealing the kids and sending them all throughout Russia to denazify them, to de-Ukrainize them, to basically indoctrinate them into being good little Russians. And anyway, I just wanted to share that since the topic had been brought up.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. All right, we have Leonard, then Helmy, then George. Leonard.
Thank you, Finance. I trust that it's a nice sunny day in Estonia, just as it is in Western Canada right now. But just a quick follow-up to what Nina had suggested, and that is that Canada released the leopards without any permission from the leopard master, or the leopard trainer, if you will, in Germany. And I would say that's a distinct possibility if it could be established that would be the game changer. In other words, if sufficient Leopard 2s could be marshaled, and then even more critically delivered to the Ukraine battlefront. And Finance raises an excellent point. That means transitioning through all of Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, to get to the battlefront. So there are certainly some spin-off considerations from that in terms of other so-called NATO partners. And the other consideration is that England has an even larger number of both Challenger and Leopard 2 tanks. So rather than just leave it as say a Canadian responsibility, I'm sure that Canada would match leopard for leopard if England was prepared to release theirs. And also, of course, Spain has Leopard 2s that they've been husbanding like they were gold. So there is a larger question there as to actually getting a consensus amongst what is still a multilateral, multinational organization, NATO. And the perhaps the overriding consideration is, would that be a critical force in changing the equation, the equilibrium, or the status on the battle space? And right now, Ukraine does have, admittedly, approaching over 1,000 or just over 1,000 tanks, T-72s. Poland has shipped them 300 some odd. They've captured another 300 plus from the Russians, and they had their initial stocks pre-war. So the entire issue is perhaps one of strategic conclusion, strategic analysis, and that is, would those tanks actually tip the balance to an immediate victory?
I mean, Leonard,
yeah,
Leonard. At this point, like, Ukraine's going to win the war, and the big thing on the IFVs is they will save Ukrainian lives, because one way or the other, like, Ukraine's going to ride into battle and do these great sweeping offensives, it looks like, until they've liberated Ukraine. However, if they have to do it on this Mad Max crazy crap we've seen, that doesn't have the kind of defensive capabilities that a nice IFV does. So that's going to result in Ukrainian soldiers getting shot from positions that, you know, would not be killing them if they were in a nice, well-built German IFV. So that's the difference. Whether it's not, this isn't a question of directly whether it's going to tip the war or not. Yes, will be helpful on a war basis, and I'll kick this to George to respond directly. But I also point out that even if Ukraine wins both ways, it will save lives, and that, I think, is something that should be really clear, and that should go easily in part with the strategic thing. Like, if Ukraine wins either way, but a bunch of extra soldiers survive the war, I'd say we should give them the friggin' leopards. Like, I don't know why we're talking about this. George, I'm going to kick this to you.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. You've got units that are still riding around. You know, we see crowdsourcing and crowdfunding, excuse me, for pickup trucks. I mean, these guys are still traveling into battle in pickup trucks. You know, BMP ones. We have stuff that's just sitting there in storage that's better than the BMP one. Look, you know, Canada had Leopard ones, and they had applique armor. Now, I've heard someone said the other day on here that the Leopard ones in Canada have been scrapped, but the additional armor is just sitting there in storage. There is a lot of countries right now that are current operators or operators that are phasing out their Leopard ones, and these aren't bad tanks. It's better than a BMP. It's better than a T-72 if you put the applique armor on it. You know, anything. I think, like you just said, Finance, and what Leonard said, if just one Western nation has the cojones just to make the initial move, then I think the floodgates would open. But someone's got to sit there and say, if it's Canada or for anybody who's, you know, Great Britain, for love of God, because, you know, they're always, you know, they call us Americans cowboys. The British are the real cowboys. Let's face it. They can just go and just buy up 50 of these damn things and say, you know what, we bought 50, they're ours, and we're going to deliver them to Ukraine and give Schultz the middle finger. What's he going to do? Nothing, because the British do not use leopards. They have their own systems, so they can give them the middle finger and move on. But like I said, that's what needs to happen. The British should go and say, okay, we're interested in these Leopard ones or whatever the hell. We're gonna buy them, and you don't need a lot. You just need to send 30, 40, 50 just to open the floodgate and get the ball going.
Amen. All right, Leonard, I think that covers the leopard discussion. Move on. Good. Yes.
Yes, that does. I had one further follow-up if you're so disposed to hear it, but it was with reference to the children in the children hostages, kidnapping victims, if you will, in Russia. But I'll leave that up to you.
We have discussed them at length at present, but if it comes up again, which I'm guessing it will, given the topical nature of the issue, I say we discuss it then, just so we're all contained in one discussion. And I'm trying to get to Helmy, who's been waiting a ridiculous amount of time with their hand up. So we'll put you back in the queue. Thank you, Leonard. Helmy, you've been incredibly patient. Thank you for waiting.
Okay, I have a very different subject. I just read a mail of Max Seddon, and he's talking about the Ian Bummer mail about Musk. And I read something about something that Putin could do, referring to satellites. Now, last year, it was on the news that Russia shot down one of his own satellites from the air, and the Americans were angry because there was all sort of stuff in the air, and it was a problem. My question is now, what would happen if Russia starts shooting satellites out of the air?
Ma'am, I don't know if Russia has the capability to do that. If you haven't noticed, satellites are very far away, small, fast-moving objects, and Russia doesn't have that much precision-guided ammunition left. So I think the what question is kind of silly. This is a what if, that if they could do it, they would probably have done it already. So we're going with they can't shoot satellites out of the air. And if they can, they certainly can't choose which ones they can shoot, if they could even target one to begin with. One of the key things we discuss regularly on this space is that Russians can't really produce anything that is more recent than, say, a 1970s era technology right now. Whether that is the fact that they can't even make the ball bearings for their own train cars, that's 1930s technology, or whether that's the pretty much anything that takes an industrial semiconductor or a lot of that has airbags. None of these things are made by Russia at present. So yes, what if they did that? I don't know, but they can't. So like, what if they could, mobilize 1 million troops and actually feed them, hand them weapons, train them well, and send them to the front? Then that actually might result in them being a frightening fighting force. But that's not exactly how they do things. So yes, I'm going to stay more concerned with, in fact, if they're able to supply and deliver their troops with weapons and kit to the front, rather than whether or not they have the hypothetical ability to shoot a satellite out of the air. George, do you want to talk about this before we go to Nick?
Yeah, I mean, if she's they some of their now, I know they've purchased some off the shelf drones, and they've gotten some of that Iranian stuff, but some of their Orlan drones had like components that were built in like the 1980s. I'm surprised we haven't seen transistor radios. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. And if they were to do that, it wouldn't be too difficult to find out and point the gun at the person that actually did it. And yeah, they would. That's crappy GPS system that they use now would be just blown the hell out of the sky, and that would be the end of that. There'd be a lot more junk floating around space if they did that. That would be a line. That's a line they know they're not going to cross.
Can I just shortly chip in there?
Sure, Bionade.
Yeah, it's about, maybe you heard about it, the Kessler effect. And China tried to pull that bullshit. They shut down some of their weather satellites, and really, So the Kessler effect is basically you have small parts of satellites, trash floating around space, and these are hitting other objects like other satellites, producing more trash floating around, and this is an exponential effect. So if you shoot down one satellite, you have a big impact on this. The Chinese had a really, really, really through talking to, and they don't will do this shit again. If Russia does this shit, they are really, really pretty big isolated after this. So this is not a thing Russia will consider to do. So shooting down one spacelink satellite or something like this wouldn't even do something to the cluster. So you had to shoot down, I mean, 10, 1500 satellites, and yeah, this would basically almost have the same effect as Russia striking Kiev with a nuclear warhead. So politically speaking, they would be completely isolated.
Yeah, I'd say that's an effective way to put it. All right, I think we have covered that one. Nick, thank you for waiting.
I'm just on that. I think a Russian attack on something like a GPS satellite would be Article 5 time without any doubt at all. GPS's original purpose is to guide the American ICBM fleet, and if the Americans thought that the Russians were about to deprive them of the capability to guide the ICBMs, then it would make sense to go to DEFCON 1 and fire them before they lost that capability. So the Russians are very definitely not about to launch a preemptive strike on anything resembling a Western satellite. Just I suspect they probably can. I don't think it's necessarily terribly difficult. As a problem if China does it, if Russia has indeed tested it, it's pretty easy to predict where a GPS satellite is going to be at any point in time, because the GPS satellites actually announce that themselves. So yeah, they could do it. No, they won't. It would indeed, as I said, it would be like setting a nuke off on Kiev, or launching a conventional air raid on Berlin. It's not going to happen. Just regarding the Leopards, the Western countries are not about to send Leopards in violation of the re-export agreements. First of all, because we work on the basis of the rule of law, and we've said we won't do it. And secondly, because I am starting to believe quite firmly that when at the beginning of the war, the Germans told us that there was an agreement not to export Western-made battle tanks, I am starting to become relatively clear that that was actually telling the truth. And I know we like to make everything out to be Germany's fault, but Britain could send Challengers, the US could send Abrams. There doesn't seem to be any movement in that direction. And I think it really does come down to the West has decided not to do this, or not to do this yet. So I don't, even if Canada or the UK decided, oh, we've desperately got these Leopards to them, they won't. That isn't going to happen, and we can decry them for. If it requires us to say, okay, well, obviously Schultz is a hopeless case and sucking Putin's dick the whole time, but why aren't Canada doing it? Why aren't the UK doing it? Well, there are good reasons. There are good reasons, and we would like them to do it. But simply because they aren't doing something that we don't like doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't perfectly good, internally coherent reasons for doing it. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think Ukraine will have to win a little bit slower than we might like. And I think that's just the way things are.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's just the way to look at it. And let me make sure that I have the hands right. All right. I believe our order is now Redstone and then Peter. Redstone.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. It actually cut out for a little bit. It was about maybe almost a minute. There was a comment about Russia shooting down satellites. Have you guys moved past that?
Please move past that.
Okay. Never mind.
Peter.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, just a quick comment, very quick comment on satellites and space. It was just quite interesting that Musk, who was criticized for what they saw as him trying to encourage the West to come to an agreement with Putin, he actually admitted that the last time he saw Putin was 18 months ago, and they were discussing a space project. Did you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm aware that Elon, in his regular Putin love fest, was discussing space activity with his good buddy Pooty Poot about 18 months ago. We are aware of that fact here. We're also aware of the fact that he seems to be pushing Russian propaganda on a regular basis. It'd be really nice if he would go back to be the Elon Musk that supported Ukraine, to quote President Volodymyr Zelensky. Which Elon Musk do you prefer? The Elon Musk that supports Ukraine or the Elon Musk that supports Russia?
Well, obviously the one who supports Ukraine, and I really am at a loss sometimes to how these people from the West who don't have all the media covering up the reality of what's going on there, how they can actually see this absolute genocide and support Putin in any form or manner. I mean, this isn't a normal war where they try to avoid hitting, families, children, citizens. It's where they purposely will just fire missiles into blocks of flats, and they don't care a damn how many kids they kill, how many people they kill. So I find it really just impossible to get my head around sometimes that that people in the West who see all the news, see all the Western coverage of the news and all the atrocities, rapes, murders that are carried out there, how they can possibly in any form or manner support Putin. I can't even imagine everybody sitting down to negotiation with him. Never mind support him.
I mean, some people are infatuated with dictators. I don't know how else to put it. He has money, he has large amounts of power, and there are definitely a number of people around the world who think that authoritarianism is the way to go. They're friggin' wrong. They appear to like authoritarianism as being when it results in its horrific end state of genocide. Please see China and Russia today. But yeah, there are some people who support it. I really cannot explain why. George seems to want to speak to this before we go to massless. Also, yeah, George.
Yeah, just to point out to people with these authoritarian governments and these extreme, like, uh, you know, these governments that just wanted to turn their people into mindless slaves. They've always had this chauvinism, let's call it, where the tough guys were. Look at the West; they're weak. They make fun of the freedoms that people have. They make fun of any type of progression to like a more open and normal society. They have a lot of discrimination against minorities in their own country. I mean, not that the West hasn't had that, but they are just—it's in your face. I mean, it's written into their laws. You know, certain people just don't have the rights of other people. They're written into the laws. And what I'm getting at is, throughout history, those nations have always taken an ass whooping when they came to the battlefield. World War One, it was the mighty Germans and their empire, and they were the tough guys, and they lost to democratic countries. World War Two, the big juggernaut, the big German, the fascist countries, they got their butts kicked by a bunch of guys that volunteered to go fight. They didn't. A lot of guys didn't get drafted in the beginning, and open societies, and they lost. And they lost the Cold War to that, and they're losing in Ukraine. And like I always say, Putin sent an army of slaves to liberate free men. It doesn't work, and it's never going to work. And for people that cheer on and wish that their government was like that, they are completely lost, and they haven't read the.
Thank you. Also, we are soon to be having a switch of co-hosts here. It sounds like Daryl will be coming in for me, and I'm going to go to bed as we are well past midnight over here in Estonia. Thank you very much for co-hosting, Ben. Massless is up. I'm going to drop out once Daryl has PMs me that he is ready to rumble.
Hi, I just wanted to share with you a little fun fact that since we are also in an information war and we talk about Elon Musk's approach, 10 minutes ago he answered to Ian's Bremer statement, which came like half hour ago, that the interview was legit. Because he beforehand denied that there was no talks. So he posted 10 minutes ago that nobody should trust Bremer, and it's 10 minutes, and both numbers on both comments are rising like never before. They already passed the mark of 10,000. So I think those both tweets will also go somehow to the history of the war of Ukraine, the information war. So it's just nice to see how fast the numbers actually can climb. And yes, of course, there is now big dispute. Was there talks or no? And I think, of course, there was. And he just said that he's been not seeing Putin, but now he wants to save his ass. That's probably, but it's not on me to judge. So I just wanted to share the fact. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so I get to say two important things. The first one is good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and please, everyone, give a massive hand to to the main man, Daryl. I'll be his wingman today. I'll be taking care of you while he's safely driving the plane, and if you need a hot beverage or if you need to buy a perfume, you can ask me. If you want something smart, you can ask him. Good evening, Daryl.
Good evening. How you doing, Ben?
Much better since I know you're here.
Oh, okay. All right. How's everybody out there? Hope everybody's doing well. That was a bit of good news about the miners being pulled out, the children being returned today. Those are all great things that have happened, and of course, more boom, former HIMARS being
brought in. So all good stuff, except for one thing: the Russians are still there, but the Ukrainians are taking care of that problem too. So it's just going to take a little bit. They're stubborn as hell.
Daryl, mic check. Seems that we've lost Daryl. All right. So, Nick, you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Did you guys hear me? I had a call coming in. I don't know if you heard me. I was telling Nick to go ahead.
It's in response to, I didn't catch the name of the, I think, last speaker, but one who was saying, you know, why do people support Putin? You know, how could anybody do that? And psychologists study it's sometimes called the right-wing authoritarian personality. It's sometimes just called the authoritarian personality type of people who, you know, like their strong leaders, like their life simple. And there are other things that go along with that. So occasional difficulty with logical thinking, and so, you know, how to say this? General lack of engagement with the world. They tend to read surprisingly less little news in any sort of depth. They tend to react to, you know, a headline on Twitter, even if they've misread it, or even if the person who wrote it just sort of writes one sentence saying, now Biden is going to ration your meat or something, and they, oh my God, Biden's going to ration my meat. It's like, well, you know, how likely is it that that would happen? So, and it turns out that the prevalence of this personality type is between 10 and 25% in the population of various countries. It's allegedly higher in the United States. I'm not sure if that's necessarily an actual reflection of the type, or whether the fact that the majority of the psychological instruments used to measure it come from the United States, and therefore maybe better at detecting it in that population. Tom's away today, so I get to fill in with my version of psychology. So it turns out there are lots and lots and lots of people like that out there, and you know, they don't even have to get paid by Putin to say that kind of thing, because they think that Putin is saving the world from, I don't know, the gays, the woke, the drug addicts, all those kind of people that they disapprove of. And there just are a bunch of people who they've made up their minds. They don't listen to evidence. They don't read. I mean, they don't read almost anything except perhaps Facebook. And we have to live in that world. We have to accept that, and we have to take that into account. And part of that is, as someone else mentioned earlier, ensuring that those people are kept away from political power. And we've seen over the last few years on both sides of the Atlantic, these people getting close to, and in some cases into, political power with sometimes fairly negative results. But this is just a fact of life, and it doesn't help to imagine that we're going to get rid of them, because we're not. It's a personality type, and these people are going to continue to be around in substantial numbers essentially forever. We can try and adjust our culture to reduce their effects, but I don't think that 15 years ago most of us would have predicted that the single biggest party at the Swedish general election would be basically the Nazis. You know, we all thought, oh, Sweden's got, you know, great democratic values and caring culture and whatever, and there you are. Sweden is now the Nazis are the biggest party. So just to say, we can sort of go, oh, you know, what are we going to do? We must get rid of it. You can't. You've got to learn to live with them, just like you've got to learn to live with, you know, a broken bone that you can't replace, or the fact that you're never going to be good looking enough to be on TV, or the fact you're never going to play for your national football team. It's a fact of life that these people exist. It's not a new phenomenon. Some of us, I think, have only recently become aware that they're a political threat, because I think they've recently been able to organize politically better, which is interesting, isn't it? It's almost as if someone from outside has been giving them money to do that. But yeah, this is going to be around for the foreseeable future, because these people walk among us in every society. Apologies for the sniffing noises. I have my first cold in 3 years. It is a genuine cold. It's not COVID, and I'd forgotten what they're like.
You're not wearing a mask, are you? You're not wearing a mask, are you, Nick? See, you.
I'm just muting my mic for the most enormous nose blow here.
Hey, guys, another bit of good news that kind of filtered through the airways just now. The Irish Tea is in theater. Can I get a clap for that? Can we get some claps? The Irish Tea.
What about Irish coffee?
Irish coffee?
Did you say Irish tea?
No, Iris tea.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding you, Daryl. But my wife isn't always up for an Irish coffee.
Oh, is it the liquor or is it the coffee?
She can have coffee anytime. So I'm yeah.
All right. Bjorn, good evening, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I thought let's talk about the Irish tea.
What do you got to say about it?
Yeah, pretty nice. My government finally managed to deliver that thing. Would be nicer if they could have delivered it last week, but yeah. I guess this marks somehow a point in this war where the Russians had the less chance to easily throw rockets into big cities or into Kiev. I guess they will place it in Kiev, but these are only speculations. I'm not sure how is the situation around Zaporizhia. Is the power plant in Ukrainian control now, or is it in still in Russian control?
Still
right
Russian.
now. It's still in Russian control.
Okay, so it doesn't make really much sense to deploy a system there to protect this power plant, because it's anyway still in Russian control. Yeah,
That's right. But
It's also and it will also be within Russian artillery range for some quite considerable time. So the air defense systems are much more about protecting things that are 50 and 100 meters back from the front.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if they got if we got our own artillery pieces up, they may have to move theirs back if they don't want to continually lose them either. That's the one thing about being in artillery range. We got artillery. The Ukrainians got artillery too, and they can counter battery a lot quicker. So.
Yeah, the interesting point is, I think the Iris T system, fairly new system. I think we don't even have it here in Germany deployed. So I think it's really compatible with the NASAM systems, at least for the rockets, and I think for the radar also. So with all the other NASAM systems, you don't only get a coverage by one or two radars, but by many radars, and radars somehow get better if you have more, and it's really amazing. I think they will have as soon the possibility to manage to protect the airspace, and not only protect but manage all the things which are in the air really much better than before.
Just regarding the Zaporizhzhia plant, if you look at where it's located on the map, it's not on the road to anywhere, and I rather suspect that as Ukraine rolls the Russians back, they will just leave it and just wait for the Russians to abandon it. I don't think there's any point in assaulting it. It would be it would be risky, and it really doesn't seem to be necessary. They can just leave it, 20 kilometers behind them, and encircle it. There's only one or two ways in or out. So we aren't talking as much about it as we were a month ago. That was last month's fear topic from the Kremlin. I don't know what next month will be, but there'll be one. But I think Zaporizhzhia can be discounted as a likely source of any great trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Zaporizhzhia is more kind of a point to bring fear to the media sphere and everything than actually do something, because we all know Zaporizhzhia is not so far away from Russia, and if the wind blows in the wrong direction, happy Moscow Day. So happy weather reporter.
Oh, right. So, quite a few hands up. I think Enemy was first. And please go ahead.
Oh,
Daryl, did we lose you?
oh, did y'all lose me?
Yeah, now you're back.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to speak over you, either. Go ahead. I'm sitting.
Oh no! You wasn't talking about me over me. We're talking over Ben.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, because I'm just looking at, we can't bring anybody up right now because of the panel being full. So I will ask if you have your question answered, or your comment, you've spoken your comment, please drop yourself down, get others up. It's
sure, will do.
Was last night.
Cool.
So I appreciate.
Okay.
Enemy.
Cool. Mic check.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Hold your fire, Enemy. There's others before you. Just put your mic on mute and raise your hand. We'll get to you.
Actually, Daryl, there's no one
Yeah.
for him.
Oh.
Pretty sure they just told me to go. So I'll make this one quick. Alrighty. Couple of things, guys. First of all, thanks for doing the show. You guys are awesome. Please stick around. Second thing, I don't know if I'm your first and only Jamaican on this show, but see me, larger from my island. And I'll tell you guys, I think we need to get the outreach going to some places that probably aren't as aware of this. I mean, even with the Instagram, the news and everything, a lot of people aren't aware of it. You'd be surprised. So I think the more support that we can get from faraway places that we may not have quite considered before might be always a good idea. Wow, where did I want to start? I think that probably one of the funniest pieces of this war that we've seen has been the game of what blew up the Kerch Strait Bridge. And I think that it's okay to make it a joke because of the, let's say, intended recipients of that joke. All right, cool. So you guys can talk about that. Irish tea, I'm really happy about that. Yeah, we could have used it a week ago, but truth is, this Kerch Strait isn't going to be the last. There's going to be more such incidents and possibly more such retaliation. So we got it in a particular time. Thought Bionade, he sounds really mad at his government. I can't say I blame him. Sorry, dude. Know how it is. Pretty much the same here. There's not much going on in Jamaica. Got the Chinese, dumping money into our country, but that happens pretty much everywhere these days. Outside of that, pretty quiet here. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, take care.
Thanks, Amy. Hey, one thing you can do, you can always blast it on the radio or out, have your windows open as you cool yourself with a nice beverage when everything's at A, So you can let everybody hear it and let them know.
I try. Let me tell you, there was a protest outside of the Russian consulate here. It was 2 people. 2 people with Ukrainian flags. 2. And the cops came for them, funnily enough. Anyways, it is what it is.
And that's kind of sad that the police actually went after them.
I'll tell you a funny story. I'm sorry, I'll tell you a funny story. So the picture that made it to the front of the newspaper had the 2 people that were there with 2 Ukrainian flags, blue and yellow. The cop cars were there. There were 4 of them, and every single car was literally blue and yellow.
You mean the police cars or
The cop cars are blue and yellow. Yes.
Hey, they were showing solidarity with the police.
That's not how it happened, but yes, it was one of those strange coincidences that just happens in life.
That's real. That's solid there. That's solid. Solid gold. All right. Thanks, enemy. Hey, Craig. Good evening.
Hey, what's up, Dale? Can you hear me?
Leave a Charlotte, brother.
Awesome. Yeah, just a quick PSA/request, just for the discourse in the space. Maybe how about we don't refer to the people we disagree with politically as poorly educated, ignorant neo-Nazis, kind of in general. I think that's a good kind of plan going forward. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Wait a minute. You're not going to get away with that. What? Say what?
So what a previous speaker said. So I was saying that's probably not the best way to have a discourse about either internal American politics or European politics. So, and as someone that studies Nazi Germany, I want to rip my hair out basically every single time anyone calls anyone a Nazi, because 99.9% of the time they're wrong.
Okay, now I got you. I got you now. Let's see, Peter.
Yeah, it was just coming back on the psychology of dictatorships and how they control their people and one thing and another. I picked up a very, very good article on even how how they got support for our Brexit in the UK. It's basically a very powerful instinct called the herd instinct. And what they do is they will create an enemy, create a threat to the herd and the herd's DNA. So it revolves a lot around xenophobia and creating hatred towards others. And one thing you have to look at with Russia is the level of hatred which is thrown out towards Ukrainians. It's, very hard to actually comprehend that. But it all comes down to the herd instinct that the dictators or the leaders, who are very, very powerful people, need the support of the masses who they need to keep down, and they get that support by tapping into the herd instinct, and the herd will then repel intruders into that herd, and you get all the problems that we've had in the UK and partly in America and elsewhere. But to see it in full-fledged, you look at somewhere like Russia. Okay.
Thank you, Peter. Nick, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold your fire for a second. Daryl, you wanted to intervene?
Nope. Go ahead. You got the con, Ben.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
Peter, I would say go and look up Umberto Eco's list of 14 characteristics of fascism. And you can check off how many of those apply to whatever regime you are studying at the moment. My favorite is number, I think it's it's number 8, which is that the enemy is, let me just get this, number 8, the enemy is both strong and weak. There's a, the enemy is planning to do dastardly things to us because they're very clever, they're cunning, they have enormous resources, and yet they are foppish fools who we will defeat easily. And I always thought that was one of the better ones that sometimes get wheeled out about one's enemies by, I won't mention any specifics here as we try to avoid that. But I think you'll tell. I think you may be able to tell from my accent what I may be getting at with that.
Actually, another very interesting point is that with Putin, he obviously rules his population with fear, and I've noticed a change in Ukraine where they are now. I mean, when all this started, there was everybody was shocked, everybody was horrified, and there is a certain, I don't know if it's acceptance or whatever, but within Ukraine, they seem to be becoming more and more resolute. And I saw today that there was a picture of, I think it was a McDonald's in Kiev, and it was absolutely packed to the brim. People just going about their normal lives, even with that bombing, which I thought was great. But with my occupation as a pilot, right, I've always kind of been incredibly adventurous in things that I've done, and I often looked at the word freedom, right? And how would you actually define freedom? And I couldn't really get a good description of what freedom meant until one day I read this comment, which was so accurate. And it said, the only person who is truly free is the person who is free of fear. Okay? And if you look in Russia, they're not free because they are ruled by fear. Ukraine are starting now they're actually becoming free through this experience. They're kind of losing a lot of the fear that was more prominent, a few months back. And I think there is so much truth to that fear comes in many guises, and the only person who is truly free is the person who is free of fear. Okay.
Well, let me say, or not push back, but apply perhaps an alternative view, which is, although Russia has been an authoritarian country for a very, very long time, and although nobody wants to get into a sort of tea drinking contest with Putin, it seems to me that as dictators go, Putin's really a bit rubbish. He doesn't have anything like the infrastructure in place that the Soviet Union did. There's a dissident called, I'm following him on Twitter, Dennis something, a Russian dissident who's kind of taunting Putin on a daily basis of, why haven't you arrested me yet? And they turned up with a warrant out of date and the judge dismissed the case. So while undoubtedly Putin, uses fear to some extent, it seems to me that, he's not, he isn't, he's not at the Kim Jong-un stage yet. And I find it quite interesting that he clearly doesn't have that level of kind of, day-to-day terror over his population that the Soviet Union had, or Ceausescu had, or that North Korea has, or perhaps even that the Chinese Communist Party had. So while some of it can maybe explain by fear, the extent to which the Russians go along with this to me suggests that they don't all dislike it quite as much as we might imagine, or we might like to imagine, and that some of them are actually, quite a few of them. And I used to think that way, but over the last few months, it's become apparent to me that an awful lot of Russians think Putin's doing a stand-up job. And they're not. There isn't. He has positive approval ratings in. I don't know exactly how much of the truth he gets, but I read an interesting article a few years ago saying how Putin actually, would look at opinion polls and say, "What are my approval numbers like?" And he really wanted to be actually loved.
They do control the media like mad over there, don't they?
Well, yes, but again, not in the way that the Soviet Union did. There is opposition media. It's repressed, it's attacked, but it's there isn't a great firewall of Russia. People can get around with VPNs and whatever. So my point is, yeah, obviously, it's not a great place to live. It's not a liberal democracy, but it's not in functional terms. It's not a particularly good. It's not a particularly well done dictatorship. And to me, that suggests that a great many of the Russians, probably go along with it more willingly than we might like to believe, with this model of, oh, okay, yeah, Putin's making them do it. There's obviously a great deal of buy-in from the population to pretty much everything the Russian government does. And that, I think, is what gives us a problem for the future. Whoever replaces Putin, those people are still going to be just as Russian, and they're still going to have just as unfavorable opinion about Ukrainians. So, yes, Putin, rules with a certain amount of fear, but that's not explaining, I think, even the majority of the support for what he's doing. And that's what I've come around to that position over the last few months. And I used to be more into the sort of everyone's being terrorized thing, but I just don't see that. I just don't see that quite as much. But time will tell.
Hey, I want to ask, where are we going with this? I mean, are we going to talk about Putin here, or Ukraine? I mean, really? I'm hate to shut down.
I think Putin is always relevant to Ukraine.
Yeah,
okay.
but
I'll hang up the mic at this point.
No, it's just that it always goes into a dark hole when we start talking about Putin and who controls Putin, how Putin is this, that, and the other. So I'm Nick. I'm just sorry because it just loses people when you start talking about the psychology of him and all of the rest of that. I'm sorry about that, but I just found myself slithering away and mentally on it. All right, Attackums, then Naughty.
Wait. Daryl, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I've read from some guy on the internet that the Ukrainians were changing their stage of their usage of their HIMARS. That they were using them one way before, and that now they're using it another way. Have you heard about it? And can you explain me what's going on?
Oh, we got my man CJ here for that. That's his bailiwick.
I don't care what he has to say. Of course he knows. I want you to say it. Yeah, I want you to be very right, but a little bit wrong, and we can start a discussion.
Oh, now you want me to go wrong, huh? Okay, so they hit targets that they needed to hit. Now they're hitting targets of opportunity. Is that what you want me to say? Something just totally base, off, completely irrelevant. Is that what you want me to say?
Honestly, I don't know.
And then let CJ mansplain me.
Yes. CJ, how incorrect is Daryl?
Oh, well, I just wanted to psychoanalyze Putin some more. No, Daryl's right on the money. Although I will say, Putin's state of mind must be going down after the sort of announcements that came out today. So, as we all established on the space, immediately after it started, the massive missile strike now a day and a half ago, was planned at least a week or 2 weeks in advance, right? We know that the only way Russia can have any success, marginal success with a lot of missiles, is by firing a bunch at once, 100 plus in that case. And by missiles, I'm kind of lumping in missiles and drones here. And so what we saw today, they only were able to get off about 30 missiles or drones, and that the interception rate by the Ukrainians went up, to almost 90%, as opposed to the day before, where it was around 50 to 60%. And what's so significant in regards to HIMARS is, well, a week ago, 4 more HIMARS were announced, and lo and behold, they have arrived, along with the IRIS-T this morning, and additionally, future IRIS-T deliveries, which is a German air defense system, and also the delivery of NASAMS, which the Americans will be providing, the Norse system. This all got sped up thanks to Putin's, terrible efforts into, harming more Ukrainian civilians. So it's a pretty bad day for him overall. Not just that these systems arrived, the HIMARS and the IRIS-T, but the fact that everything afterwards is being expedited. So this will be a huge win for the Ukrainians in the long run, as they now have the ability to target more things. And as you pointed out, Daryl, they've moved from, showing ammo depots in large part for, 2 reasons. One, they got blown up, but also 2, because Russians are dispersing their ammo in much smaller quantities. So it's not really as worthwhile to hit. This means that the ammo will survive in these smaller stockpiles, but it also means it doesn't really play into the Russians' centralization of their fire control. And so it hurts them as much as it helps them. So what we have to look forward to, and what we saw a couple of days ago, was, basically now HIMARS are freed up to use, their M31 Gimlers and perhaps some M30 alternative warheads, but a little bit unclear exactly how and where those are being used. But to hit Russian artillery positions, even when they're on the move. So that was a giant change. As you know, obviously Gimlers are GPS guided, and so they need to be fired at something static. But if you have drones that can provide updated target locations, then you could provide that updated data to the HIMARS. And that's what we saw. We saw basically some BM-21s and BM-27s that were trying to do the right thing and move quickly to a new firing point. But as they were either reloading or getting ready to move, they got hit and absolutely just smacked. Somewhere between 10 and 12 vehicles and launchers destroyed. So a pretty big win for Ukraine there.
All right. In terms of artillery and actual firings, about how many rounds do you think they would have lost along with those guns, each gun? If
Well,
they
we
was
keep seeing, what's super interesting to me is, obviously I'm an American artilleryman, so my knowledge of Russian artillery is a little bit weak, but they keep on finding these BM-27 basically loaders, or the ammunition storage, and the vehicle will be charred out and burned, but the ammo will be completely preserved. And this is ammunition, especially for the BM-27, that Ukraine, they've got the launchers for, but they don't have a lot of ammo for. It's not something that they've gotten in large quantities from Eastern Europe. So every time they're destroying the trucks but saving the ammo somehow. I mean, it really is a double win for Ukraine, because Russia isn't moving this ammo away. They're just leaving it there.
I saw that picture, and it was like the cab was the only thing destroyed, and I saw nothing, even a pot mark on any of the rounds. What could actually do that?
Well, the things, they are sort of, solid, obviously. And, I think people have a common misconception that as soon as anything explosive touches fire, it immediately also explodes. And that's not necessarily always the case. But as we heard from Caleb Larson when he was in Kupiansk, there was a massive ammo depot he went to where the Ukrainians told him there was about 100,000 rounds of ammunition stored there, and it was hit by HIMARS. And what he noticed, and what the Ukrainians pointed out, was the BM-27, or the 220 millimeter ammunition, was still all intact. And so the Ukrainians, not only did they destroy the Russian ammo depot, but they went in and took the rest of the ammo, which is some of the most vital that they need, off to be returned to the Russians very nicely. So really a double win there.
Are those rounds, are they solid themselves and they're just backed up by, or is it all integral?
I honestly have no idea, so I don't want to give you bad information. But what I will say is they are unguided. And, while Russia uses basically this optical laying system for laying in the gun, you need a lot of, if you're going to lay in a gun that way and not use GPS to to lay it in, it means you need some really good target grids. And so, how effective these things are ends up becoming a factor of the forward observer more so than the systems themselves. So what we know and what we've seen at least the last couple of weeks is the Ukrainian forward observer is doing a much better job than the Russian ones, with Thomas Steiner and others pointing out that basically, Russia can't hit anything because their guns are so worn, but they really can't hit anything because their observers aren't doing the right things. So really every day that goes by, I'll say it a million times, the Ukrainian army is getting stronger while the Russian one gets much weaker.
So it sounds like they're losing a lot of those forward observer drones that they had early on.
Well, the quick thing I'll say about that, Daryl, unlike NATO, where the forward observers are full time with the infantry or maneuver units, in Russia it's a little bit different, where their forward observers or their drone controls are done through the fire direction center. And so what that means is it means their fire control is much more centralized, which is good if you want to fire in large numbers. But if you want to have quick responsive fires to what's going on at the front, it's not so good. And it's also not so good if your artillery positions and with it your fire direction trucks are getting destroyed. It means you're losing out not just your guns, but the ability to compute the firing solutions for the guns, and you're also losing the observers all at the same time. So it's definitely a double-edged sword when it comes to doing it that way.
And you're saying that their fire control that's located in the near vicinity, so they have very little comms other than where they are, unless it's localized comms then.
Yeah, well, this is doctrinally how it's done. And then we saw in Kherson, they put their guns on top of their infantry positions. And so while Ukrainian artillery pieces were conducting counterfire against Russian artillery, they were also hitting frontline troops. So really, just any way Russia does it, it seems to be not working out for them.
A lot different from ours. A lot different, because we wouldn't even know where you guys were. We would be miles and miles ahead of you, and you guys we just hear things go across in volleys, and it sounds like theirs is not that far. I guess they weren't looking at speed as we were.
The whole system is designed around having more artillery than your enemy. So when you get in a situation where your enemy has much better artillery, and in some places, at least in Kherson, Ukraine simply has more guns. It's not like that everywhere, but at least there, because it's so difficult to get guns across the Dnipro when everyone that's already over there needs fuel, water, ammunition. It's not really prioritized as much as it probably should be. So I know maybe Artur brought it up earlier, but Daryl, great find was seeing the shape charge in that culvert. The reason why I want to bring that up is, we heard reports that perhaps the bridge at Milov was going to be dropped soon, and there was perhaps going to be another withdrawal or retreat from parts of Kherson. I was going to come up to the space to ask if anyone had any more clarity on what was going on there, because the lines have been stable there for about a week now.
I guess that's a call for info. Anybody got anything? I see Axel is among us. Good evening, Axel. You're supposed to be asleep. All right. Well, CJ,
What
guess
did
it's.
you need?
Oh no! I just saw you hanging out here with us. The ghost, the man in the machine.
Yes, Daryl, I was listening.
If I may, Axel, while I have you, real sure. Briefly, we were so happy to see the IRIS-Ts delivered today. I don't know how long it'll take for them to be operational, but hopefully soon. Do I understand it correctly that the future deliveries will also be sped up? The other three that are coming, along with, of course, the U.S. NASAMS.
I don't know whether they will be as sped up as one would hope that John Kirby's statement indicates for the NASAMS from the US. But what I have been told is that the deliveries are already on an accelerated schedule. Whatever that means. Obviously, the people at Deal and Hensoldt, they know what they're doing. And it's more a matter of releasing equipment. As you know, that can be quite a testing process in Germany. But it is a high priority, and I think that there's a lot of fire which has been lit in recent days under the respective authorities. So, short answer, I think yes.
Well, and then lastly, can we expect anything major out of Ramstein 6 tomorrow? I know it's going on, and I know Reznikov was talking about it earlier, but I wondered if there was anything specific that was going to be addressed there.
If you haven't yet put it yourself out, I can only highlight that you should join the effort in regard to free the leopards. Please, I know that you are focused on artillery and believe, fortunately, you do believe that tanks make sense as part of the overall approach. I'm glad to hear that you have converted as part of combined arms. I think it's very important that the public pressure continues, because decisions which will be made tomorrow will include the release of tanks. That is all I know. But then again, that's a rumor which has been around now for a week. Let's see whether that works. I think that the events of the weekend, and specifically the beginning of the week, are on the one hand good, but on the other hand, Monday has been taken yet again as another reason for the Germans to assert their position that everything is about defense, everything is about missile defense, and it's one of the most important things, and this is what we do. Yeah, that's fine, my dear colleagues and countrymen. This is what you should be doing. More IRIS-Ts, absolutely, no question, but why don't you give other people also the opportunity to supply what they have? I think that the release is one of the key issues which will be discussed tomorrow.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
All right.
CJ,
All right. Let's.
At least CJ, at least we know who is who in the zoo now.
Yeah, unfortunately, all of our tanks are named after Union generals, so it's not as good of a catchphrase there, but we'll take it. If only we could bring back the patents, right, Axel?
I'm completely happy if somebody has the same kind of zest for attack and is willing to make this felt amongst the conference tomorrow as that famous general had. That would be completely sufficient. I do understand, and I've heard him a couple of times, and I've seen someone who has sat in an office where this man once sat, that Lloyd Austin is considered to be a very, very crisp and clear speaker. I shall hope that he makes his voice heard tomorrow.
Give him a few sums of bitches.
Oh, Daryl, my man.
All right. Let's see. Attackums, you got something on these tanks?
No, but Bayonade was before me.
All right. Go ahead, Bayonade.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask CJ. I think he knows a little bit more about the with the compatibility between compatibility between the NASAMS and the IRIS-T systems. I think they are all up to NATO standard. I'm not sure how it's called, CJ.
All I'll say on that, and
CJ.
it's a very important topic.
Go ahead, CJ.
Ah, we lost CJ.
Oh no. We'll get him
Not
back
again.
here. We'll get him back here in a second. All right. Well, go ahead, Attackums, and while we're waiting on CJ to come back up.
I hope he could hear me. CJ, that was a really awesome interview with Mr. Thiner the other day. Like, I'm from California. I know nothing about tanks or like army stuff, but it was dope. But I just wanted to tell you guys to please remember to donate to Maria Aid. That's why we're here. We're here to like fight for democracy and freedom for the Ukrainians. They need all our help, and you see what they're up against. We have pedophile billionaires against them, and it's just disgusting. There's never ever been anything in history that's been so clear that we're fighting against evil. And I just thank you guys all for volunteering and taking your time, all the speakers and the listeners for being here and fighting for Ukraine. Thank you for being in the right side of history. And this is for the future of our children and our children's children. And we need to do everything in our power to let Ukrainian voices be heard and to fight against all this false information that Russia is putting out there. And, you know, they've been trying to destroy democracy forever, and we need to keep our eyes on the prize. And no matter what they throw at us, just keep fighting for Ukraine and calling your reps. And I love you guys all so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Attackums. Let's go. Let's see if do I have nope. Let me see if I got him back yet. No, I don't have him back yet. Go ahead, Rusty.
So all my questions are actually for CJ. So if I can wait, I would wait.
All right. You mean I can't help you with nothing tonight? Really? All right. Greg, good evening.
My question is mostly for CJ too, but I'll pose it in case anybody can answer. To what extent will the arrival of Irish Tea or the NASAM systems cause Russia to use their Kinzhal or their hypersonic rockets, hypersonic weapons? Thanks.
I will. There's no telling what Putin will do, and when he will use whatever he has in his inventory. There's no logic to his thinking. What we do know is that they felt that they could do mass fires and overcome the ability for the Ukrainians to defend and down the missiles. And that's the primary reason why they did what they did in the last two nights. However, last night they had an 80% success rate in bringing down the missiles, but there was also fewer. And what we are hoping that meant is that they understand how many missiles, they understand their stocks. So it's a catch-22 on what he will put forth next and when. But we'll still forward your question to CJ for further. Let's see. I had Hendrik, then Anthony, and then Paleotic Cat. You'll be the last one for right now. Go ahead, Hendrik.
Yes. I don't know if everyone has had a chance to look at the video of the Kerch Bridge and the rails. Okay. Literally the rails melted underneath the weight of the wheels. Also, the axles, okay, on the wheels were literally bent through sheer weight, okay, of the heat of the unit. So I'm not too sure of the damage that has been caused to the bed directly underneath those rails. But I don't think that the whole situation and a cross section, the rails bridge is really susceptible to HIMARS and just taking it all out.
Okay. First of all, as a railroader, I knew the day when I saw that oil burning, there was going to be some foobar stuff, because when the bearings themselves on the wheels, when I looked at that buggy with set and the way it was looking, that thing got extremely hot. Not only did it damage the rail, it damaged the ties. The ballast is no good. That's the rocks that the ties are in, the concrete ties are in. But that oil actually traveled downward on fire down to the steel base of that superstructure. And so, looking at that, uh, for a fact, as hot as it got, it weakened that steel. Now, how far the oil ran, uh, either way, it did some damage. Now, we all saw the cranes and everything on the bridge, them lifting stuff and all of that. However, the cars are light. Um, once it burned out of oil, those cars are extremely light. Um, but you are still, what they didn't say is how much movement was happening under the weight of those pieces being on the bridge. And that's something that, they'll have to stress test that metal. Um, the other thing is that the anti-corrosive coatings on all of that stuff burnt. So now you're talking about salt water, the salt water and the air being able to get to the steel and actually start corrosion of that steel as well. And from what I can tell you, what I would see is them having to wear plates in certain places, depending on how far it burned, how far the oil ran and burned. Um, they're going to have to look at the connectors, like the rivets at the joints near there, if they got too hot, because although there's a lot of rivets in there, they still will weaken. And once they weaken, or they get the coating for the steel, then you're going to have a possibility of those rivets actually rusting out. So there's a lot of things that are going to go on that bridge. I don't care what they say about being able to move trains the next day. There's a lot more damage there that meets. There's a lot more than what meets the eye in that situation. All right. So with that said, Anthony, go ahead, please.
Hey, gentlemen. I was hoping CJ would be here, but I guess you guys might be able to answer. It's a two-parter. One, we've seen the saturation effect of Russian missiles. What's the reload time of some of these newer anti-air missiles that have been provided to Ukraine? And what about the logistical struggles that Russians are going to soon be encountering in Kherson and Zaporizhia?
I'm going to be honest that the artillery question, as far as the rocket reloading times, things of that nature, I have nothing on it. We'd have to get CJ or someone that has worked with those systems here. And being that they're relatively new, I'm not sure if there's going to be someone that knows it firsthand without us going through some other literature. But they're just getting there, so we'll have to see what the capabilities are. As far as Kherson, they are, it's in one of those situations where supplies are limited, and so what's going to happen is that they will continue like they're doing. They're going to try to interdict supply lines and hopefully starve them out to the point when they do go into attack, they will have at least minimal resistance based on the fact that they've got them to use what they had over the coming weeks, months, whatever it takes, whatever's on their battle plan. So as they interdict more supply lines, rail lines, their supplies it's gonna get down to a drip from what it is right now. The Kerch Bridge being destroyed means that they're going to have to come from a lot longer distance There's still a rail line that they can use, but it's coming from a longer distance away. So, and they have to take everything that was in the pipeline coming across the Kerch and move it to that new location. So you're looking at extended times in that situation as well.
Awesome. Also heard a joke today that Winter just called up from the Reserve Army General Frost, and he plans to participate in the festivities this winter.
Well, it's going to get cold. Winter's coming. And like I said, I'm hoping that they can hit that bridge one more time, and that'll make me smile, because that means that the supplies are going to be a lot longer. It's going to take a lot longer for supplies to come. Winter gear, all of the things that they're going to need come wintertime. Okay, Paleolithic cat. Talk to me. What do you got for us?
Hello. You hear me?
Lima Charlie.
Greetings from Argentina. My question is there any information about how many hypersonic missiles does Russia have?
We have no information at this point right now that I can tell you that we know solid. If somebody else, if Colby or one of my cohorts come up, we can ask them if they've seen it and got numbers on it. But right now, no, I have no information on that for you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll keep you listening.
All right, we appreciate it then. All right, Abdullah, good evening.
Good evening, Daryl. How are you?
I am well, sir. I am well.
Yes. I just wanted to comment. In order for us to continue, this widespread, political support across political lines and viewpoints, it's very important. It's imperative that we don't insult the voters in a democratic society and compare them to Putin's Russia and call them bunch of sheeps or Nazi supporters. It can backfire, and the people that will suffer for it are the Ukrainians who we're trying to help. In order, in a democratic society, you have to win the battle of ideas, and you have to have solutions for people's everyday problems. So it's never a good idea that to attack the voters or their decisions and name calling. It's never a good call. Our agenda here is to help the Ukrainian people, and the more people we have supporting our cause, it should be our ultimate aim. I just wanted to say that. Oh, actually, I also wanted to mention. Sorry, if I can. The UAE leader Mohammed bin Zayed, I believe, today he was in Moscow, sucking up to Putin, because they have a plan where they're trying to control the price of oil. As you know, the Saudi government is planning to cut their oil production. I mentioned it yesterday in cahoots with Putin and OPEC. And I don't think I think it's very important that the West tells the Saudis and the Emiratis that we're not going to provide high advanced weapons anymore. If you're going to play games and choosing sides and trying to squeeze the West in a difficult winter by raising the oil prices for its citizens, I think we have to just send a clear message to the Saudis, which I'm fond of Saudi Arabia. I've been there several times. It's a great country, but I think they're making a huge mistake by siding with Putin on the oil price or production cut. It's not gonna work, and at the end it will hurt them, because they have to face the Iranians who are trying to undercut them and their what do you call security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Yeah, let me make this real clear, folks. Name calling, that's not going to be welcomed. All of us here on the MriyaReport, a lot of us we're on both sides of the fence as far as politics, whether it be European or whether it be American. And I've said this before, is that we are here united for one purpose, and that's for Ukraine. Just like our government has come together for this cause, we are here the same way. As Axel often says, the center must hold. And although everybody knows where I stand as far as, politics wise, I'm more on the left side, but I am more centrist. And so when I hear people on either side of that fence on the fringes speak out and want to call names, I'm going to call you first. And I probably will drop you because I'm not going to put up with it. Let's just say that outright fact. All right? We're going to respect each other here because we're here for one purpose. All right? Let's go. Hey, I got Yehuda coming up. Whenever he
While it's
connects.
coming up, while it's connecting. Apparently, our friend Shavzhenya is letting us know that Zaporizhia is being bombed at the moment. That's at least the fourth night in a row. There's also several people saying that the air raid alarms are on in Kyiv and in Mykolaiv. So it's going to be a long night again for our friends, and we'd like to send them all our support and love, and hopefully the Iris T are going to be helpful very, very soon.
All right. Thank you for that, Ben. Yeah, I think it was two cities, if I'm not mistaken. It was Zaporizhia and let me see, Mykolaiv and Kiev, all getting hit tonight. So everybody, if you of the praying sort, if you would, say prayers and let's wish the best for the people there, that they may be protected and they get to the safe spaces where they may. And then tomorrow, we hope that we look for them to pick up the pieces and trudge on, because Putin is not tearing down their resolve. He is only tearing down their cities, brick and mortar. And yes, there'll be lives lost, but not their resolve. Their resolve will never be lost in this. And the troops at the front will just dig harder and fight harder. Yehuda, good evening.
Good evening.
Brother?
My mic work now, or can you hear me, Daryl?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, sorry, I was just having some mic issues there, and I was sugar. Hold on. Here we go. Mic check.
Lima Charlie.
Okay, good. All right, yeah, no, good words, Daryl. Obviously, just wanted to add a dovetail note there. Decorum is important, and there are people, and as this this invasion goes on, there are people who have a vested interest in watching the West collapse or watching people fight. We just probably there's not one person on this entire moderator panel who has the same opinions on major issues than the next. So that's the beauty of being able to reason and have discussion and debate. And let's, in the words of Joubert, purpose of a conversation isn't victory but progress. So let's continue to push forward and progress in our own thoughts and our own development, and then in a respectful manner hear opposite points of view. Obviously, there are bridges too far. Racial abuse and ad hominems. That's just that's for somewhere else. You can find that a lot of other places. So anyway, thanks for that, Daryl. Good housekeeping. And yes, Zaporizhzhia has been hit again. The Russians will continue to do what the only thing they're actually good at is murdering civilians. They seem to enjoy it, and they're prolific. But the good thing for Ukraine is their soldiers and their nation is very good at protecting themselves, and they're doing it. I remember the 14, 19, 20 people killed. There were some horrible Russian propagandists who actually twisted it around and said it's proof that the Russians are only executing precision strikes, when really half of the missiles which were aimed for high density population areas were shot down. Nothing to do with Russian precision strikes, just has to do with the Ukrainians being much better than the Russians at pretty much everything except losing. So don't fall for it. A lot of I've never seen an uptick as I have in the last week or so of Russian troll behavior online. It's quite prolific. You're getting a lot of these accounts that have been on the border, that are borderline, who are slanting very hard pro-Russia. They've selectively edited a clip of Zelensky where they make him sound like he's saying he wants the West to nuke Russia for the purpose of making him look like a warmonger. It's ridiculous. You're seeing talking heads and otherwise unremarkable people in geopolitics who are remarkable in other spheres say really bizarre things, like pretty much capitulate to nuclear blackmail and then put the onus on the West to sort it out. There's one person who's responsible for de-escalating this conflict. His name is Vladimir Putin. He can stop this conflict overnight. He can calm down the fears of the world overnight. His only job is to not burn the house down, and he can't even do that properly. So thanks so much for that. And if you want to grab some hands, I'm here for a while. And I don't know who is next, Daryl or Ben. And I don't know if anyone needs people around. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of hands for CJ. I guess he had to go jump out of a plane or something.
Who's CJ?
CJ.
Oh,
yeah,
the American guy that's on sometimes. Yeah, I know him. Seen him around.
Yeah. Likes to jump out perfectly good. I don't see the reason. I like coming out the back of ships. He wants to jump out the air.
Daryl's a jet setter. Every time I talk to him, he's getting on a plane or getting off it, so he would know. All right, why don't we go to Rusty and Abdullah?
So, Daryl, I pivoted. I actually went from a paratrooper question to a rail question. I think that's your category, right?
You got it.
So looking at the distance from Kerch Bridge to the area closest on the south side of the Dnipro to Kherson, Oleski city, it says that it's 403 kilometers. So and that's with on the roadside. I couldn't calculate the rail line on Google. So I'm just wondering if you were crossing from the Kerch Strait before the bridge were hit, and you were going to the front or to supply the troops as close as you could, and you met several places along the way on those 400 kilometers the Ukrainians had bombed intersections. Would it even be like, how would you go about it, Daryl, if you were the guy setting up how to get supplies with trains to the front line, if you knew that 3 different intersections along 400 kilometers had been bombed and the Kerch Bridge bomb had been damaged as well? How would you go about fixing a supply again?
Wait a minute. You asking me to help the Russians here?
No, but I'm kind of wondering. I'm sorry I did that, but I'm kind of wondering: are they able to use the rail network now, or will they just stop the trains wherever they are and get everything over on trucks again?
let me say this: that bridge is a unique situation as far as the damage that's done. In most cases, if you would have hit a rail yard, section of track, um, even some of the connection points along the way, it takes hours. If they got it set up, and Russia has a large rail core to help get rail moving because they rely on rail. Most of those can be repaired within hours. Okay, I'm just going to be frank. Rail is difficult, although it's easy to take a train, and derail a train. It doesn't take long to reestablish the connection for the next train. It's you building sandcastles basically when you hit one. You tear it down, they'll build it right back up. So as far as the bridge, it's because of what they did to the superstructure of the bridge, possibly, that makes it a little bit more unique than anything across. And bridges are important points. If it's a concrete bridge, not so much, but if it's like a truss bridge, a steel bridge, and you can move it off the pillars, which takes a lot of force, you present a bigger problem. Wood structure bridges, they can probably engineer those pretty quick with an engineering corps that knows how to build bridges. So, but it'll just take a little bit longer than a few hours if it was in a stretch of track along the way.
So I'm kind of calculating that the Ukrainians are able to hit that bridge again. So if they are able to hit that bridge again and stop train traffic across that bridge for forever almost, because they're able to destroy it several times more, and the Russians will just have to get back to repairing. I'm calculating with that, and if you take that into the calculation and just go run with it, how would you adapt? Would you just run shorter train routes between the two cities and then see if you can continue, or if not, do trucks between them? Because today alone, I've seen that the Ukrainians have attacked 3 different rail intersections. One in the biggest one in the Zankoy between north on Crimea, on the next to the highway E105. To me, it seems almost impossible for the Russians to continue using the rail network as they've done.
But like I said, they have a engineering corps. They have a rail engineering corps. They're going to be able to do it. But if they're hitting it like they did in 3 separate places, that's 8 hours or so that they know that they don't have supplies running through that on that rail network at minimum. If it's a simple fix, if it's a more difficult fix, it may be 12 hours. So anything that increases that time benefits the troops on the ground being able to execute the war. So it's a game of, how long you want to take. How long do you want it to take for them to rebuild? How much supply is being held up because it can't get through? How much of that supply was lost because it got hit en route? So those are things that, the leaders in Ukraine, when they are designating targets, they're figuring out how long. They're figuring out a time frame. I guarantee you, they've already talked to the CEO of the railroad and said, "What do you think? How long would it take for this?" And they're calculating that into their battle plan. So, but there you go.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Abdullah, I'm gonna go to legally Abigail.
Hi there.
Since you had multiple questions, I'm gonna let her go first. All right. Go ahead,
Hi.
legally.
Hi, thank you. This is a two-parter. First of all, thanks for everything that you're doing. I really appreciate this. So I'm just curious about Ukrainian air defense. So we've been talking about how Ukraine needs the F-16s and so on, but I was pleasantly surprised and really happy to hear that they were able to intercept up to 50% of the missile attack. First question is, how was Ukraine able to do it without giving away OPSEC? But my second question is, when that happens, obviously that's good for the people in the destination, where the missile was destined, for example, Rivne Oblast. But is there a risk still of injury to people in the oblast, even when it has been intercepted? Like, are they still out of danger? I don't have a military background, so if you could just break that down for me for those two questions, I'd really appreciate it.
What goes up must come down. The thing that they will try to do is interdict it long before it gets to the populated areas. Looking, and that will all be based on, geometry and speeds and things of that nature of flight. When they notice it, when they recognize the flight pattern, which is easier to do with ballistic type munitions. However, loitering munitions and cruise missiles may take a little bit more in being able to interdict, because they technically do not move on a ballistic pattern. In other words, they can divert, go from, they have steering. If you saw the Iranian drones, if you saw that video, the drone came in, and then just before it hit the target, it actually rose up and took a nosedive. So it has some steering capacity on it, and so that kind of can mess with the being able to target it with another missile per se. Now, if the missile has a guidance where it's fixed on the target based on whatever the capabilities of that anti-air missile, that anti-aircraft or anti-missile type missile that they're using, then it's better. But being able to shoot them down before they get into the populated areas, that's what the aim is. If they don't, you will get shrapnel that falls below, and hopefully nobody gets hurt by it if they're in the clear and in a safe space.
Thank you. And the reason I was asked, I was just wondering, as a follow-up, I know some were intercepted headed towards Rivne Oblast. I'm just wondering if I'm being a bit specific, but have you heard any follow-up news about what's happened in that particular region of Ukraine? I'm asking because I have family there.
Ben, have you heard anything?
Nothing precise enough that I feel confident sharing with you at the moment, especially considering the level of interest you have. But if you want, send me a DM and I'll go digging a little bit.
I think it's worth saying that the chances of anybody being hit, despite the fact that there's 100 kilos of hot metal falling out of the sky, the chances of anyone being hit by it are vanishingly small. Most of the time, this is going to take place over open fields, and compared to the risk involved to everybody if the missile hits the ground and scatters the same 100 kilograms of shrapnel with the full force of the explosion, we're comparing drinking a bottle of whiskey versus having a low alcohol beer. I think it really is there are 3 or 4. It reduces the danger to the public by 3 or 4 orders of magnitude. That's not to say that anybody's about to start testing anti-aircraft missiles anywhere apart from on a military firing range, because it's not desirable to have this stuff raining down. But it really is a hugely reduced risk, and it would be extraordinarily unlucky for somebody to be hit, and certainly for sort of a car or anything like that to be hit by a fragment from one of these things.
Thank you very much. You can drop me down.
I see firing a missile is a major crime, and I see that we are on the context of third
Doctor,
war.
doctor,
Yes, yes, I
hold
see.
your fire. You got to
We
raise
must,
your hand. Hold your fire.
yes, yes,
Raise,
firing a missile
raise your hand.
major.
Mute your mic and raise your hand, and we'll get you in line.
Yes,
All right?
I see.
Because there's people ahead of you. All right, Anna, Clyde. Well, let me go to Abdullah, Anna, then Clyde. Sorry, Anna.
Sorry, I thought that I was the last one in the queue.
Nope, nope. I got Abdullah before you. I had him wait for um, Abigail there.
Hi, Daryl. Just a quick question. Do we know if the bridge in Crimea is back on operational wise for the Russians? And if it is, I think that should be one of the main aims. That should be one of the main targets, just to take it out in terms of limiting the logistics for the Russians in Kherson area, Kherson region. Thanks, Daryl.
I'm sorry, Abdullah, I didn't catch this.
I said, oh, sorry. Abdullah, like I was saying, we haven't gotten any updates on the bridge itself, other than the videos that came out today. Like I was explaining, it's going to take more than a few hours to get that bridge back up and running. Like they said, they had it running the next day. There's a lot of damage. Heat can do a lot of things to metal, and getting those cars out the way and all of that stuff took time. So I pretty much doubt with the weather and everything else that was going on. Okay, Anna.
We must end the war. This is good for all. World is destroyed now.
Go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, thanks. And good evening to anyone, and good morning to anyone. I don't think that the Kerch Bridge is actually open and functional. Considering that there was a lot of fuel burning and leaking from these cisterns, and considering that the fuel was leaking into the pile of the bridge, if you look into this picture, it was actually the fuel leaking onto the pile. As far I'm not sure about this, what the intel I've got, but they cannot. From what I know, they are not really capable of transferring the heavy equipment through the Kerch Bridge anymore, which is a good thing. Oh, thanks God.
Do you have information on that, or this is just what you're going by?
Well, I would say it like that. I'm very conscious with the information I'm getting, and if I'm saying something, not 100%, because sometimes obviously we are all humans, so we can be wrong. But from the specialist expertise I got, they are not capable of transfer the heavy equipment. They can go with the like public transport trains. They are lighter.
Yeah.
But if you are considering the heavy equipment shipment, the bridge can be can be not capable of hanging it. It's not that it has been confirmed. Of course, they can do it, but come on, what can Russians cannot do it? Even considering all of these construction to be collapsed. But what I've learned is the bridge is not capable of handling these heavy equipment echelons as it was before. So it's a kind of problem. This might be a problem for Russians. I'm not really like, I will not put my head on this, but considering what I saw on the fuel leaking through the pile, I could actually kind of considering believing it. The problem is, of course, the road bridge is broken. There is only one line, but blah blah blah. But the main point is for the rail echelons, because this is the main key of the supply chain for the Russian army. So this is something what they are relying on. If this has been broken, even for 2-3 months, I would say let's wait. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Anna. Yeah, it's like I said, it's going to take a minute for them to get it back up. There is a way to get it back up that I discussed offline with some other folks, but it's not going to be something that takes just a couple of hours to do. So, all right, I'm going to keep rolling here. Clyde, go ahead.
So the Russians tonight are shelling or bombing cities with these this white phosphorus. I guess I'm hearing. So how extensive can this be? Is this an escalate? You know, how big of an escalation is this? How many civilians can? I mean, you know, but how much danger to how many civilians can they kill with this technique?
In a populated area, it can do a lot of damage to people in particular. When it touches the skin, it burns, and it will burn as long as it has oxygen, which means the oxygen that is within your skin cells, it will burn right through. It's nasty, but it is not considered a chemical, as in CBRN, by most nations. It's not considered a CBRN because it can be used for other things. It's just not very nice to use in populated areas. But it just presents the desperation that they have now gone to, is what that means, is that they're digging deep into their nasty tricks that they want to play in this situation. But the one thing about it, it will settle. If it rains, if it's dissipated in such a way that it can get down and swept away, it won't last terribly long, but it's not something you want to go around stepping in either. So it's going to present a mess, is really what it's going to do.
Okay, the post I saw said that they were basically burning the city down with it. It starts with an N, and it just showed. It said incendiary shells, and then white phosphorus, and then they showed a picture of it looked like you know.
Okay, then that's not white phosphorus. That's a thermite type munition.
Well, they said both. They said they were using both in this one city, and so I just didn't know.
It kind of looks, the thermite almost looks the same because it burns white hot, where phosphorus doesn't burn per se. It's more of a powdery gas just looking thing. But the thermites, you can see those glowing as they drop to the ground, and where they land, it burns. It's like molten hot metal. It's used in a welding technique. They use it to fuse metal together, and that tells you how hot it is. It's a chemical type fire.
Great. Anyway, thank you.
No problem, Clyde. But thank you for that information. I'll look and see if I can find the name of that city though.
It's called Nikopol, and apparently they're firing from the nuclear power plant. So they're using that as cover, and they're firing to that city. If this poster is to be believed, and there's a video of all this raining down. This looks like lights, mushrooms in reverse raining down on the city.
Yeah, I've seen them when they've used it. So yeah, I'll keep checking and I'll look for it, and I'll get back to you, or I'll let everybody know when we find something here. But right now we don't have any information on it. Good evening, Bloke. You've been up there for a minute.
Hi, no problem. I was just curious because I had read about the bridge, and I had read that they had only been getting light rail over the bridge and no heavy rail, which would mean effectively no heavy supplies have come in since the strike. So for 4 days, there were no supplies going over rail. It was just light rail, passenger rail that they moved across. And I don't even know how much of that there is. So I was just wondering if you had confirmation of that. And if so, that means that the bridges, because it's not like they're risk averse, right? They don't tend to care very much about risks to their people. So I'm curious if you'd heard, if you have confirmation of that, because that would be a good thing. That means that the supplies are being cut off, and it'll be good for the Ukrainians in the Kherson offensive.
That's exactly what Hannah just brought up here. What she was saying is that she heard it that they were using it for light rail only. I guess they found out that it did damage that superstructure, and so they're being very cautious about the weight they get across it right now.
You see the picture of the melted rail, Daryl?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've only seen rail like that in several other instances, and it didn't have to do with fire, but basically an engine turning its wheels, and it just sliding on, and the wheels just digging into the rail. That's the only other time I've seen rail in that formation. However, that rail melted underneath. The web of the rail just kind of folded down, bent in. So it was a pretty hot fire, and that's why I said that superstructure had to have some damage. If it did that to the bearings, the wheels, and that rail.
Okay, yeah, I figured you knew a thing or two about rail, so I was wondering what your assessment was.
Yeah, it was FUBAR. Oh, let's see.
Okay, thank you, Daryl.
No problem. Ben, go ahead, man. You ain't got to raise your hand.
No. You're leading the charge. I just saw something which is answering a question that was asked a couple of nights ago. So I wanted to bring it to the attention of the listeners. The question that was asked was, what is the impact of the mobilization on the Russian economy? The implication being that labor could become scarce, and especially in some key places, and as a result, the economy could suffer. The production capacity of Russia could suffer. But that's theory. And what about in practice? Because Russia has a lot of buffer. There's a lot of people either not working or working way below the amount that they could be working. So it's, you could argue that one could withdraw 300,000 people, even 500,000 people from the Russian economy, and the Russian economy not truly being affected because of that buffer. And it turns out that apparently so many teachers have been removed from Russian schools that a number of them have had to entirely redo their schedule, and some of them are actually considering closing classes because male teachers have either been mobilized or fled, or female teachers have fled with their husbands who have fled abroad, and as a result, the Russian education system seems to be in the grip of a lot of problems. Of course, the Russian education system is not directly related to the war effort, so that's only a partial win, but it's also a fairly important part of the economy and part of society, all the more because if absolutely nothing else, parents who go to work need their children being taken care of. And if they're not taken care of, you're going to start having, well, let's face it, mostly women having to stay home, as we saw during COVID. And as a result, a number of people who are working in important and directly crucial position for the war effort suddenly not going to work because they have to take care of their children. And so that's a first solid evidence. I'm calling it solid because it turns out that teachers' union in Russia has raised the alarm with the government. So this is serious. They wouldn't be doing it otherwise. So we can hope that the education system is not the only one affected, and that as a whole, the Russian economy is having some serious problem. So that was the answer, belated answer to a question of a listener a few days back. Daryl, all yours.
So they have excess capacity to work.
No, they don't. That's the point. Whatever excess capacity they had, either they did not manage to target, or they didn't have that much, and as a result, some important segments of their economy are being affected by mobilization and lack of labor.
Gotcha. I gotcha. Y'all got that? Ben is my Russian market watcher. Timu, good evening.
Hi, good evening. So regarding the hypersonic missiles, the Kinzhal missiles, they are kind of same as the Iskander missiles, except that Iskander missiles are launched from the ground, and Kinzhal missiles are launched from the air. And there was estimated that there are just only 200 Iskander ballistic missiles left. So the ballistic missiles are harder to intercept, but at least they can be sometimes with certain systems, but there aren't that many ballistic or hypersonic missiles left. So I don't think there is that big worry that there would suddenly be some huge spam of ballistic missiles by Russia. So I think since some earlier speakers seem to have a worry that there would be ballistic or hypersonic missile spam, that's not likely. Their stockpiles are pretty low, I think.
Say that last piece again?
So I think there was a Ukraine intelligence estimate early September that their Iskander stockpile of Russia is under 200. So there shouldn't be that many ballistic missiles which are harder to intercept.
Gotcha. If everybody got that, what he's saying is that the hypersonics, which are launched from aircraft because they get the initial velocity from the aircraft, and then they once they leave the aircraft and the rocket takes over, that's how it gets to its hypersonic speed. From the ground, the Iskander is the equivalent. However, it does not have the speed as it would if it was being launched from the aircraft. It doesn't get that initial velocity. So, and there's only like 200 of those that estimated that are left available to the Russians to use, which means if they continue to use them, they will be going into the strategic stockpile. That was something I heard mentioned today, is that they were going into their strategic stockpile, and we don't know what that number is at this point. Nick, you got some. Prince, wait a minute. Go ahead, Prince.
Rusty was waiting before me, so let Rusty go and then I'll go. But mine, yeah, Rusty go.
Okay, go ahead, Rusty.
Okay, so I'm just gonna end the day on some good news from my view, and the fact that Russia, the Moscow stock market has hit really high low. They've actually reached levels of May 2008. In May 2008, there was a top point. I'm not a professional stock investor, but I just got to say there was a top point in May 2008, and exactly around these days, the Moscow stock exchange have hit the same amount that the stock exchange had in May 2008, and after that, the stock exchange fell in 2008, and then it came back to the same level in July 2016. So from 2016, the Russian stock exchange has almost always been higher than the level it is today. So they're actually surpassing. The stock exchange of Moscow is doing worse than July 2016. To me, that's extraordinary. They've almost gone backwards a decade, and I believe that the stock exchange will fall further because I believe the Russian society will crumble from all the sanctions and what they're doing to their own population due to mobilization.
Absolutely, and there's even a song about it. Your stock's on fire, da 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 da. Your stock's on fire. Sorry, that makes me very happy. Yeah, that's proof that that is probably, Daryl, avert your ears, but that is probably the greatest of Mr. Putin's failure, is that he was at the helm of the country for 22 years, and I can count on on one hand of Django Reinhardt the number of economic success he'd had. His mission was to transform the economy from a completely shambolic raw material exporter into something modern and productive, and all he managed to do is to make it somewhat less tremble-like. But his mission, which was to transform the destiny of Russia and to transform the economy of Russia, has completely failed. And this is what we're seeing at the moment. All the more because what we really need to understand is the fact that those stocks that are falling, they're mostly tied to the production of raw material, like oil, or the extraction of metal and things like that, or some sort of very heavy industry that is tied to said extraction. So even that sector, which should be shielded, is taking a massive hit. And if the value of those company has declined by 50, 60, 70% at times over the past year or so, that gives you an idea of what the rest of the economy must be doing. Today we learned that Nissan, the Japanese producer of cars, finally managed to find a way out. They will be selling their assets to the Russian state, which is very likely going to completely fail to produce anything, and so that's yet another foreign manufacturer leaving. So yeah, this is a catastrophe in so many ways, and the vice minister of finance today announced something that really made my day as well. He said that Russia needed more banks, and so for a second I was like, what does it mean, more banks? Like, that doesn't make sense when you're going through this sort of troubled water. What you want are big banks, a few big banks, because they're easier to handle and help, and they have the sort of resources to kickstart an economy. What you don't want is a number of very small banks with very light ties to the economy, to the communities that are completely unable to restart an economy. But he was calling for more small banks, and the interpretation for this is that the Russian banks are starting to really feel the pinch of the sanctions, and what they're hoping to do is to sort of jump the sanctions a little bit, like to create banks faster than the Europeans and the Americans can sanction them, and so the new bank won't be sanctioned as when it's created, so it will be able to trade. And by the time the Europeans and the Americans find that bank and sanction it, that said bank will be replaced by a new one, and then the cat and mouse game continues, which is absolutely hilarious, and means that Russia, the Russian trading system, because those are our banks that are they're commercial banks, they're there to trade. That system is totally collapsing, yeah, it's a pleasure to watch. And if it wasn't the terrible circumstances in Ukraine, it would be endlessly amusing. So yeah, that was my second rant about the economy. Daryl, please forgive me.
I'll think about it. Okay, you're forgiven. All right. Let's see. We got Knight. You jumped up. Oh, I'm sorry, Prince. You want to hold for Knight?
No, I want to go first. Sorry.
Okay. All right, go for it. Go ahead.
You woke me up. You woke me up. I was dozing while Ben was talking about the whatever it was. Anyway, I sent it to
you. Mean you fell asleep on me?
Yeah, I did. I dozed off a little bit there, Ben. You know. Oh, poor Ben. Somebody give him a hug. Anyway, what I wanted to say was that was what you were talking about with the white phosphorus was actually thermite, and thermite isn't good either, and it can cause burns and injury, from what I've learned. But that was, from what I understand, it was thermite, not phosphorus. I don't think we've had any confirmed phosphorus use that I've heard of so far, and it was at towards Nikopol, and it came from the area of the nuclear power plant that the Russians have been controlling. And then there's also very widespread air raid alerts right now throughout Ukraine again, which I think you have spoken about a little bit. But those were the couple little things I wanted to share, was the locations of where that was, and what I've gleaned it was, as far as between thermite and phosphorus. And yeah, I've seen multiple videos of it over the last couple of hours, so it's not good either way, but from what I understand, phosphorus is a lot worse than thermite, if I'm correct there, Daryl.
Well, it just, one, if you are not directly exposed to it, as far as the thermite, you got a good chance of, being okay, as long as you're not under any metal, because it will melt through. The white phosphorus, which is more of a cloud, a powdery cloud, so to speak, it burns on contact. And if you're inside, it will, and it drifts in and it gets on your skin, it could burn you, and it's the burn. So it's that's the difference. One can go, you have to be directly exposed. The other, you can be indirectly sheltered, and it would still get to you. So that was the difference, and that's what. And when he said it, and how he described it, that's why I said it was thermite, because of the way he described it, what he was saying on the video. So, but I thank you very much, Prince.
Yeah, I understand, and I know you made that differentiation further in, but it just, people freak out with the thermite, with the thermite and the phosphorus, and I know there's between the two of them. So anyway, I just wanted to point it out because I love you, man, and we are always trying to be extremely accurate, which you do a fabulous job of. I just wanted to make sure that got a little bit more clarified, if that makes sense. I appreciate you, Daryl. Thank you. I love you. And I love you, Ben. You didn't put, I was just joking.
See, Ben, you're getting love here. Hey, Ben. What time is it, Ben? Hello, Ben.
Time to go to work.
Yeah, you got a baby that you got to put to bed if it's not already in bed, and then you got to hit the bed, right? I came in a little early to help you because I know you had to go take care of little one. But if you're gonna hang out with me, I love you, bro. I love you.
I'm staying with you.
All right.
I'll put you to bed today.
Oh, you're gonna put? You're gonna be a long time. Me love you long time. All right, Knight. Let's go. Talk to me.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just kind of getting off of a day of a family function. What was going on with the thermite or white phosphorus on there? And yeah, white phosphorus that's some pretty nasty stuff. I've seen pictures of like what that'll do, and it'll like literally burn you down to the bone. It's horrific stuff. But also with Elon Musk, I'm sure this has came up today. Like, what exactly is going on with him and Starlink? Was he like throttling Starlink to try to slow down the Ukrainian offensive because of his stupid peace plan thing, or was that really just a technical issue, or the Russians were jamming it? I mean, what's the situation with that? Is that even like a secure thing anymore?
Okay, here is what the way it was explained in certain fronts is that because of where they are, they wanted to make sure that it remains secure in the battle space where they are, because they are moving at such a fast pace. If you want to think about it as a cone of operation, they're moving that cone had to move to these new areas. So it wasn't necessarily a throttling. It was just to make sure that it was safe for them and for the operation as they move forward. They had to actually get to, they got to reposition the satellite for that kind of stuff, the way they want to do it, and to maintain their integrity. You follow me with that?
Yes, I follow you. So
okay.
Yeah, I just
yeah.
I heard like the Ukrainians. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that he was throttling it and all of that kind of stuff, but it had more to do with making sure that it remained safe for them to use, and they just had to get the satellite repositioned for them to be able to use it.
Okay. Yeah, I was really concerned when the Ukrainians were complaining about Starlink outages, which it seems like that would have been a issue they would have anticipated going into it. So that it kind of struck me as they were surprised, or at least certain levels of their operation were surprised. So I'm a little. I wasn't up until this week. I wasn't at all suspicious of Elon Musk, but now that he's apparently been talking to Vladimir freaking Putin, I don't really know. I know he came out and he said the story wasn't accurate.
You're breaking up, Knight. Knight, you were breaking up there, but from what I can gather, right now it's all conjecture on that whole conversation with Putin and all of that. I don't think there's anything out there totally concrete. So until we know more. There was one story on it that supposedly, and it ran across like wildfire. I'll hold any judgment on it myself until something more concrete. It is verified, so to speak. We don't need to get in rumors, so to I know it came out as a story, but what's the sources? Where'd they get their information from? That type of thing needs to be prosecuted first.
Yeah, and we definitely need more information on it, because if that's true, then he's acting as a foreign agent, which would be a violation of the Logan Act here in the U.S. And then that has other implications.
You got to look at, we are not at war with Russia ourselves. As we've had other people talk to foreign leaders. If you remember Jesse Jackson, when he had the soldiers released back in the 80s. We've had other people talk to leaders when the country did not have favorable attitudes toward that country, and we had private citizens go in and speak and were able to do things. So I don't think we're at that level yet, because we are not directly at war with Russia, but it just seems odd and really, really is not something that people who support Ukraine would be looking for somebody like that to be doing. It just has bad optics.
Yeah, it has very bad optics. I mean, right now he's looking a lot like Dennis Rodman with satellites.
There you go. That's one of the other options I was going to speak about, was Dennis Rodman. But I just figured I'd go with the Jesse Jackson one because it came out more positively. Bionade.
Yeah, just wanted to point out a little bit about termite, because termite is also really, really bad. It burns up to 2,400 degrees Celsius, so you burn through little much basically everything what comes in your way, like like phosphorus. And the very bad point, which also is about phosphorus, you don't need any oxygen to keep the flame alive. The termite produces its own oxygen, so you can try to if you get termite on your skin or on your hand and you try to extinguish the fire with water or something, it will not work. So this is a really big problem. So let's please not relativate the use of termite. Thank you. I mean, it's not as bad as white phosphorus, absolutely, but it's really a bad thing. And if you think about the things how buildings are constructed in Ukraine, it's not all concrete and everything. If you have a wood roof or something, you're basically shelterless, and the termite will basically burn through your roof and burn through you.
That's right. And if it hits water, it'll probably explode if it hits water anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. It explodes. My dad works in construction for railways, and if they have to fuse together two rails, they used termite sometimes, and
They don't take the slag. They don't take the slag and throw it in the river, right? When they want to.
absolutely. You know what we're talking about, yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It'll blow. You wouldn't think of a hot piece of metal shattering in thousands of pieces when it hits water, but that's exactly what hot metal will do. But the thermite itself, because it's burning hot, it creates a little nasty explosion of its own, as the oxygen in the water and everything else just blows. All right. Thanks, Ben Ali. Victor, and then you, Troy.
I believe Troy was before me. I don't know.
All right. I'm not gonna let y'all fight about it. Go ahead, Troy.
You're very kind. Thank you. I do have a quick question. I've got some buddies. We were in Ukraine during the month of March, and we're from the States. A few of them are over there operating again, and I just need some information on Starlink. And I'm looking to they're requesting that I bring over a Starlink roaming. And so if anyone in the audience could DM me, and I'm just trying to determine if I need to buy the Starlink and put a domestic, my US address, and the roaming will work, or if I need to buy it and put a Ukrainian address for it to have roaming features there. So if anyone in the audience could help me with that information, there's nothing on YouTube. There's nothing about that, how to set it up correctly. Would really appreciate it. And that's all I got.
Troy, let me ask you a question. Have you checked with immigration to see if it's even going to be allowed? Just only because it would be going into a battle space.
You know, they're using Starlink over there currently.
Right. I know they're Starlink, but I mean, as far as you bringing one or getting one over there,
I'm not going to ask immigration that question. I'm just literally going to put it on my underneath and just get it over there. So
I mean, you go over there, they're going to be bringing in electronics into the country. That's why
I'm also bringing drones. So so far we've had success with the drones and no issue. But I mean, you're right. I could be doing something incorrect. Maybe someone in the listening audience could give me some more direction on that Starlink. It's a great question. Great question.
Yeah, because if somebody brings it in and say they are going to take it over to the opposite side, that's my thought, is that there would be some kind of controls on that. That's all. So, okay. Well, I wish you luck, and may your friends stay safe.
I appreciate it. If you don't mind, I'll just stay up maybe for 5 minutes and somebody can just DM me or answer my question and then step down. Thank you so much for this space and all the information it provides for everyone who's trying to, do something positive for Ukraine. It means a lot to a lot of us. Thank you, man.
All right,
Can I,
appreciate it, Troy. We thank you.
can
All
I
right,
just
Vic,
chip into this?
who's that?
Sorry, Bionara. Daryl, I just wanted to give a little advice to Troy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I would check with the Ukrainians, with the embassy or something like this before, because I'm pretty sure this kind of uplinks they have from Starlink is nothing you can access with the version of the commercial Starlink. They pretty sure have a special setup for the Ukrainian military and something like this. So maybe you find a good way to donate it to them in another way than like bringing it over directly or something like this. But I think they have a special setup and some special settings to access the satellites in special configuration and special encryption and something like this.
I'll definitely keep that in mind, and it's a request that I have from some of the guys who are already operating over there. So I just need to find out the details, and we'll figure it out. And this is how I find out. So thank you again.
All right. Okay, Victor, talk to me.
Hi, everybody. So I have a question. You talking about Elon Musk and Starlink stuff, and I know it's rumors. This guy Bremner said that Musk told him that he talked to Putin, and then I don't know, rumors, okay, but I don't know. I think it's a bit. I don't know what you think, but it's a bit risky to leave. In the hands of private, something as important as communications. I mean, sooner or later, your personal interests will come out to the fore. So, like, I mean, it means business. Elon Musk, it's business. The war now is not good for business. It's not good for the Chinese. They are complaining too. So that's why he tweeted about these new referendums. So that could have a ceasefire or something. And so I really don't trust him, and I'm not convinced about that official communication, SpaceX communication about that they stopped, they blocked the signal for the Russians not to use it, something like that. So I think it's a bit risky to have him. He already complained that he spent like 80 billion, I think, and it will end around 100 billion at the end of the year. Some it's paid by the government, other are crowdfunding. We don't know how much come from each other. Okay, that's it. Just I don't trust the guy. So, but my question is about the termites and also the phosphorus and all this, because of this Syrian guy not Syrian guy, the Russian guy from Syria that now is the commander in chief in the south area. And the guy is known for being in Syria and using all sort of carpet bombing and destroying cities and chemical weapons and stuff like that. Is it maybe, do you think this guy could go? I mean, I don't think the nuclear tactical bombs will come up. I think that's a red line even for Russians. I mean, the Russian cow still has a lot to milk, and nuclear it will destroy all business, all money that you still can milk from Russia. So, but I think they could try stuff like chemical weapons, or I don't know, the other forbidden weapons, because they are really now losing it. So I would like to know what you think about that.
As far as the nukes go, it's more of a danger to them. That's first of all. The phosphorus and thermite, which it's more likely it's not phosphorus. It's most likely thermite, because what happens, it flies down with white clouds after it, and that's what people see. And the first thought is white phosphorus, but if you see the little glowing floating embers, then you know it's thermite. Um, that's not considered a chemical um, in the uh, in the use of the. I mean, in the conventions, it is not considered a CBRN. So fair game, although it has other purposes, to use it as an anti-personnel is just bad optics, but it is not against the laws. All right. Um, yeah, I don't trust Elon either, but hey, um, it's been done before. There are other precedents. Like I said before, when I was explaining Jesse Jackson and Dennis Rodman was brought up. Other people have gone in to speak to foreign leaders to get things done, although not always successful. It has happened, and it could be, people have their own motives. For Jesse, it was politics. For Rodman, it was just him being Rodman. And for Elon, yeah, it could be money. So we're not going to say how concerned he is for Ukrainian lives. I'm not his maker, and I'm not in his bedroom, so I'm not going to raise conjecture on that. It's just like I said, it just looks very bad. Um, the story we can't confirm, so we're not even going to hold water to it. I am Siegfried. Um, you had a hot mic there. I'll put you on mute. If I hear a hot mic out of you anymore, I will drop you, just so you know. I hope that was a mistake. Okay? So, June Fan, go ahead.
I think Scrib was first, real quick. Let me go.
Yeah, go ahead, Scribe, then.
Okay, to Troy, who was asking about the Starlink, you can buy the private version of the Starlink, but it will cost extra, like I think $50 more to buy the mobile version. On the thing is, you may want to go through the Ukrainian embassy and Starlink to get the go ahead to get to Ukraine. If you can go through those channels, I would highly recommend it. So you're on the clear. Another thing with Starlink, how it functions is that it's a cluster of satellites in orbit, and so with how fast Ukraine is moving along the front lines, they have to kind of like reorient the coverage area to cover the areas that is okay for them to do. Like how you guys have said, they have to be careful of the Russians not getting a hold of the technology or the signal, so they can use it and potentially decode it for their nefarious purposes. And that's pretty much it as well.
Hey, I appreciate that, Scribe. You work in that industry, or you just got one?
I don't have one, but I am been a fan of SpaceX and Starship, and so I've been learning a lot about how Starlink works from the NASA spaceflight crew, and because they actually have one on site for their stuff, and so that's how they kind of tell it to the public.
All right. I just, we get the information. I just like to know where it's coming from sometimes. We don't want to put out disinfo.
Also, Troy, you can also go to the SpaceX's Starlink website to go through like the whole entire buying one and getting one. It will. Here's the problem though. You're going to be put on a wait time to get it because it costs $500 just for initial setup. Just to let you know.
All right. Let's see. I see Kobe jumped up into the panel here. Hey, evening, Kobe.
Good evening, Daryl. Good evening, Ben. Good evening to all of our dear listeners. I'm just eating dinner right here.
All right.
Daryl, pop back in line here, bud. We good?
Yeah, you good.
Hey, so just to be, I want to be a little bit balanced in just my comments, and I've been, pretty pleased with the way, that in a lot of ways where the West has responded. But you know, it really irritates me when I sit here and people are like, "Oh my gosh, we're gonna rush the NASAMS, we're gonna rush the Iris T's. Oh my God!" Well, you know, this is what they said after the mall got bombed. You know, and to a large extent, just to be fair, we have been totally reactionary.
Oh, hello. Oh, I guess Junfeng. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Edward, go ahead while we see what happened here.
Thanks, Tara. Yeah, I don't know whether this makes any sense, but I just had a kind of random thought because, you know, there's this petition up in the nest to get German, well, I don't know if it was just German, but some nuclear power stations kept open. And I just wondered whether we could start another petition to free the leopards, get that debated in the German parliament. But since I'm not German, I don't really know anything about the process, whether it makes any sense. So if there are any Germans still awake, perhaps they could comment.
It's oh, I got Bionades. Hold on. Let me get Bionade up.
And I'm
Go ahead,
disappointed that I'm disappointed Elon's not in your bedroom. He was in my bedroom earlier, only in my nightmares though.
Nah, he's not gonna be. Go ahead, Bionade.
just almost fallen asleep and heard something about Germany. Yeah, it's a hard case in Germany. You know, it's not France. Ben, are you here? Nah, he's not here. No, he's not here. So yeah, this.
Yeah. No, it was Edward had a question for you.
Friend. Ben, would you be so kind to point
Edward.
out to point out to Edward what's the difference between the French in protesting and the Germans in protesting?
Is that what you wanted, Edward?
I'm sure he knows that he's just teasing me.
Sorry, Edward, but it's yeah, a petition in Germany here. It's really, yeah. It's I mean the opposition with parts of the government made a request to the government to please release the leopards, and they said, "Oh yeah, nice, you voted all again, for it, and you're all for sending the leopards. But hey, I'm Olaf Scholz. I don't really care." So yeah, it's a nice gesture, but we can try it. I'm in it. Takes a few minutes, no problem, but it will not change anything, sadly.
As a British citizen, can I start the petition, or would it look better if it was a German?
Really, I will take the time tomorrow, Edward, and look into the process.
All right, y'all hashed it out now. Did y'all hash it out? All right. Good evening, Constantine. Kleinman. How are you, mate? Oh, but Constantine, you don't want to speak to me? Plowman, you don't want to speak to me? Oh, man. All right, I got Brian up. Come on, Brian, talk to me. Come in, Brian. You got a spot. Not too late to raise your hand. I already got you ready to go. Just unmute your mic. Okay, he must be a mute. He's giving me sign language or something here. I don't know. All right, Redstone.
Mic check.
Read your Lima Charlie.
Thank you.
Has there been any discussion on the air defense system that I think the IRIS-Ts? I've been off for a while, so I didn't know if you guys have discussed or talked about that at all.
Yep, they are in country as per the tweet that went out earlier from Ukrainian. Can't remember the name at the second, but yes, they are in country.
That was excellent. May I ask a question regarding that technology? If there's anybody who's proficient in air defense systems currently,
I may have somebody for that.
Kobe.
I got an out for that. Go ahead, Kobe.
I have a question. I've for some time wondered. I read a lot, but I'm ignorant to the specifics of obviously. So Iron Dome, I believe, has, I don't know if it's 16 or 20 missiles per system. Or I think it's more than what like an IRIS-T has, but they're different types of systems. I was always wondering, as this war has gone on, why, or I thought for some reason I thought that Ukraine could have perhaps have gotten maybe some Iron Dome systems. Again, I'm ignorant. I don't know what the logistics of that is. Maybe they have their own version of that. And if they do, because I know they have some air defense, does this IRIS-T supplement what they already have? And will it actually help them?
You're going to like and dislike your answer, but go ahead, Kobe.
So Iron Dome isn't really like one system. There's a lot of different components of the Iron Dome system. And Iron Dome is not the correct system for what Ukraine's needs are, because Iron Dome primarily is designed around intercepting unguided rockets, and Ukraine is getting hit by unguided rockets, but Iron Dome is optimized for covering Israel, which is a very small country, very densely populated small country, and they only have to worry about incoming projectiles primarily from two different directions: Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip, and then Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon and possibly Syria. So the threat spectrum that they're facing is very different, and they have optimized the system for that purpose. So it's not a system that would work for Ukraine, because Ukraine is a very big country and they have to cover off a lot of different territory. They both have to protect their cities, and they also need systems to protect their units on the front line of the battlefield. So Iron Dome would not work for Ukraine, and even if it did, Iron Dome likely would not be sent to Ukraine for a lot of complex legal and political reasons. And also, again, it's a very complicated system. It's a very advanced system. Can't learn it in a day. The systems that Ukraine is already being provided with, these take a considerable amount of period to train on, because again, they are very sophisticated, complicated systems. We've had people on the space before who have familiarity with some of these systems, like NASAMS, and they explain that basic proficiency takes like 6 months, and to be like fully qualified to like actually operate, it's like a year. So I'm sure that Ukrainian forces are getting a crash course, and they're trying to make sure that they can become proficient in the shortest amount period of time. But this is all very complicated, and nothing, it doesn't happen quickly to train on advanced air defense systems. So IRIS-T is a good system. It's a pretty modern system. It's one of the newer ones, the IRIS-T missile. Originally, it was conceived of being an air-to-air missile to replace the Sidewinder, but the Germans have developed ground launchers for it. So with the ground launchers, I think it's 4 missiles or maybe 8 missiles in a launcher. I forget off the top of my head. I'll throw a tweet into the nest in a second. It's similar to NASAMS, and the NASAMS system can actually fire the IRIS-T missile. So once Ukraine also receives NASAMS batteries from the United States, the IRIS-T missiles that Germany is providing can either be launched by the dedicated IRIS-T batteries, or they can be fired by NASAMS as well, which is a good thing. And these are capable medium-range air defense systems. So we're talking about 40 kilometers engagement range, 20 kilometers altitude. they can utilize a number of different radars. I don't know exactly which specific radar Germany is providing to Ukraine, but the radars that are going to be part of these launch, part of the whole launch complement or operating unit, we're talking like 200 kilometers, 300, maybe even 400 kilometers. So significant radar range, which is good. But they are medium range systems. So they're not a long range system. They're not a high altitude system. They are good for the current threats that Ukraine is facing. So Ukraine's currently being hit with a lot of cruise missiles and a lot of loitering munitions. This is a very good system for dealing with that. It's an advanced Western system. It's going to have probably better results than a lot of the legacy Soviet systems that Ukraine is using. But it is not a foolproof system. No air defense system is foolproof. No air defense network is foolproof. None of them will ever have 100% interception rate. It's just not feasible. But they can get pretty close, probably, at least for a lot of the different threats that Ukraine's facing. But we do have to be aware of limitations. It can't hit aircraft that are super high up. It's probably not going to have super great reliability against certain ballistic missiles, but we really don't know because most of these systems are not even combat tested. IRIS-T has never been in combat. Pretty sure NASAMS has never been in combat, as far as I know. This is first battlefield use. So, we know the specifications and what it's designed to do, and it'll be good, certainly better than anything that the Russians have produced in the same category. But it is untested, so we'll find out whether there's any issues in the field, but I expect it will help out a lot and provide much better air defenses for Ukraine wherever they decide to deploy it.
Thank you. And if I may ask one more question, is it comparable to a Patriot, or is this like a different family? Are those two separate type of systems?
Patriot is longer range, higher altitude, so not really comparable. IRIS-T is supposed to be the short to medium range component of the MEADS program, which is a joint European program that's supposed to supersede Patriot. So it's supposed to be a component of an integrated air defense network, but the PAC-2 and PAC-3 missiles are kind of in a different caliber to what IRIS-T and NASAMS and these other shorter to medium range systems do. Patriot is more focused around ballistic missile interception and higher altitude, longer range air defense.
Understood. Thank you very much.
All right. Appreciate that, Kobe. All right, Brian, I'm going to bring you up again. I hope you got something to say. All right, Brian, go for it. Brian Zoop. Going once. Brian, it's your time. I can't hear you.
Hello?
There you go.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you now.
Yes, with my regards to everybody. I want to greet the house, Ben, Darren, and the rest of everyone. I want to respect this time and then say, actually, IRIS-T and Starlinks, I really don't know how far I've gone with that, and then how really I'm into it and getting more information about it just now, just as Kobe, Ben, but I think that's what he was just saying, talking about how high it is and how not really into not really more of comebacks, wars, fights like Starlinks. Hello, you there? Hello.
Yeah, Brian, are you talking on a Bluetooth?
I'm kind of having some connection issues here, so I'm trying to get connected.
Are you wait a minute? Are you using a Bluetooth?
No,
Because
no,
if you
I'm
disconnect the Bluetooth, if you're
no.
not talking on the Bluetooth, it may be just where you are, but it just sounds really, really weird the way it's coming across here.
It's a
But go
Bluetooth.
ahead.
It's actually a Bluetooth, but I'm having some connections issues. I'm trying to make the connections very clear. Hello?
Well, just disconnect your Bluetooth off the phone and just talk right into the phone. It usually works. It usually works out better that way.
Okay, hold on. Let me try that.
Okay.
Oh, is it better now?
I can hear you a lot better now. Go for it.
Oh, okay. So what I was trying to say was that
Okay, we don't hear anything from you now.
It's not
being
Bluetooth. It's just got a bad
congested
connection.
to
Yeah, Brian, you're gonna have to move somewhere else to get a better connection.
Hello?
Hey, Kobe, can I ask you regarding the air defense systems? These NAMAS and the IRIS-T systems, what does that mean? Like one system supply? Is it a battery, or is it like a battalion, or is it just one launcher? What exactly do they mean when they say a system is supplied?
Yeah, so for IRIS-T, you need a launch unit, you need the radar, and then you need the command vehicle. I think I saw something earlier today about how many launchers they were going to receive. I don't remember off the top of my head. I have to go double check and see if we had that definitively confirmed. But that's the minimum you need to operate is just obviously the one launcher, you need the radar, and you need the command vehicle. And I think that there will be multiple launch vehicles being sent in this first batch. I don't know how many exactly, whether it's just gonna be like 2 or maybe up to 4. But I think they are getting more than one launch vehicle and maybe more than one radar as well. And a total of 4 like quote unquote systems have been pledged overall, is my understanding. So I will try and confirm exactly what the breakdown is going to be, how many radars and how many launch vehicles per system are going to be sent.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, Constantine, have you heard from your buddies as of late? They doing all right? They getting a little
Yeah.
relaxing? What they doing? Okay?
Yeah, talking was one of them right now. He owes me documents from our car deliveries, but they're so slow on making documents, and I'm bugging them endlessly. Go to the commander, give me the documents, make him sign the letters, but it's so slow. So yeah, I talk with them all the time. They are fine at the moment. Nothing. One of the guys had his sergeant wounded. He accidentally stepped on a booby trap and is in a hospital, but everything seems to be all right. Just like tissue damage and concussion, but no bone breaks, nothing serious.
All right. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. Glad to hear
Yeah,
it.
and they keep complaining that the weather is bad. It's raining once again, and they have this old truck, Hazel, that's like like a minivan, something like Ford E350 or 250, and it keeps getting stuck. So he complains that sent me a video with where they are. I don't know, knee deep in mud trying to pull out that van.
Hey, you ought to show them the picture of how they set up those 3-wheelers with the tracks. Maybe they need to do something like that to the truck
add a track on to the back of it where they can just shove on through, put skids on the front.
I imagine how much time that would take and money.
Hey, ingenuity. They're in Ukraine. Anything's possible. We just got to get them the tracks to go on it. If everybody knows what I'm talking about, people that have four wheelers, they have this thing where you can set them up to have tracks in the wintertime. So, and I was just talking about adding something like that onto his buddy's van for them to be able to get around in the mud and the muck right now. Let me go ahead and do this. It is now. Let me pull it up here. It is now 2018 in New York, 0318 in Kiev, 718 in Los Angeles, and 0118 in London. And I want everybody to understand that the reason why this space is here is because we support MriyaReport in its endeavor to get non-lethal aid to the troops on the front lines and to get other forms of other gear, including drones, tourniquets, first aid kits, and other things such as trucks for Malcolm Nance, and Ripley and Rip's group, and to try to help them get the gear that they need as well. And just to know that this is completely volunteer. It's a 501c organization. They are a verified, tax-free. The donations are tax-free, and one of the things that they do, they take pictures of the equipment that they buy. They show it en route, and they show it at the far end, and it's complete. Everything's verified. Uh, and I want you to know that any donation that you give to the organization, large or small, um, the money is pooled, and it goes to getting the things that they are requesting. It's not just stuff that people want to send. It is actually things that they are requesting, and that's really important because people want to send clothes and things and all manner of things, tourniquets and kits, first aid kits, things that don't necessarily uh, match what they need in the battle space, and they go by and they grab the correct items to send. It's no fuss and no worry on your part, but it allows them to get exactly what's needed. They have professionals. It's being run by former soldiers and current soldiers in the Canadian services that worked on Operation Unifier, and they had such a good rapport that they felt that they need to help their buddies out over there, and they formed this organization. And so it's been going since the early days of the war, and it's done a lot of good. And I just implore everybody, if you got the money, give to the organization. It's one of our favorite, but that's not to say there aren't others out there that are good. It's just the one that we prefer here. All right. So with that, I'm gonna go back to. Oh, I don't have any hands. What we? I don't have any language update, so I know everybody's expecting language. You tired of listening to me? I don't. Hey, I can only give so much. So I need you, if you have questions, to come on up, talk to me. Don't make me speak by myself. You want me to start singing? I'm not going to do it. But I do want you guys to come on up, and if you got questions about anything that's going on, and we get your questions answered best way we can, and we keep this whole platform rolling. Let's see, Kevin. Go ahead, Kobe. You don't have to raise your hand.
Just trying to be respectful of you, Daryl. You're doing an excellent job as always. So IRIS-T SLM, 8 missiles per launcher. I believe that there will be 3 launchers sent. Is what they're gonna call a battery, I guess, or a system. They're gonna have three launchers and then a radar to command, and then four are being sent total. So 4 times 3, 12 launchers times 8 missiles each. That's going to be the total number that Ukraine will receive under this first commitment. And the second one is supposed to come, I think, by the end of the year, and then 2 more coming sometime next year, is what the German government has currently promised.
All right. And for anybody that is a little interested, there is a post up in the nest of a IRIS-T system, showing you the components of the system up there. So just take a peruse that, if you will, and just kind of get familiar, because you may see some boom happening from it here in the near future. Not necessarily boom on their side, but some boom in the air where they are interdicting these missiles coming in. All right, Kevin, good evening.
Hey, good evening. So, quick question. With the tanks and the artillery that Ukraine recently captured from Russia, as Russian troops just fled, I know that they have to be like outfitted or checked by an engineer or whatever, but I guess my question is, without going into too much detail, is it the case that Ukraine could say, like, okay, this tank here, it's good to go. Hey guys, you want a tank? Yeah, sure. We have a crew, on standby to hop in. Or is it the case where the tank might have to go like back, I don't know, into what I've heard described as a second or third line, and then sort of reallocated out to a proper, I'm not sure the right term, but like brigade or military unit?
Well, as far as divvying up, not sure about the divvying them up, but I believe if they find a tank in operable condition on the battle space up on the forward positions, if they have the manpower, I believe they man it and go. As far as maintenance is concerned, yeah, they're going to probably go through a first echelon, second echelon maintenance to make sure that the tank is worthy of being either taken to the battlefront, or is it used for parts. Because we know that the Russians haven't quite kept up with theirs, so not everything is in primo shape. So they will have first and second echelons probably take look at it to make sure that it's not probably, let's say, first of all, you're gonna have folks make sure it's not booby trapped, mined, etc. And then you're gonna have people that actually come in, check it out, make sure it's ready to go, safe for them to use. But and what's probably going to happen once they get to older equipment, they're probably, unless they're in dire need of it, they're probably not going to take it on the battle space up front, because if you take an older equipment, you run the risk of either not having the parts to maintain it, and so you'd be stuck out there, or you're taking something that they really can't support on the battle space. And 3 men, 4 men in a tank that goes down, and they're on a march. Now you have 3-4 men that are stranded. They have to jump on another piece of equipment, and that presents a safety hazard all its own in the tank company, because there's only so much space for them in the tank. They'll have to be picked up by the infantry forces or the follow-on forces after that. So there will be, I'm pretty sure they're making judgment calls on equipment at that time before they move on.
Awesome. That's a very thorough answer. I do have a follow-up question, but it's related to equipment, and I'd be happy to let Donna go first.
No, you got the mic. It's your time, man. Go for it.
All right. So I saw recently that the U.S. sent 200 infantry fighting vehicles. I forgot what they're called. They're like anti-mine vehicles. I've never been in the military. Obviously, you know, I can watch the videos of, you know, the Ukrainians rolling up in the back of a pickup with a 50 cal, but like, other than, you know, clearly it's an advantage to be covered and protected in armor and be able to ride over mines and survive. But are there other tactical advantages to having, like, you know, a quasi tank, right, instead of a pickup truck? Does that let you gain ground easier or anything like that? I'm kind of curious about, like, as a soldier, how does that improve my experience?
Okay. The first thing is an armored vehicle provides you a initial level, I mean, a good first level of protection. If you are mounted and you are on the move, it's a great first level of protection, because once you dismount, you are at the mercy of small arms. The armored personnel carriers, the APCs, will provide you protection from small arms fire. So that's the big advantage of being mounted. The Hummers, which are not armored, but they do have some level of protection because they do have a kit that they put on them. They do provide a level of protection. Again, other than being unmounted, they do provide a level of protection of sorts from certain small arms fire. Um, I will tell you this: the Ukrainians are using the Hummer in ways that we have never thought they used in a frontline situation. They are actually attacking inside, using the Hummer as an attack platform, which it was really only designed to be a support. It was only supposed to have a supporting role, as maybe a machine gun, um, that's backing up infantry troops. But in the Ukrainian situation, they're actually using it. They will dismount the troops and they will attack with the Hummer in the forward position in some cases. So they're really using it well beyond what we thought we would be using it for. And then the difference between that and your Hilux, your Nissan or your Toyota SR5 or whatever you want to call it, over in that region, those offer zero protection because they are thin skinned. So they are really at the mercy of just being able to maneuver and have speed in what they're doing. So that's the difference between the three things that you're seeing in those videos.
That's an awesome explanation, Daryl. Thank you. And yeah, I would not want to be, you know, thinking that I'm in a secure position and then all of a sudden a bunch of Ukrainian Humvees roll up, because I'm sure that's what's happening. So anyways, if you guys have some extra funds, check out MriyaReport, and I'll hop down. Thanks for the space.
I appreciate it, Kevin. Craig, good evening, my man. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Craig. I got Donna coming up first. Hold on. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, Daryl. Yeah, I'm calling from work. I'm gonna have students in the room in a moment. I was having some internet connectivity problems, and you said you had time for questions. One of the things that someone was talking about, and I missed most of it because my internet went down about an hour ago, was they were talking about the number of teachers that had left Russia. They were having to close schools because they had left Russia with their families, things like that. So I was just wondering if someone, if they have time, can fill me in. If not, I can try and check out one of the recordings and see what I missed. Thanks.
Yeah, that was Ben. He was speaking about their economy and how their economy is faltering because of the lack of manpower and the fact that they are losing not only workers in the factories and things like that to the mobilization, but also teachers, and that in some cases kids are having to go home because there are no teachers in the school, or enough teachers to teach the kids. And this is Russia now we're speaking about, not Ukraine. This is Russia.
Yes. Yeah, it was Russia, because what I was thinking, like, if I and I wasn't sure if I'd gotten it all, is as much as Russia is evil and the enemy right now, the issue becomes you need to have a state that is functional at the end, because a state that is not functional when it is finally defeated at the end of this conflict is going to cause more problems. And by not having teachers, by not educating that next generation, you're going to create more problems to the future. And so it's not just a matter of Ukraine winning, it's a matter of what do you do with Russia after Ukraine has won. And I know the Ukrainians probably don't really care at this point, and I do not blame them at all. But in terms of world security, in terms of their security going into the future, having a completely failed state next to them for an extended period of time may cause more problems into the future. And so this is just something that's been going around in my head. I don't have a solution. I don't have, just thoughts that I'm having.
Okay, here's one thought though. These kids, what they are being taught is the same exact thing that we're dealing with now. If that system was to fail, we aren't really losing people that would be gaining anything that we would want them to, because they would only be learning the same attitudes, historical facts skewed to the view that the current generation has. It would take a complete leveling of that system, and actually having possibly foreign teachers come in and to teach things as they are and were, vice the ones that they have been taught, which I don't think that will go over well anyway, because there'll be a lot of resistance by older generations to anything that counters that information. So it's a conundrum. I hate to see kids being wasted like that, but at this point they are being wasted learning what they are learning, because they aren't learning values that we would hold, values and knowledge that we would hold sacred in our society. The basics on dealing in history, us having a common history. We may have two sides of the same battle, say the French, the English, and there are many battles they may see and call it different things, but they both can agree on what happened for that battle to fail. Who won the battle and why they won the battle. They would have some commonality in that knowledge. But for Russia, they will, from everything that we have learned of Russia, they would take it even a loss as a win. And that's not something you can't argue. It's going to be hard to fight a system that sees winning even in losses like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean, you've seen that. I've seen that in some of the conflicts in the Middle East, but you do have the examples of Germany after World War II, Japan after World War II, where you had systems put in place for the education that changed that direction as part of
But
the whole way that the countries were dealt with. So
but but I will say
it's
Germany and England, France, the U.S. We all share Western values, and that's something we do not share with the Russian Federation at this point. They do not share the same things that we do.
that as of right now, yes, I would absolutely agree with that. But in 1945, that was not the case in Germany. In 1945, that was not the case in Japan. And so there were systems put in place to make sure that there was an education system and that there were teachers, that there were laws in place about what was taught in the classrooms and how it was taught. So
but I just believe in this case, we will not have the same end. In Germany, the entire country was conquered. In this case, Ukraine has no intention of conquering Russia. So Russia will be intact within its own borders. And that's where the difference is. There will be no outside influence that's able to be exerted on Russia the same way as it was with Germany.
True. Thanks. I gotta go. I got students standing at my door and I gotta let them in.
All right. You have a good one. And
okay, cheers.
Right.
You can't talk about re-education in Nazi Germany right in front of me without me bringing it up. I mean, like, this is literally what I literally just finished my thesis on this for my master's. Like, this is literally what I just did. I can ton of stuff. You can't talk about this right in front of me. You can't do it. It's illegal. I will in reverse order. Donna, if you're interested, I can send you some stuff that's like American educational policy towards Nazi Germany, and then there's if you guys didn't know, really quickly, I have to stop myself because I will just keep going. Just this one thing, fun fact: UNESCO, the United World Heritage, the UN United World Heritage. Actually, I forgot the rest of the acronym. It was created by the Allies after winning World War II as a part of the system for re-education for Nazi Germany and Japan, and somewhat in Italy, but not as much because Italy never factors in these conversations, which is a whole other story. But just fun fact: just whenever you like the March of Dimes and all those, like, you know, not March of Dimes, that's something else. Any of those like fundraising things for UNESCO, just remember that was created by the Allies after World War II. The thing that I came up to talk about really quickly. Someone was mentioning what the Ukrainians do with captured Russian equipment. There was a Michael Kaufman does a podcast called War on the Rocks every so often. Well, it's warontherocks.com, and they have several podcasts. One of which, like the main podcast, is not hosted by Michael Kaufman, but he's like typically the usual person on there. He did that, and then also a YouTuber by the name of Perun has a video where he explains the breakdown of how the Ukrainians recover and repair vehicles. The biggest thing is that the Ukrainians don't have secondary or third level maintenance. I believe that's the correct term, or roughly. But Dale, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's like first level maintenance.
First, second echelon maintenance. Yeah.
There we go, echelon maintenance. Yeah, so the Ukrainians can do first echelon maintenance fairly well, obviously, because that's crew maintenance. Second echelon maintenance, they don't really have it as well. They have some of it, and then they do not have really any third echelon maintenance because, you know, as the last 2 days have shown, and earlier cruise missile strikes and ballistic missile strikes by Russia, Russia has targeted Ukrainian tank and other repair facilities. I remember earlier in the war, there was a video that the Ukrainians put out that was like showing off this like facility that was repairing captured vehicles, and the Russians hit it with a ballistic missile and just destroyed it. So what they do typically, so one of the problems that they have with logistics is that typically what will happen is that if a vehicle requires significant maintenance, a third echelon level maintenance, which is like you need like industrial maintenance on it. They will actually put it on a train and send it out into Poland or other countries to have it repaired there, and then it'll be sent back. That's the same thing that happens with the crabs, the Panzerhaubitzes, I think M777s as well. So a lot of that kind of higher level maintenance, because of the threat of Russian cruise missile and ballistic missile strikes, well, not ballistic missile, cruise missile strikes. The Ukrainians simply don't have they probably have some smaller facilities that can do it, but like for a full scale massive repair operation, they outsource a lot of that to neighbors who are more than happy to help them repair vehicles and give it back to them. That's just, I wanted to mention that.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, typically what I'd say third and fourth echelon maintenance, those are not done on the battle space. Those are taken, like you said, back to the rear in a lot of cases. And so it kind of fits in how we do it a little bit. They just may have like fifth echelon maintenance, which is complete breakdown of components. That's something that they may be outsourcing even to NATO members. They fly the part out, get it repaired, or fly one like it in and do a swap. That would be probably what they're doing, and for more detailed and more complex type repairs on, say, electronics, your site, and things that require some more tech savvy type maintenance.
Yeah, Dale, if you're interested, I'm sure that you might be interested. I'll see if I can figure out. I know, like I said, I know Perun, who's done some fantastic videos on YouTube about like the logistics and like economic side of the war, kind of big picture stuff. I never thought that an hour-long slideshow on YouTube would be so interesting, but it is. He has some good video. He has a video on that, and I know Kaufman's talked about it in a podcast I listened to. I'll see if I can find that stuff to you if you want me to send it over to you. One of the things that I think it was Kaufman was saying is that one of the issues the Ukrainians, so there's a couple things. One of the issues the Ukrainians have is they don't really have that rear. They do, but it's, as we've seen the last 2 days, and continue to see as the war continues, the Ukrainian rear is threatenable by the Russians. They can strike it if they can find out where there's a large facility repairing dozens of tanks or armored vehicles. The Russians will attack it. So that kind of like third echelon, so that kind of like the repairs that require like a significant industrial scale workshop are actually stuff's coming in through Poland, and then stuff's going out through Poland, and the stuff that's going out is in need of repairs, and it gets repaired either in like Poland, Czechia, or a couple other countries, and then gets sent back in. I also know that they were doing there was a report of some pretty cool stuff happening where Ukrainian mechanics were working with people providing NATO weapons. I don't remember which platform specifically. It might have actually been HIMARS, where the Ukrainian mechanic teams, because the HIMARS are so needed like every day on the front line, they don't have the time. They really don't want to have to send the HIMARS or the M270s back for maintenance. They were actually doing virtual consultations with NATO maintainers, getting using 3D printers and other machine to create the machine tools and to create the parts based, and then having conversations with maintainers outside of the country online, and basically having those maintainers send them blueprints to then 3D print, or to create molds to then create the machine tools to create the parts to repair the systems like in field, in situation, and then have the maintainers from outside, through the internet, because of course there's no NATO people there on the ground to help them repair it. So it has to be civilian or military. So it has to be just through the internet. So they were using internet connections to provide on the ground expert maintenance advice, and then also providing blueprints to help them 3D print the systems in order to repair. I believe this was for HIMARS. like on the field there because it's so needed. So it's an incredible. I'm sure there's going to be some really for a big dork like me, and when it comes to some of this stuff, there's gonna be probably some really interesting books in like several years about like how insane this entire logistics operation has been. But yeah,
All right, sorry.
if you're interested, I can find something to plug together.
All right, sorry to interrupt. I can to back up the team here. James Vasquez, get the speaker card. He's going to come on at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's James Vasquez, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. That is 43 minutes from now, 42 minutes from now. In 42 minutes, James Vasquez will join us from the comfort of his hotel room. He will be here to talk to us. He's back in the United States doing the good work of drumming up support for funds, I guess, for Ripley's Heroes to buy things to give to Ukrainians so they can send the Russians back where they belong. Where do they belong? Russia. Some people said hell, but right now it's about the same thing. So if you could retweet that, James Vasquez, MriyaReport, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, and yeah, I'm not sure if Ghost is in the background or if he's all around us. Sorry to interrupt you, and I will be back when James is back. I just got to prepare.
Hey,
okay.
You did it really fast. Just super quick. Would you put the tweet? Would you mind putting the tweet you want us to retweet in the carousel on the nest so it's easier to retweet?
100%. I'm just gonna get our fancy pants brainiacs in the back room there to put it up because they're gonna make a speaker card. Then if you could retweet that speaker card, that'd be super cool. Sound good?
100%.
Excelente. That's French and also Spanish and Italian.
And somewhat English too.
Yeah, without the E though at the end.
Sort of.
Bit of a.
All right.
Okay, so you got this, Daryl?
What I'll do is, Yehuda, we got language just texted that he won't be here at 10, but I will just have to push him back or
nope, because he can't.
One way or the other.
Yeah, he'll push him back a bit. James can only stay for half an hour, so it works out perfect.
Okay, cool beans.
Yeah, works out perfect. All right, so put on your party shoes. We're about to hear some truth bombs from James again. Daryl, I'll be back. Thanks.
Copy that. Here we go. All right, folks. I just got a message from Language for those that are looking for it and are going to be here with us. It's going to be at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. So just hang out. We're going to have God darn it, I just lost the name in my mouth. Yehuda just had it in here. He's going to be here. We're going to have a interview first, and then we're going to have James Vasquez. Yes, he's going to be here, and then we're going to have language learner right following afterwards. All right. So thank you very much, and we're going to go back to the hands. All right. Let's see. Luis, and then Trident. Good evening.
Thank you, Daryl. I read a post from Chuck Farrar just earlier today. It mentioned, I'll just kind of read through this real quick. Ukraine has cut the Highway 26 at Korlani, threatening Savatove. I'm sure I'm pronouncing this all wrong, but I think you guys know the area I'm talking about. And it says here, in response, Russian units have flattened their lines to maintain control over the vital P66 highway, north-south line of communication, etc. What question related to this is, what is the significance? I can kind of make some guesses or inferences myself, but what is the significance of if you're kind of defensive and you have to flatten your lines to protect a particular roadway and line of communication and supply, right? Can you guys speak to that?
Are you talking about where they're digging the Mangione line, the trench?
I don't know if they're digging a trench, but it just
No,
said
they are digging a trench. If it's the same article I was thinking about, I'll look and verify it. But they are actually digging a long trench,
Really?
just like in the battles of World War One.
Well, this one has a map. There's a map Chuck posted with it. It's his pinned tweet, Chuck Farrar. I think Ferrari. I'm probably not even saying his last name
Yeah,
right.
he's a friend of the space. He's a friend of the space.
Yeah.
Chuck's a friend of ours.
Yeah. So there's a map with it, and so I'm just wondering, like, if you have to flatten your lines, how bad are things? Basically, is kind of what I'm getting at there with my question.
Well, what it looks like is Russia is just trying to hold the line. They've made a determination. This is that hill they're going to die on, and they are going to man it, defend it with everything that they possibly want, what they have set out to defend it with. So,
well, may God bless the Ukrainian artillerymen, missilemen, and everybody, all the ammunition and everything that's going to be fired into those positions. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, if it's not the place that you're speaking of, they are building a trench. Like I said, I will verify if that trench is in the same location that Chuck mentioned, because I haven't seen the tweet that Chuck put out yet. I'll look at it here in a second. But yeah, they are built. They have a machine. They have a video of the machine blowing the dirt out as it digs the trench. Yes.
We'll see how effective that is.
I mean, if you're talking about, you trying to, man a line, that's the traditional way to do it. And, during the, since 2018 in the Donbass, that's, they had trenches on both sides of the, both sides had trenches as they were trading volleys back and forth. So it's not something that's totally foreign. If you look at early news reports back in the 19 and 20, the reporters were in trenches talking to the troops in Ukraine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just seems odd in a mechanized / fast moving battle like this that you have this go on. Now we kind of we expected it around Luhansk and Luhansk, the city of Luhansk and Donetsk, proper, because that's where the lines were. But at this point, it just seems weird. We'll go back.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm gonna have to jump out for a little bit, but I'll be back on. Thank you so much. Really
Hey,
appreciate it.
if you wait a second, we got Jason Giroux here. He may be able to help answer that question as well. I know he'll be able to answer that question. Good evening.
Hi, Daryl. Good evening. It is, Major Giroux. Hi, and I just wanted to respond, add on to yours there. So, deal fella, flattening their lines means that the Russians have realized that their defensive line has bulges in it. So you've got some troops forward, but if you move X amount of distance to the northwest or the southeast, some of those troops are a little far back. So what happens is those troops who are far forward, their flanks are now exposed, and the Ukrainians can come in from the flanks and attack them. So flattening the lines literally means they have to withdraw either their forces back so that they have one solid line and the Ukrainians can't flank them, or they have to move the troops that are back and move them forward to have the same effect. So in this particular case, when Chuck says that the units have flattened their lines, it means that the bulges in the line have been, those particular troops have withdrawn back so that they are now in one big extended line. with the other troops that were behind them, so that they don't present any open flanks. That's what flattening the lines means.
So they're reacting to the Ukrainians being on the offensive, having an initiative, so on and so forth.
Well, yes, in this particular case, what they're concerned is that the Ukrainians, because they're on the offensive, because there's these little bulges in the lines, if the Ukrainians get into these bulges and then turn left or right, to be able to attack those Russian defensive positions from the sides. The Russians can't have that, so that's why they have to flatten their lines, withdraw those positions back, so that the Ukrainians can't attack from the flanks. The Ukrainians can only attack from the front. So that's what flattening the lines means.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks, Ranger.
Yeah, no problem,
How are
Daryl.
you this
If you want, I'll drop back down. I just wanted to answer that question so that we were good to go.
All right. Trident.
Good evening, Daryl. Quick comment, and then a question. A comment on Elon Musk at risk of beating a dead horse. I just want to make the comment that I don't think there's any Machiavellian intent or evilness. I think that's an engineer, right, out of his swim lane. And maybe this has already been said, but this is a guy who's been trying to figure out whether a car should hit 2 children or 5 people walking on a sidewalk. And he's looking at this issue, which I don't think he should be in, I think as such. And so I think for me that somehow makes it not as bad as some Machiavellian Putin plot or some favor for Russia versus Ukraine. I just think that's an engineer out of his swim lane. I'll leave that there. And then on what's next, whether Russia decides to bleed this out for a year, 2 years, I think most people are coalescing around the fact that winning this war in any meaningful way is outside of the scope of Russia's capabilities without some egregious use of nuclear weapons. So what does this look like? I'm curious on. So now they go back to their borders. They're upset. Their economy's in a wreck. Their pride is hurt. It starts to look maybe a little bit about between World War I and World War II. I heard your guest talk about Germany. I see some parallels there. And can anyone speak to, or has anyone begun to think about what this looks like after? Thank you.
Great. You want to take a stab? Did you say hold for a minute? All right. Trident.
I'll field this. Yeah, this is something that has to be thought about, but at the same time, the biggest thing before us is just winning the war, and then planning for the future. We do have to consider it, but what the future looks like is going to depend on how the war exactly ends, and whether that's some sort of formal settlement or there's just a ceasefire. We really don't know how hostilities are going to cease once Ukraine is victorious in the field. So that's going to determine what a post-war Russia looks like. As far as the analogies with Germany in the 20s and the 30s, the difference is that Germany was and is still the natural economic power of Europe, and Russia just is not. They, in the best of times, are a bit of a basket case. They're a petro economy, essentially very heavily dependent on resource extraction. They're not a developed economy. They're not a true industrial power. So if there's concerns about Russia being able to rearm like Germany was when the Nazis came to power, that's a pretty low probability scenario. They would definitely not be able to do that in the same amount of time that Germany was, because they just don't have the same economic and industrial power. And so much of their arms industry is really in tatters, even though it hasn't physically been destroyed by bombing. But Russian technology has just performed so abysmally in this war. They're going to be hurting very badly for international customers, who were also another big source of revenue for the Russian state. So I'm not very concerned about Russian rearmament once the war is over, and them being able to rebuild a new military, because that would be a 20-year process, I think, at minimum. And Ukraine, after this war is over, is going to be rebuilt, and they're going to be admitted to NATO. And for those reasons, I'm not concerned about Russia coming back, and being able to do what Germany did. Certainly, Russia will remain a threat, but I think as long as we all stay the course, Ukraine will be in a good position to defend itself from any potential future aggression.
Good. Quick follow-up, because you mentioned the petrol and them being basically a large gas station. Do you envision a long-term sanctions regime against both gas? I hate the term the West, but for this time I'll use it. Purchases of gas in the West, or does everybody run right back to the tap? And then the same with computer chips and other things to have more smart missiles. Do you envision that being a longer term? Let's just pretend that they lose and they capitulate, and there's a nice little signing on a battleship. Do you envision the world keeping the clamps on that stuff so they can't reconstitute even smart weapons?
Sanctions are a tool in the toolbox to ensure that Russia, after the war, meets conditions that we would want them to meet. And I will say that if anybody in Europe, particularly, after this is over, rushes back to try and purchase Russian energy again in any significant quantity, they should be subject to sanctions by the United States, because it is not acceptable for Russia to be able to weaponize energy policy against us again. And even in their depleted state, it is allowing Germany to continue to buy significant quantities of any quantity of Russian energy, really, any quantity of Russian energy. Allowing Germany to buy Russian energy after this is over is like giving a drug addict that's trying to get clean, getting them hooked again on whatever they're taking. It's like giving crack to a crack addict, or meth to a meth addict who's trying to get clean. That's what that is. So it is not acceptable for Germany or other countries to start buying Russian energy again, because they will get addicted. They'll start with a small amount here or there, and then before we know it, Russia will be a major supplier of energy to Europe again, and they'll be in a position to extort Europe like they have been for the past 20 years.
Well said. Thank you. Let's hope they have the wherewithal to hold to that. Thanks again.
All right, I just wanted to let everybody know. Let me look and make sure it's there. I just shared the up to the nest, for James. The card for James is up in the nest, so that everybody knows about that one. If you would quote and retweet the space, get your friends here. He's a Rips hero. He is on the battlefront in Ukraine. He's home in the States right now, and he's doing a charity thing all around. And let's give him some support. Get folks in here, talk to him. Let's drum it up for him. He's an American hero. All right. Let's see. I brought some. Oh, Craig, go fill it. And
hey, Joe.
Hold on, Craig. Igor, you've been here in space, but you're not raising your hand. I'm going to call it in that. But please put your hand up for me so I can remember. All right, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know you went to me. I was literally walking into the elevator with my dog, so I lost connection to the space. I think the question was something about like historical analogies to what we might see in a post-defeat Russia. Something that I would think about that a bit. Obviously, like we had this conversation earlier today, obviously you're not going to see a 1945 style full occupation of Russia by Ukraine, like you saw in Germany or in Japan. Again, I keep going to bring this up. Italy is always a lot missing in these conversations, but that's a whole nother story. So what you're likely to see is a historical analogy you might want to see is like a negotiated peace, some sort of settlement. What I imagine is going to happen is you're going to want to avoid a 1917 Russia or 1918 Germany where the government fully collapses. This is not going to be, people aren't going to love this, but I think probably for global stability and safety, Putin surviving is probably the best move. Because if Russia falls apart, that's going to be a disaster. Russia has these things called nuclear weapons, which didn't exist 100 years ago. And a massive failed state Russia would be a really bad thing because of those nuclear weapons. Either if a revolution happens and something that's one that has fought the ultranationalists take power, that's a disaster. If Russia breaks up, they have to deal with a whole bunch of different little statelets, all with nuclear weapons. Not a great thing. There's concerns about who maybe like loose nukes getting out to other countries. So yeah, there's a whole host of problems. What you are probably going to see is a negotiated settlement. The West utilizing its economic ability, so NATO, EU, United States, some countries in Asia that aren't aligned with China, using their economic power to kind of force Russia to make concessions that they don't want to make, and then possibly the EU using its ability to say, hey, we can speed up your ascension to the EU, Ukraine, and we'll give you a lot more rebuilding funds if you take not everything you want from Russia. It's gonna be one of those. I think ideally it's going to be a peace where no one is totally happy. I mean, Putin's going to be the least happy because he's going to lose Crimea and the entire war. The Ukrainians aren't going to be totally happy because they're probably not going to get everything they want from Russia. But I honestly do think that Putin maintaining power, he's 70 years old, so for however long he can hold on to this mortal coil, is probably the best thing when it comes to global stability. That's kind of what I've been thinking about, like for historical analogies.
All right. Appreciate that, Craig. Triton, that answer your question? You got two answers that time. You're special.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for entertaining it.
Hey, we're about the information, and if you have the question, others have the question. So it's important. Either case, it's important. And that's just why, I just want to say thanks for all of y'all being out there, listening to us. It's not always about the boom, although everybody knows that we love it, but it's about Ukraine winning its freedom. And that's the most important thing about all this that we do, is understanding where it's going to lead to in the end, and that's Ukraine being victorious. All right? Okay, here we go. Hey, Michelle, how you doing?
Hey, Daryl, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. Here, I suppose. Holding it down. Kobe got his hands on my back, holding me up. I appreciate that. And Craig here, folks standing by.
That's great. That's great. Good. I was driving through the mountains this afternoon, so I was in and out of service, so I caught a little bit of what was being discussed, but not a lot.
Oh, Well, let's see. Do you want to wait for the language, or do you want to listen to my voice drone on about it?
Well, I think either would be good. And I heard that James is coming in about 20 minutes.
Yes, 9:30. And I got a little bit of an update. Language will be here at 10:15. He wanted to make sure his stuff was up to snuff, and so he delayed it about 15 minutes. So language will be here at 10:15 instead of 10 o'clock, which means that we got some good time with James to talk to him and see how everything's going. Everybody knows he likes to talk to us and tell us what's going on with him. All right. So
Yeah, that sounds like an exciting night. So thank you.
all right. Okay. Let's go to Bill.
Yes, I think that'd be a bad mistake on Putin if he decided to use a hydrogen bomb on Ukraine, because I think the Americans would pay Russia back by sending them one. And he knows we will do it. We would wipe out Russia just in a matter of a few seconds. So if Putin had any brains left in his freaking head, I think he would not use that bomb, because he knows what's going to happen if he does. That's my opinion. Because Biden has told Putin if he not to use it. I think NATO even told him not to use it, because he's going to wind up in deep crap. And like I said, I don't think he's going to use it, because he knows what's going to happen.
Here's the thing, Bill. He's laid so many lines down right now about this, that, and the other. People have started to come to the realization about his threat. Now, the nuclear threat is exactly that, because he knows what will happen. And let's God hope he is not that crazy, but he knows what will happen. He won't have a country to be over. So it's almost like, why? Okay, so we don't. It all it does is spread fear, and we don't want to give him any air with our people. So uh, we cut the chatter down about the nuke stuff, and we stick to what we have in front of us, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. And we're going to help Ukraine counter what he's doing right now, and they're doing a damn good job of it. But getting that Irish tea and the NASAMS, and hopefully they get some little kitty cats. Let the leopards feed, eat, and and then let's let him lose on the battlefield rather than taking the punk way out with some nuke. All right. We have Michelle. You got a clear space here. Nobody's raising their hand. You came up. They must be afraid of you.
I came up and everyone put down their hands.
Yeah, they're afraid of you. Not afraid. They're feared. They go into fear when you came up. So anyway, Igor, Jaeger, you didn't have your hand up, but I'm gonna call on you because you're here. You're hanging out with me.
Yeah. So you mentioned about trenches that Russia building on on Lugansk region, but I want to add that it's not trenches; it's more like fortification. It's anti-tanks trenches. So any tanks, any vehicle cannot pass the trenches. It's not just for people. So before 2018, 2020 on Donbass, it was just like trenches for troops, but right now it's like more serious stuff. basically Russia building border with Ukraine in the occupied territory. So it's like border. Yeah, it's more like World War One or Maginot Line in World War Two, something like that. So it will be really difficult to go in offense to Ukraine, to Ukrainian army. So it's not just the trenches.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with that machine?
Oh, okay. Can you repeat? Basically, something
Are you
interrupted.
familiar? Are you familiar with that machinery?
Yeah, which machinery? So basically, it's like tank, but it has special equipment to dig trenches. Yeah, but it's building trenches like 5 meters or 6 meters, so even 10 cannot pass it. So it's basically acts as a river, but without water. So, and it's also doing one side of the trench like really steepy, and the other too high because all the ground goes to one side. So it's not possible to cross this train, like this fortification. It's special stuff, and I don't know how Ukraine will go right now. Yeah, before Russia had just like some some trenches for troops, but now they fortification with a anti-tank wall, and they also build in some cones or pyramids, like special uh, concrete pyramids. Also, tanks cannot cross that, and any vehicle cannot cross. So they are basically doing wall between Ukrainian troops and Russians.
Okay, they're putting up an obstacle and a tank trap.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like a trap. Yeah, it's not tank will stuck in that trenches, and also that pyramids. It's also works like trap because it can destroy truck or something and can just stuck on that pyramid. So the only way right now it's HIMARSes. I think Ukraine needs 100 to 100 more HIMARSes, and Ukrainian army doesn't need to go anywhere. They need just destroy as much as possible Russian troops, especially now when Russia sends more and more. It will be easier to destroy them. And at some point, Russia will admit that for Russia it's easy to leave Ukraine than lose 1 million more men. Basically, this war will continue till Russia will not lose million people, million soldiers. This mobilized. So it basically 1 year approximately, maybe 2.
All right. Hey, that Eagle.
Yeah, I'm done. If somebody wanna ask something or like speak, yeah.
Are you a soldier?
No. Basically, I'm in United States. I'm working here and living for 7 years, but my entire family in Ukraine and basically fighting. So I have 2 brothers, father over there, and all my friends also over there.
Are they doing
Yeah, and right now they're doing well. So they're in south direction near Zaporizhia, and this front line is stable right now, so it's not so hot as other regions. For example, the hottest right now is Kherson region. And Zaporizhia city, it's really terrible. But before it was Kharkiv, it had constant shelling by Russian missiles. Basically, it's even not ballistic missiles, it's just anti-aircraft missiles. They have probably like 100,000 these missiles, and they are just utilizing them by shooting anywhere in the cities. That's why it's like they're destroying buildings, because that missiles is not ground to ground missiles. It's just like some anti-aircraft, and it's not designed to attack ground targets, but they are just shelling and destroying everything, like just randomly. They don't know where it will hit that missile. Yeah, and now we have one more city that has constant shelling. Zaporizhia, it's terrible what's happening over there right now.
I appreciate. Let me ask. How replied was like foodstuffs.
I'm sorry, something wrong. You're like, we are losing you. Can you repeat?
I'm gonna say. Got it.
Igor, I think you need to turn off you need to mute your mic when you're not speaking because it's causing some massive feedback.
We lost both Daryl and Igor for a sec, so they're both coming back up.
Yeah. This is something like I was disconnected from this channel. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask, or somebody else can speak.
Yeah, what I was asking you is how are they getting their foodstuffs? Their food.
Russians or Ukraine?
No, your family. Zaporizhia.
Oh, basically, Ukraine has it's agricultural country, and there are a lot of food. So there are no issue with the food at all. So there are no issues with the food. But right now they have issues with the electricity. So Russia shelling and destroying electro station, like energetically, and basically a lot of cities without electricity at all, even the most western cities.
And the water supply in Zaporizhia.
So sorry, can you repeat?
Your family's still in Zaporizhia, right?
Basically, my brother in the army, and yeah, he's located in Zaporizhia. His regiment located in Zaporizhia, but I'm originally from Dnipro, so my family in Dnipro, but mother and my brother's wife in Czechia, so they moved to Czechia, but father in Dnipro, he is in the medical service, so he's not on a front line. But my brother, yeah, he's in the Azov regiment, so basically he's volunteer, and he's in Zaporizhia, yes. But basically, what's happened, like for soldiers in Zaporizhia, more safe than for civilians, because like Russia just shelling everything, so they're not targeting soldiers in Zaporizhia or some military targets. They're just doing random shelling of Zaporizhia.
All right. Okay. Jaeger, I'm going to go ahead and go to some other hands here. If you would, I'm going to ask you to put your mic. Yeah, that's right. Keep that on mute. And I'm going to go to some hands here. And because we got James coming in here in about 3 minutes, I'm going to try to clear everybody's hand out before then if I can. So, folks, if anybody comes up before now, I'm going to have you hold your fire while we get James in here.
I have a very quick one.
Go ahead,
Go
Phil.
ahead, John.
Oh, John.
I saw some articles saying that Belarus had joined the war. It's obviously fake. But I checked with one soldier on Twitter, and he said they're very seriously fearing that they're going to open the front. Can any of the Ukrainians speak to this? Is this true at all?
You're talking about Belarus?
Yes, they're saying that imminently they're fearing an attack. It could happen anytime.
Who is saying this?
A very popular soldier on the front, Vladimir Demchenko, and I saw some random articles saying, they're about to attack or they have attacked. Well, those are not true. So I was just wondering from any Ukrainians if they've heard anything, if there's an imminent attack threatening in the very near future. That's all. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
I can answer this question, what I know about this. So basically, yeah, it's like it's possible that Belarus can attack, but it's really a small chance because situation and
I'm gonna
yeah,
ask
go.
you. We got here. He's
You're
coming in.
echoing like you're underwater.
Okay, can everybody hear me fine now?
Yeah, you're good right now.
All right. I want everybody to raise your hand. Clap your hands, and I want you to welcome James Vasquez here to the space. He is a soldier, a hero in the war in Ukraine. He is home on vacation, I guess, James.
Well, first of all, I want to correct you on two things. Number one, I'm not a hero. There's
come on now.
Listen, there's many heroes in Ukraine that listen, the heroes pay the ultimate price. There's a lot of good guys over there. I don't consider myself a hero. I consider myself a participant in something that happens to be a noble cause. All right, so I feel uncomfortable with that label, and I'll say that every day that anybody ever tries to accuse me of that. So, that being said, yes, I just got back to the United States, and it actually feels very weird to be here. I've kind of like adapted the Ukrainian way, and it's weird being in the States and not having anybody have like any type of connection to the cause, if that makes any sense.
It feels alien being back home.
It
The
really
music,
does.
the language. Yeah.
I mean, I'm literally watching the Yankee playoff game, and this is something that I would never be able to see over there. I'm watching TV that's in English. I'm talking to people in English, and without disrespecting the Ukrainians, I'm eating food that I actually enjoy. So that's a weird thing. But
just call them cravings. You're eating all your cravings.
yeah, I'm gonna fatten myself up over here for a few weeks before I go back. But yeah, it's God, it feels
How
good.
long are you in for?
Well, I'm gonna be here for about a month, and so whilst I don't know if you guys are aware of this, um, it's no secret that my buddy Victor got killed a couple weeks ago, and I just felt like I needed to go home and decompress for a little while, and that was a tremendous loss for me, one of many, but the biggest loss for me. And Rip Rawlings, Lieutenant Colonel Rip Rawlings, as always, him and I are the co-founders of our foundation, Materials. He was like, "Hey, listen, whilst you're going to be there, let's let's do a little fundraising tour, for the foundation. Let's get all these good people together. Let's try to raise some money." And I wasn't opposed to that whatsoever. And so we put together a little bit of a little tour. So I'm in Houston, and I'm gonna be doing an event in Houston on the 14th. I'm gonna be doing the event in Vegas on the 15th, which is it's gonna be tiring because it's like so close together, and the hours are close together. But then from there, I'll be going to Stamford, Connecticut. And then from there, I'll be on 21st, and from there, I'll be in Pittsburgh on the 22nd, and then I'll be in DC on the 29th. But in between that, we're gonna try to get back to the Helsinki Commission to still try to change these ITAR laws, and try to finish what we started. Obviously, we were trying to change the ITAR laws last time I was here back in the States, and we're going to try to get back to the Helsinki Commission and kind of like finish it up, and make it so that these guys can get the equipment that they need, and all the irregulated items that were Crimea era items that they can't get anymore, or should be getting, and try to sort that out. So, and then I think,
All right, so James, let me jump in there. It's
Yeah, go-
Yehuda. So listen, so welcome. Sorry, I had to do some homework actually, so I wasn't able to get on earlier. I do want to let the crowd know James is talking about legislation that the U.S. has in place that limits or prohibits or regulates rather how certain equipment leaves the United States for security reasons.
yeah,
And like,
you're right. I make it sound like everybody knows what we're talking about, so you're able to speak on that. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, so basically, what they're trying to do, like James and Rip, and by the way, the Maria Aid people, the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, the people that in this room, James, the people in this room actually raised money to fly an entire team from Ministry of Veterans Affairs in Ukraine to Washington. So Ukrainian Ministry of Veterans going to Washington. They land tomorrow in New York. The room was kind enough to raise funds for a hotel for them, and then we already raised the funds for their tickets, and they're going to a place with James. Actually, he doesn't know this. I just surprise. They're going to be going with you to the Helsinki Commission. So
That's
there are several.
That's outstanding. Yeah.
Yeah, that's people for that. That's how closely. So in the list of people that are coming, there are two colonels who fought in the 92nd. Actually, the deputy commanding officer of the 92nd from way back when, James. So some really cool cats are going to be with you. They're bringing their uniforms, including other stuff, and they're going to speak along with you. They're going to be the other Ukrainian voices in there, and the Helsinki Commission is a legislative body that's set up to. Is obviously related to the Magnitsky Act. It's set up to help. What is the Helsinki? What is the actual mandate? I don't even know the actual mandate, but I know what it does.
It's basically they're legislative lobbyists. So in other words,
But to the government.
They're law changers. So but bipartisan law changers. They're not there is no affiliation with any party. They're just, you know, whatever's a good law to change, they are all for it. So
And they focus on human rights and all
Yeah.
these other yeah. So we call them standing committees, I guess, or parliamentary committees in Canada. And I'm sure they have some term for it. Maybe our American friends could help me out here.
I think that's a good approach. Yeah.
Yeah. So not only are his with the unlikely duo of James and Rip, not only are they fighting and delivering stuff, they're actually trying to change the help the government change the laws to make the fight for Ukraine easier, and it's amazing work. So good on you, James. And I just wanted to interrupt and let everyone who doesn't know what ITAR and all that jazz is.
And just to let, this is not necessarily like news to me, but this is something that I've been told that possibly can happen. But you're just confirming it for me right now. I just didn't know that that was going to be able to come to fruition.
Yeah, no, it's a very good chance. They're taking these recommendations and testimony so they can, they go back to their parties, both of them, and say, hey, listen, we got to change this. Both us Republicans and them Democrats, or other way around, we agree on it, and boom, things get done. It's a very powerful committee in Washington, and we're glad that. Thank you because of this space.
So if you get enough guys in one room from all different factions, and they're all telling the same story and been in the same place, at some point you got to know that, this is not a lie. This is something that's actually happening. So, I mean, I think that's a powerful thing. Hearing it from, 7 different angles. So, yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. So,
that's when you were flying, Rip, and I talked about that when you were on the plane. So I was meaning to tell you, now's as good enough time as any. But yeah, it's going to be great. And sorry, go on. So yeah, I just let everyone know, because we want to let people know what you're up to, what you're doing. But she's not just a pretty face who fights. They're going to Washington to help change the world. So that's great. Thanks, James. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's listen, the schedule's gonna be put out there. I'm not gonna sit here on your guys' time and report everywhere I'm going and everything I'm gonna do. If anybody's interested, it's gonna be out there on Twitter, and it's we're still working out, some dates and stuff like that. But ultimately, my the end of my trip is gonna be in the UK. It was, it's kind of a reverse situation where I was going to go to the UK first and spread Victor's ashes over the sea with his wife on a helicopter, but she got caught up in all the bureaucracy that there is in Ukraine and all the paperwork that she has to fill out. So she's still trying to get over to the UK. So we kind of reversed it and said, hey, look, I got to go to the United States. This is my schedule. So, why don't I just swing by there on the way back? And we might even be doing some sort of event in Ukraine, in the UK. But I don't, I don't want to, make a big deal about UK, because it's more of an intimate thing. Whereas, there's going to be very few family and friends, jumping on a helicopter and spreading Victor's ashes over the sea, per his request. But I've been contacted by a lot of people that say, hey, well, why don't we do this while we're there? And I'm like, well, let's cross that bridge when we get there. And this is kind of something that's going to be, pretty, it's going to be the last leg of my journey with Victor, and it's going to be hard for me. But if people are willing to say, hey, look, let's utilize this as a tool to, make sure that, nobody forgets, and this stuff is still happening, and we can still donate and make sure that these guys are, still are able to fight like gentlemen. Then, why not? I mean, where's the bad news there? But to me, it's more of a intimate thing for me in the UK when I get there, and you know, it's been a real tough thing for me losing Victor. So, you know, coming to the States and doing all this stuff is, you know, it's a good way to take my mind off of things, relax for a minute, decompress, you know, raise some money, you know, for our cause, because, you know, this is what we've been doing from day one. And, you know, and then get right back into it, go back to the, you know, without saying shit, crap, even though I said about. So now I got a question for you guys, because you guys always have questions for me. Now I've been
August 24th.
I've been traveling for like the last 3 days, and you know, I honestly didn't find out that Kyiv got hit. You know, I think I talked to you guys briefly while I was in Polish custody the other day. And so you again, just landing yesterday, just trying to get a good sleep. I'm still like kind of in the dark of everything that has happened. So rather than you guys asking me questions, I'm going to ask you guys some questions for a second. I'm going to turn the tables. Can you guys give me intel on what has happened in Kyiv? And you know, I think Bucha got hit and stuff like that, and I haven't, like, you know, I literally have been you know, just kind of waking up. Just give me a rundown.
Yeah, for sure. I'll go through a rundown. So, in response to the Kerch special Dolphin Operation Naval Warfare, joking. In
I know.
response to the
I got the joke, actually.
yeah, Russia fired off almost $1 billion worth of so-called precision guided missiles. Now, they obviously aimed for the front where Ukrainian soldiers are, but they just happened to go to all the cities. So instead of trying to increase their military posture, they aimed for obviously major urban populations.
Yes, civilian territory. Yeah.
Obviously, and the amazing thing is, James, that 50% of them were shot down, some by handheld devices, and many of them were actually aimed right at like deeply densely populated parts, neighborhoods of Kyiv. They aimed for the Klipchak bridge, and they missed. They hit something like over 20 cities with at least 75 different types of precision guided missiles. And what it did, though, so it killed at least 20. And obviously it was a symbolic attack. It was terror. It wasn't a military. Some people said, "Oh, what's the benefits?" There's no benefit militarily. They know, yeah, they know where the Ukrainian military is, because they're getting destroyed by them in many areas. And so instead of firing at military targets, at least praying and hoping you get something if you're so smart, they just purposely aimed at civilians. They lied and said, and they tried to hit infrastructure as well, like electricity, relay stations and whatnot, power plants, and they failed. Thank God. There has been power in parts of Kyiv that just was restored. In fact, we had Matthew Van Dyke was supposed to be on today, but he didn't have a solid internet connection because of the electrical problems, so he postponed it till Thursday. So most of Ukraine is cleaned up. Unfortunately, there's 20 dead at least, but here's the rub, James, because their attempt to murder so many civilians was so evident. The Ukrainians can track, and they know, and the Americans trust them as to where these missiles were actually going. It actually it shocked Europe, because had the Ukrainians not had the ability to shoot down what they did shoot down, and that's not even with the best of the best air defense that they should be getting. Guess what? A lot of European countries, including Germany, said we're going to start delivering air defense, because we see that the Russians were actually trying to kill thousands. If in fact all of those missiles hit their targets, you're looking at around 5,000 Ukrainians dead. For what? For a section of a bridge?
And isn't that just too little, too late? I mean, at this point, but
you know what? But look, but if they're going to give, if they're, you know, there are actual serious discussions with creating, you know, quote unquote iron domes, not necessarily Patriot missile systems, but iron domes around Kyiv,
iron domes,
big major population centers, so that the Ukrainians don't have to live in fear of that terror anymore. The Germans just gave 16 self-propelled howitzers which was never in the cards for them. So a lot of things are happening because it's not the effect that people are shocked about, because thank God the Ukrainians, shot down 50% of it. It's the intent. The intent of what the Russians wanted to do is what shocked European leaders. So it's bringing them closer and closer. It's bringing those who don't want to commit too much to committing more and more. And eventually they'll get there. It was a strategic blunder by Putin. Some people estimate 350, some people estimate 750, $800 million of precision guided munitions lost, spent in one day. For what?
Well,
right?
you know what?
Killed 20
I was
people.
actually on with you guys last week after the, right after they blew up the bridge in Crimea. And the first thing I said is, I'm afraid that the byproduct of this is going to be that they're going to hit Kyiv. And, I hate to say that my prediction came into fruition, but, I don't think that's, it's not because I was the smartest guy in the room. It's because, we all knew that that's going to be something that was going to happen or potentially happen. So yeah, I mean, listen, they hit Kyiv, and hopefully the byproduct of this is, that people step up, and we do have better air defenses, and they're on their way, just like in the beginning when we needed javelins, and then javelins became howitzers, and howitzers became HIMARS, and everybody sees the need for these counteroffensives. uh, you know Unfortunately, there's going to be casualties because there's going to be better weapons because of casualties, and unfortunately, this is we have to deal with it on a daily basis over here. And when I say we, you know, I'm not just talking about soldiers out in the field that are fighting. I'm talking about civilians that are living their lives in sovereign areas that shouldn't have to worry about this. These are civilians, Kyiv and Lviv. I've been in Lviv and I've been Kyiv. I've even been Ternopil when it's got bombed. It seems like every time I'm in another region, it gets bombed, especially in the beginning. And
Or it's also a sign that the Russians are bombing every civilian center, right?
it's nonstop. So I mean, it hasn't happened in a while because I think they got hyper focused on it's mostly because the Ukrainian warriors that they are have been giving them such hell that they haven't been able to like really focus on these civilian areas. But listen, I was in Kyiv on two different occasions when Kyiv, I mean not Kyiv, Lviv. I was in Lviv in two different occasions, and Lviv had gotten bombed. This is in the very beginning. It's obviously things have switched. They've gone different ways. Since then, up until now. But also in Lviv, I've been in Lviv when it got bombed as well. I also was in Ternopil when there was like some goofy bombing because they were trying to hit like some sort of I don't know, railway station or power station or whatever. It's but this is all civilian populated areas. These aren't military uh, bases or anything like that. It's you know and what was the casualty rate over in Kyiv recently? I mean, how many people died?
In total across Ukraine on that day was 19 was the latest number I heard.
Well, that's
surprisingly
about
low
19
number.
too many. So
listen, 100%.
The fact that they dropped that type of artillery and that type of area, that I mean, you're talking about a highly populated area. And my understanding, it was in kind of like in the AM where people would be just bringing their kids to school and things of that nature. So the fact that it was only 20 is amazing. But that's or 19, but that's just 19 people too many. This is a civilian population. I can tell you right now, just being almost a resident of Kyiv whilst I'm going up and down range, I do have an apartment over there. And my understanding, without being there, because I had taken off the day before, one of those rockets hit about 600 yards away from where I actually have an apartment when I stay, where I stay when I'm in between, going down range and going back to the rear to bring gear up and down. And, now where I'm kind of, where I lay my head, when I come back from the front lines. So, I don't know what the damage or the destruction looks like yet. But I know it was danger close to me. And, and just knowing that area, and like how amazing the people. I mean, you're talking about in the what they call the presidential quarter over there. It's danger close to, just wonderful people who are just living their lives. I mean, there is no military outpost over there. There is nothing except civilian people just trying to relive their lives. When I first got to Kyiv, months ago, um, it was a barren area, just like Lviv and just like everywhere else. Everybody had, like completely left, and now it's just like a thriving little metropolis again. And people just seem to just be getting back to their lives. So this is a concentrated strike on a bunch of civilians. And when I say civilians, it's just like, just kind of like the cool crowd. If you walk around Kyiv in that area, on any given evening, it's just like, it's like walking through the village in Manhattan. It's just people living their life. So, you throw an airstrike over there, and you might as well throw an airstrike on Washington Square Park in Manhattan.
All right, no, 100%. I don't know if anyone has a question for you, James. James has a hard and fast in about 7 minutes. He needs to rest himself. So, Michelle or Colby, if you have anything for James, and James, and I have to pop off to do some of that other stuff that we were talking about earlier, and
Yeah,
just
no problem. But
a lot, yeah, with Rip. But anyway, so people have asked me about Poland. We tried helping him out. James James had a James took a call from a Polish intelligence official who James said, "It's okay, I've got this," and he hung up on him. So thanks, James. But he did get it in the end, right? So
yeah, everything's squared away. I'm in the United States. So everything's okay. That was a
well, the Polish guy ends up calling and saying, "Hey, I called, but he said he had it." I'm like, "Okay, I guess he has it." So,
yeah, that was
but
a
it
weird
was.
experience. I mean,
Sorry about that. I just gave your number, that's
no.
why. And I'm like, he's probably, why is this guy calling me?
I
And
think people don't know what we're talking about, but
oh, they do. No, they do. We were talking about it in the space while you were in jail. We're like, yeah, not here. He wasn't in jail.
well,
He
I
was
wouldn't. I
detained.
wouldn't exactly say I was in jail. I was in
No, you weren't in jail.
I was in a waiting room that I couldn't leave.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Let's just put it that way.
So we tried springing. We actually wanted him to take a tin cup and bang it on the bars and say, "Maria report made me do it," but it didn't work. So, but
Attica.
anyway, so Attica, let us out. So I said to James, I go, James, hold on. I know someone who knows someone. They're gonna call. And so he gets someone very high up calling, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm busy right now. I got this. Bye." And he hangs up. I don't know what happened. I wasn't on the call, but it was pretty funny.
No,
Goes, yeah,
I appreciate your help. I did get a lot of your friends calling me, and everybody
yeah.
was helpful. Boy, I'll tell you what though, these diplomats that picked me up, I mean, they were about 5 minutes short of me getting denied leaving the country, and they made it just in time. And you guys all pitched in. It's a long story that I will tell more detailed one day.
One day. But just so you know, like people are wondering, like this was history in the making. We were actually doing it on the phone live. I was getting off, talking to him. He was popping on. I'm still
Yeah.
here. I can't leave. And then, but believe it or not, James, a lot of people have been messaging you about that interaction, saying, "Can you tell us what happened?" I go, "I'll ask James." But anyways, we tried doing the needful at the end.
I'll
Good
tell you
diplomats
what.
picked him up.
I'll tell you what. Like literally, very soon, I will call you guys up, and I will I will tell the complete story on just that one day. Everything turned out well, but I'll tell you what, it's just one of a million crazy stories that I've had since I've been here.
Yeah.
So
And
You know,
one other thing before I go, listen, and then Constantine has a question from you. Constantine's our combat vet from Ukraine, living in the States right now and raising all sorts of funds for ear defenders for his
yeah,
old
yeah.
artillery brigade. But before then, we're going to release a very special production that James is somewhat the star of. And I want to say that to all of our video people at MriyaReport who burned their unseen heroes who have done one of the most amazing and brilliant video production, high quality production with our team, with Verlaine, with James, with our friends in Ukraine, and that trailer, and this isn't for a movie. We're not selling it, you know. We're just telling a story. We're storytellers. We're sharing the truth of Ukraine, and that's going to drop tomorrow. I have seen the trailer. Have you seen it, James?
I have
I know
no
you're
idea
in
what
it.
you're talking about.
You remember the video camera following you around, and you're walking in the park, and the razor
Oh
wire?
yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
That,
Yeah, I
yeah,
just did
that.
that recently with you guys. Yeah, yeah.
That's it. Well, it's done. It's gonna drop tomorrow. I'll send you the draft.
Oh, that's cool.
But
I mean, yeah,
yeah,
you had a
Mhm.
couple wonderful people following me around. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was
Yeah, and you got to see it, and it's going to be on the MriyaReport handle tomorrow. I'll drop it to you, James. You see it early because you're kind of the part of the show there, and it's so well done, Adrian, and all you cool cats. And I don't know all your names because I all know you by fake names on Signal chats. So you know Hercules 342 and
no,
Big
your people
Sally.
great. It's one of the very few things that I actually enjoyed doing, even though they took a, you know, I started getting a little frustrated at the end because it was like 4 hours. But
Well,
no,
they did it.
it
You should
cool.
see the
They were
production.
very
It's
nice.
great.
They
What
were
they
very
did
nice.
was fantastic, and thank you for being a part of it. And again, this is to raise awareness for what's happening in Ukraine. It's to show the human face of Ukrainians and foreign volunteers coming to help out. And nothing foreign about James anymore, but you know, kindred souls and spirits coming out to help. Please do look out for it on MriyaReport tomorrow. I'll send it to you, James. And I took up too much time. Let's do 5 more minutes here, James. We've got a couple of hands. And I'm gonna drop off, but you're just gonna leave after a couple questions. Do I need to come in and save you? Because I know you gotta go.
No. I think I have the guff to
Yeah,
say,
you're a tough guy.
but I appreciate it, buddy.
I'm here for it.
I
All right.
appreciate you being my parachute, but no,
Yeah,
I'm cool.
I'll be your battle buddy in this space.
Yeah.
All right. So Constantine, please do come back up. I don't know what happened to him. And we've got Balance. Who's next? Balance. Let's go to Leonard real quick and Balance.
Thank you, Yehuda. And welcome back again, James. It's always a big moment and somewhat of an emotional moment when you come back to this site. But I have a quick question for you. And it sort of flows directly out of what we saw happen today and yesterday in Kyiv. And it concerns the shall we say, the German attitude on Leopard 2s. And there's a big move afoot. I don't know if you've seen much of it, but certainly in Canada and now hopefully flowing into Germany, there's a significant campaign afoot to urge them to release the leopards, to let the leopards hunt in Ukraine ASAP. And I just wondered if 2 things. Firstly, if I don't know if you've actually seen the leopards in action, but
No, I haven't.
okay. Regardless, I'm sure you've had detailed experience seeing other tank action, and just do you have a comment as to how much of an improvement or what kind of a force expander that could be, force magnifier in the battle space in Ukraine?
Okay, first of all, I'm gonna claim ignorance on here. Are you talking about tank?
Yeah, he's not a tanker, Leonard. He's an infantryman. So
Oh, I understand that.
Do you feel comfortable answering that question, James?
No. I mean, I am a tanker, but
Oh shoot, you're a tanker. Never mind. My bad. You're actually a tanker.
There you go.
You zipper
Yeah,
ahead.
because it sounded like he was saying a leopard, but
Leopard
I know
2
what you're
is a
talking
German
about. I know you're talking about the German tank. All right. Listen, the easy answer to that is yeah, that would be more beneficial to listen. everybody says, hey, can the U.S. send over M1s? Well, let me tell you something about an M1. Knowing about M1s, intimately knowing about M1s, it takes a village in order to maintain, operate, and get an M1 out in the field. You have to literally have motor pools. You have to have a crew of guys who know what they're doing. These German tanks, are much more manageable, right? So they're much more easy. Okay, I'm going to give you my opinion. M1s have a jet engine. It's like literally a jet engine, right? It's a 80-ton vehicle that has jet engines. It's very hard to maintain. It's almost unmanageable if you don't have a crew of people who are just constantly giving it maintenance. So you're never going to be able to effectively over here have M1A1 Abram tanks or M1A2s. It's basically juxtaposed vehicles. Yes, those German tanks are much more manageable. They're much more user friendly. They use diesel. They don't have jet engines. You can fix them out in the field. Yes, it would be much more manageable if the Germans can send over those tanks, because you're just going to have a bunch of M1s sitting on the side doing nothing at some point if you don't have like literally a motor pool and a team of people maintaining them. And those German tanks are much more manageable and user friendly, and anybody can like drive them if they have 5 days of training. And not to downplay the technology of them. I mean, they're just great tanks that are easy to maintain, that can run through. And listen, by the way, the weight of the of those German tanks compared to the weight of the M1s are going to just literally tear up streets. They're gonna develop sinkholes. You're talking about tons. I mean, like, I don't remember the specs, but you can't drive down the street with an M1 without creating a hole. I mean, you need something a little bit more manageable. So yes, the levels will be much more manageable. Even though I would love to see M1s over here, because the performance of an M1 is amazing. I mean, listen, they got 120 millimeter cannons. You got the 50 cals. You got all kind of armor that cannot even be pierced by many weapons at all. I mean, there's 8 inches of reinforced steel versus whatever light armored machines are going to be. But it just doesn't make sense to have an M1 versus, one of these German tanks. I mean, these German tanks would be so beneficial over here. It's ridiculous. I hope I understood that question correctly.
James,
Yeah, that's perfect, James. Thank you.
James, you didn't tap those roads in Germany, did you? With those M1s?
No. I know. I was never in Germany. But M1s are like tremendously heavy. I mean, they're basically desert machines at this point. You don't want an M1 going down a regular road. First of all, these roads, they're just so heavy, even in this terrain over here. I mean, and there's a lot of swampland over here. It'll bury itself. You need something a little bit lighter on its feet, and you need something that's a little bit more low maintenance. And M1s are the opposite of that. They're very effective in the desert. Sand doesn't bother M1. Street, urban warfare is going to kill an M1.
All right. I think I'm gonna give Jonathan the last shot at you, James, and that way the floors be clear and you can do what you want. You want to hang out, or you can go do your thing.
It's your choice after that. Go ahead.
I'll take one more question, then I'm gonna boogie because I have I have some stuff to do in the morning, and I'll be honest with you, I just arrived in America and I'm still kind of like on Ukraine time, so you can only imagine, like, you know, my whole biological clock is pretty screwed up right now.
I'm with you. I'm with you. All right, Jonathan, go ahead.
James, Slava Ukraini. Quick question. I think you were saying Herion Slava.
I don't know. I'm trying to say this as best as I can.
Quick question for you, brother.
Go
I wanted to say I appreciate so much what you were doing. I followed you almost since day one on my old account, which got wiped out. Guys like you have inspired me to donate more and do more for the cause than I ever have done in my life. I work around military community back here. Used to work at Fort Meade, Maryland, if you know where that is.
Yes,
and brother, thank you for your service to not only to our country but to Ukraine. I'm amazed. I'm 44 years old, and a guy like you who's my age or older, you go out and do it.
God, I got 4 years on me. Trust me, and I feel it. I feel every bit of it.
Yeah, it's amazing, dude. So it's really cool to hear you and Yehuda talk. But I just wanted to ask you, after the war, do you still plan to live part of your life in Ukraine? And I think I heard you say you were going to do something with construction to help the Ukrainians rebuild. I'm interested because I want to do that someday. I want to go over there and help rebuild, maybe for a summer, maybe for a few months. So that was my question. Have a wonderful day and thank you.
Okay, to answer your question, yes, I have a construction management background. I've been building high-rise buildings for, I think I started in like 1998. So I've been doing it for over 24. I mean, at this point, probably like 25, 26 years. I'm a senior superintendent, building high-rise buildings built a lot of buildings in New York City, Boston, and even one in Connecticut where I lived. So yeah, it's kind of what I do. And so the only two things I've ever done in my life is been in the military and built high-rise buildings. So it's kind of like a ready-made thing for me to be over here. I mean, like, what do they need over here? They need soldiers and they need rebuilding. So so I think it's kind of a perfect fit for me to be here. Which, by the way, it just seems like so much more meaningful to do it over here than in the United States. And not not I don't want that to sound weird, like I'm like anti-states, but when you see so many people that need so much help, military wise and rebuilding wise, it just seems like it's more like a humanitarian effort. And you kind of just we're very spoiled in the United States. And listen, all right, so for instance, I just got to the States, and this is the first time, and I'm in Houston, and this is the first time that I've seen and heard tower cranes moving, and construction sites building, because there's so many buildings that were being built in Ukraine and are still barren. Like, nobody's working on anything. So it was so weird for me. I even said this to a friend of mine who I was with today. I'm like, it's so weird seeing a construction site actually being constructed, and hearing hammers, and and seeing things getting done, because I haven't seen it in so long. And it's what I do, and it's what I do for a living. And if you go to Kyiv, and if you go to surrounding areas, there's so many buildings that are half built, and so many tower cranes that are there being not utilized, that are like literally rotting away. It's just such a different world when you can say, hey, listen, I can make a difference over here. It's all these buildings that they're building over there that are half built are going to have to like completely, almost get redone. Based on, the rotting that there's been since the time that this war started, they're not even going to be able to, figure out, from an engineering standpoint, how to, how can we move forward? How can we make these buildings, keep building these buildings that have been rotting, because they're just halfway done. They're probably going to have to tear even existing buildings that they were building down and rebuild them, because you just can't have that sustainability with, weathering and rotting, for months and months and months upon months, without keep building these buildings and weatherproofing them and fireproofing them and all these, the steel is not going to be, it's not going to pass inspection. I mean, I don't know how they do things in Ukraine, and I hope they would, really look at that from an engineering standpoint. But yeah, I mean, it's I know I'm kind of meandering right now, but it's just what I see, and hopefully a lot of these buildings that they've been trying to build can like continue to be built. But I got a feeling that there's going to be a lot of tearing down of buildings, at least in the United States. From our standards, they would be, and I hope a lot of ways, that they would like really engineeringly wise make sure that, they don't just keep building these buildings that are been rotting out without having like serious, engineering inspections, because I think that's going to be a problem in the future as well. But yeah, that's my plan. I plan to, take my construction management background and, rebuild over there after the war is over. And, I'm going to be here for a long time, and I'm going to be back and forth in the United States. But I think, most of the time I'm going to be over in the Ukraine, and it's going to be helping these people rebuild. I mean, let's face it, I can spend the rest of my natural life over there rebuilding, and probably wouldn't even put a dent in it, and it's going to take, decades, from a standpoint of the destruction that's over there, like literally decades. It would far outlive me, and it's going to take a long time.
I'll follow you on that, brother, and my condolences to all your fallen friends. Seriously.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And I've lost a lot of friends over here, and that's probably, the most painful thing over here is, you just never know. Every day, could be your last. And I've seen, I've pulled more than my share of young men off the battlefield, and yeah, not a fun thing.
All right. Hey, James.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
we appreciate everything you've been doing here, bro. God, glory to the heroes, as they say. And we're just blessed to have you here amongst us. And wish you blessings on your travels next. All right.
Sure, man. It's my honor, and it's I always love talking to you guys, and it's while it's good to be in the United States again, it's weird, but I'm gonna go, hit several states, and go see a lot of people and try to have the best time I can. But you always have that in the back of your head, like, well, man, this is weird, because I'm in Houston now, and I'm just I'm like literally
Get you some of that Texas barbecue, man.
well, I'm gonna tell you something crazy, because right now this is the first day of the Houston. I didn't know that this was happening. This is the first day of the playoffs. Houston just had a big victory over here, a comeback from behind victory that was crazy against I don't remember who they played, but the weird thing is, it's like, being over here, it's like you just feel like nobody on, you're just coming from like a
They
like
don't understand you.
yeah, and it's not that I want anybody to understand me. It's just so weird seeing everybody so happy and like doing different. So
That's why they call it coming back to the world, because you're in the front, then you come back and it's like that's why they call it you come back to the world.
yeah, I'm used to like walking around with a uniform and guns and shit, and like nobody, people are just like move out the way, and like I'm over here, like people like just bumping into me, and I'm like get the fuck out of my way, and I'm like, what kind of shit is this? It's very weird. Everybody's like into the playoffs, and it's just such a different world. But you know what? It's cool because I understand that listen, we as Americans are just so far removed from this type of situation that the only people that really care and understand is like people who care and understand.
And people that have been if they've traveled overseas, in a lot of cases
I could probably go out in the street right now and like take my iPhone and do a survey and ask 40 people, what do you know about what's going on in Ukraine? And I bet you 35 of them will be like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but the Houston Astros are definitely going to win the World Series. That's just the type of situation I'm in right now. So that's my take on it. And that's why I feel weird about it. And it's kind of like one of those things that I just came from all this shit. Why are you all so happy? But there's nothing wrong with being happy. And there's nothing wrong with not knowing. But that's why I'm here, is to let people know what is going on. To show the people who don't know those. I want to turn those 35 into 10. And
you're the perfect voice, bro. You're the perfect voice.
Yeah,
James, and on that note, on that note, James really has to go. So, or at least that's what you told me, right, James? Are you?
Yes, I do, man, and I love talking to you guys. And by the way, not only do I love talking to you guys about hosting, but I've never had like a terrible question from all your listeners. So, I mean, you guys are just running like a solid thing over here. I tell you this every time, and I tell you every time I get off with you guys that, not only do I appreciate what you guys do, I appreciate your listeners, and I appreciate how, educated your listeners are on all this stuff. And sometimes your listeners know more than me, and you guys certainly have more intel than me sometimes because, obviously, being downrange, I get very little access to all this stuff. So I love when I get a chance to listen to you guys. I learn more from you guys than you learn from me. I trust I trust me there. So, thank you guys for doing what you're doing. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. For you guys to do this 24/7, have this type of dedication, keep people informed so well. And make sure that this thing stays alive and everybody knows that this is still happening is amazing to me. Said it again and again, but I'm gonna say it again. So thank you
so much.
Yeah, man. And
James.
I had a conversation with Joe earlier. I'm gonna be in Canada at some point. Meet up with Joe and some of you other guys. I love you guys and I love what you're doing. And thank you so much for having me on at any given time, as needed or as wanted or whatever, just give me that.
You're welcome. Anytime, brother. Thank you.
What I'd like to do, sooner or later is, and Rip and I have been talking about this for a while, just coordinating, me and Rip just, having the, being on the panel at the same time together because he's a lot more articulate than me, a lot smarter than me. So I always like when he's speaking with me.
There.
So
your mic's on.
Somebody laughing out there.
Yeah, Daryl's mic was hot.
All right, but I want to schedule like something with Rip and I together, because Rip is he has you know, I kind of have like the boots on the ground aspect of it. You know, Rip is a, you know, he's a, you know, very talented strategist, and you know, him and I work together very well. He's you know, he's the caviar, and I'm the meat and potatoes of this operation. So
Hey, nothing wrong with me and potatoes.
and all right, so you know, that would be great to
We'll
have
set it
a,
up. We'll set it up. Anytime, Rip,
yeah,
and you can do
certainly,
it
and
together,
very
we'll be here for you. And I know Rip said, James said to me, he said, I love being there, but sometimes when I got to sleep, I get stuck because I was so addicted to it. But he goes, whatever you do, get me off of this time. So that's, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news. I'm just trying to do what James asked. So thanks so much, James. I do
yeah.
appreciate it. Get some rest, brother.
I do need a rest, so you know, thank you guys for having me, and you know, thank you for the listeners, and all, you know, all your great questions, and all your compassion. I mean, this is just like too much for words sometimes. But all right, thank you guys. I appreciate being on any given time, and appreciate your hospitality.
Thanks, James. You're welcome.
All right, gentlemen. Good
All
night.
right, James.
I might just continue listening to you, so I might just be reading the mail. So, you know, that's what I do often.
Godspeed.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye,
Thank
gentlemen.
you. All right. Everyone, welcome to give a follow to James Vasquez if you live under a rock and you haven't been doing it yet. Great guy, dedicating his life to help Ukraine. Married up, connected with Rip Rawlings, Ripley's Heroes. They have a great operation. MriyaReport is going to be helping out with them, and they're going to share some space in Ukraine. MriyaReport and MriyaReport helped out with a really beautiful documentary trailer for what's going on in Ukraine with James in it. It's been a really good go. There's a lot of collaboration, a lot of supporting fires from a lot of different really cool people, and people who are committed, real people committed to really helping Ukraine, not not grandstanding. This is for Ukraine, and this is great. So I'm really proud of everyone, all the team here. You know, we're all equals on this team. We have a say. We work as a team. We're all volunteers, and on top of building a great internet information space, we have a huge crew of people behind the scenes that do all the speaker cards and the scheduling and calendars and Google Drives and Schmoogle Drives. Things I honestly I have to have people. I feel like the grandpa who just saw a computer for the first time around these people because they're so good at it, right? They're just, no, it's here, Yehuda, go here, go there, this is the click. And then we get these great speakers and we get these great Ukrainian voices. And then all of a sudden, someone says, you know what, there are 6 people on the team that are video producers and you know, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. And then we got someone who's a writer, and they write documentaries. And then, well, you know what, we started thinking, well, we got cameramen and women, we got people on the ground, we've got a story to tell, we've got the truth to share. Why don't we do a documentary, like a video? And we did, or I didn't, I was there for the ride, but our team did. And it's amazing. You're going to see it drop tomorrow. And I think this is it. This is what the EU top technocrat foreign diplomat said to the EU ambassadors today, because you're not doing enough to share, retweet. Those who call us enemies, the Russians and the Chinese, they're pushing this. They're pushing their own narrative of, you know, who cares about freedoms as long as you have food on the table and social security, then everything is great. Well, we don't have to accept that narrative. We can say you can have political freedoms and have a good life, and you need to retweet it. You need to talk about it. So I think, you know, all of us sitting in this room are proof of that. We are literally promoting the narrative of reality, the realistic narrative that you can have freedoms, you can live in a world where you can criticize your government and yet not worry about being murdered, and yet live in a fair and just society. Our society is perfect? For sure not. But I mean, come on. And you can't compare Orwellian China and dystopian Russia to how we live. We're not perfect, but we certainly are always trying to progress, whereas many forces are retrograde and are doing nothing of the sort. So thanks to people like James, thanks to everyone in this room, thanks to our guests that come and talk with us and share their knowledge. As you've heard it from James, he's not a man of many words, he might say, but he speaks from the heart, and he has a great time being here. We're going to try to get him in shorter snippets, ladies and gentlemen, because he does have to sleep. He has a lot of commitments, and so when he comes on, he could stay here for 3-4 hours, but often he can't really. So that's why I'm trying to be really respectful of his time. So I'm sorry for cutting off a bunch of people. It wasn't personal. It was actually something him and I had spoken about an hour before the call. Where he's like, I really just want to be able to do that and then go to bed super tired. If he wants to listen, if he's a masochist and wants to listen to my voice as he goes to sleep, that's on him. So thanks to James Vasquez. Give him a follow. Thanks to everyone. And I think Language Learner, you wanted to share some information with us as well. So I'm going to pop off for you guys, and we'll catch you later. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Yehuda. Hey, Language. Folks, Language is here to do his update. If you would, reach out, hit that share button, and say a few words, and invite folks to the space. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Language, and I just want to say good evening, and I thank everybody for being here. I'm going to check out here. I got my early mornings coming, and I'm turning it over. All right, later. Go ahead, Language.
Rest well. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. It's great to just listen to everything Mr. Vasquez says. Frankly, beyond that, if you guys would like to follow along for the evening, I do have the map as well as the text for tonight up top in the nest. It's the most recent tweet. If you first time joining us, there is a free app. It doesn't cost you anything. Literally just shows you what I am looking at on a Google map on my other phone. So I can't see your data. You can't see mine. I only steal a couple of dollars from your bank account when you use it, but it makes it a little easier so that way you can follow along directly. If you would like to do that, there's a link in the nest, or if you need a map code that will prompt you for tonight, and this is all lowercase, is 0C Charlie, A Alpha, 5M Mike, or all together 0CA5M. You would see a little box on the opening screen saying interlink. If you are brought to the right map, it may take a second for it to load. There's a little bit of a lag time, but you should be looking over Western Ukraine and over Belarus. So give folks, a couple moments to do that. And it's great to see Michelle, Craig, Colby, Joseph, all the fine, fantastic people here. Thank you guys so much. All right. Well, hopefully that's enough time for those who want to hop on. And because the map audio, the audio from the space is actually delayed by about 10 seconds, and the map is only delayed by about 5 seconds, it won't be entirely 100% in line with things, but I'm trying to work with that. So we'll move just a little bit slow when the map moves around. Otherwise, as per usual, we will start in the northwest around Belarus, proceed clockwise, and end with some general statements, including, not to bury the lead too much, but some pretty, there's some pretty accurate figures apparently on both Russian and Ukrainian estimates of killed and wounded so far in the war, which has been elusive. So it does highlight the disparity and the sheer losses that the Russians have taken in multiple sectors. But with that, let's begin. So this is the military update for October 11th, 2022, day 230 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in Belarus and proceeding clockwise, the Belarusian KGB stated that several hundred Ukrainians and other foreign nationals are being trained by Eastern European countries and the CIA themselves to invade Belarus, that any attack across the border will be met with deadly force. In case you didn't guess it, this is simply more posturing. The Belarusian government did come out today to clarify that the joint grouping of forces with Russia they had announced is defensive in nature with regard to these threats of invasion, in a way to seemingly walk back some of their claims, which have been misinterpreted by some as threatening an active assault in Ukraine. A large quantity of Belarusian military equipment was seen being transported to Russia by rail today, comprised of at least 20 tanks, 28 trucks with ammo, and 5 air defense systems, as well as several other train cars. There's rumblings of additional equipment being pulled out of Belarusian reserves in order to be sent to resupply Russian forces. In summary, Belarus does remain a launching point for Russian munitions, but it is incredibly unlikely they will involve themselves in military action against Ukraine directly. 32 of the Iranian-produced Shahed-136 suicide drones, which have been used in these salvos, were reportedly delivered to Belarus prior to the 10th, and another 8 are planned to be delivered by the 14th. Moving to Kyiv in western Ukraine, and if you're looking on the map, if you click on the icons there, it will give you a little bit more information. For instance, some are suicide drone strikes, some are missile strikes. Today, Russia launched another missile barrage along with suicide drones targeting Ukrainian infrastructure, although considerably less in number than yesterday. Russian forces launched 28 missiles, 16 of them being air-launched from bombers over the Caspian Sea, and 12 being sea-launched from submarines and naval vessels, of which 20 out of the 28 were intercepted, and 15 drones, of which reportedly many were shot down. The bulk of the missiles were fired from over the Caspian Sea, showing that Russia still does not have the quantity of long-range ground-fired missiles that they had at the beginning of the war. Over the last 48 hours, approximately 30% of Ukraine's energy infrastructure has been hit by missiles. The Russian Defense Ministry confirmed today it is actively targeting Ukrainian energy facilities. Vinnytsia and Lviv, in the west and southwest of Ukraine, specifically took damage to electrical infrastructure today, although repairs are ongoing and the bulk of the damage and blackouts have been recent. The response of the Ukrainian government's request yesterday to limit energy usage has been positive in the Kyiv region, dropping consumption by approximately 10% yesterday, which has helped with load balancing. Per Zelensky, Russia attempted to order 2,400 combat and suicide drones from Iran, although this is likely referring to a multi-year order as well as domestic production in Russia under a different name, rather than an existing quantity having already been delivered as one lump sum. If Russia had thousands of drones, we'd be seeing more of them actively used. Per the Ukraine defense minister, the German Iris-T air defense systems are already in Ukraine as of the last 12 hours, with 3 launchers and at least 24 missiles. There had already been footage earlier of what appeared to be this long-range German modern air defense system being driven in the direction of Ukraine from Germany. 4 additional HIMARS long-range rocket launchers are also in country, along with ammo, and the Ramstein meeting for tomorrow, which is a collection of Ukrainian allies supporting them, will likely discuss providing additional supplies and support in both long-range missiles as well as air defenses, given the events of the last 48 hours. Another exchange of Ukraine prisoners was held today, returning some 32 soldiers to Ukrainian territory. And more local news, hunting was banned in the Kyiv region, not just the city, but the areas around it. There's a couple reasons for it. One of them is there's still a lot of mines in the forest, and there's concerns of people stepping on them. Also, issues with a bunch of people running around with guns in the woods these days tends to make border patrol very wary. Police activity will be increased around Ukraine over the next several weeks in order to try and ferret out Russian infiltrators, as apparently those have become more and more of a concern. Moving to the east, to the Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv regions, Ukrainian officials congratulated an air defense soldier in the Chernihiv region along the border with Russia who allegedly shot down 2 Russian cruise missiles with a Stinger shoulder-fired launcher yesterday, a very impressive feat given the technical capabilities of each. And the Kharkiv police have announced a Telegram channel where Russian soldiers suspected of war crimes have their pictures and war crime allegations published in order to crowdsource evidence in the form of footage, testimonies, etc., from people in Kharkiv itself. Moving to the east, towards the Kupiansk-Svatove axis, Ukrainian troops near Dvorchna, along the east bank of the Oska River, continue to skirmish towards Talozanka to the northeast, and the extent of their movement is unclear as they shell back and forth with Russian troops. Ukrainian forces do continue to skirmish down the highway from Kupiansk to Svatove, but they have not yet apparently penetrated or, frankly, actively assaulted in heavy numbers the Russian defensive line erected across the highway itself. At this point, while we've seen skirmishes and a lot of artillery, we haven't seen the indications that Ukraine is necessarily trying to break through this line at this point. However, the Russians are trying to send increased recon and special forces teams into the area, with 2 Wagner recon/special forces groups located and killed along the front lines here today, attempting to infiltrate Ukrainian rail lines. Further to the northeast, a Ukrainian missile strike hit the Russian strongpoint of Troitsk, which is located a decent distance from the front lines and is one of the major Russian supply and logistics hubs in this region, coming out of Russia with the loss of Russian control over the Kupiansk highway. Moving down to the Kreminna-Rubizhne area and to the northeast of Liman. Reportedly, while Russian troops have attempted assault west of the P-66 highway, the one leading between Svatove in the north and Crimea in the south, and they've been shelling Ukrainian forces to the west, the claims that they had pushed all the way and taken Torsk and Dobrova and moved all the way back to Liman are entirely untrue, is the polite way of putting it. They're unfounded, and they're not going to happen given the disposition of Ukrainian forces in the area. Moving down to Seversk and Lysychansk. While shelling continues in the area, there is no major change on the ground here. Moving down to the Soledar and Bakhmut regions. As the same as yesterday, to the northeast of Bakhmut, Russian forces continue attempts to push towards the city via Soledar, but have been broadly repelled by artillery with no reported gains. In Soledar, they're really all located in what I believe is an industrial plant building area, and the Ukrainians have no real desire to push in there when they can just shell them every time they bring stuff in, and so the battle lines have not materially changed there. To the east of Bakhmut city itself, Russian troops, a number of them being Wagner Group mercenaries, people conscripted from Russian prisons, and Chechen Kadyrov units, have again continued to beat their head against the wall of the eastern urban defenses. Reportedly, 10 to 30 Russian soldiers die every day just sitting around, and double that number at least when they actively attempt to assault towards Bakhmut city, yet they continue to try and do so. And to the southeast of Bakhmut city, we continue to see Russian movement from the recently captured towns of Zaitsev and Vesela Dolina towards the south and southeast of Bakhmut city, but as of yet, there is no indication that Russian forces are physically inside the town. What it appears is that Russian forces are both trying to maneuver up the southern highway, where there's some video footage emerging from there. It's a blasted, it looks closer to the surface of the moon from all the shelling along the southern approach to Bakhmut than anything else, just craters for quite literally miles. To the southeast of Bakhmut, before you hit the city and the area that the Russians are trying to attack via, it is similarly a lot of fields, so they still have several kilometers before they're actually in anything remotely resembling a suburban area. Should they be able to enter into a suburban, much less an urban area, there are incredibly well-constructed urban defenses by people who have fought everywhere from Popasna to Severodonetsk and beyond, and this will be a bear of a time should Russian forces continue to try and run into the city. A meat grinder in the truest sense of the word. Regarding the Donetsk direction, situation remains just about as regular. Shelling continues, although less than yesterday, and Russian forces continue to push down around the southwest of Avdiivka near Pisky, although without major demonstrable change. Briefly touching on Mariupol, the bodies of 62 Ukrainian soldiers, including some of those who had been killed in the Russian terrorist attack at the Olenivka prison camp, were returned to Ukrainian authorities today. Along Zaporizhzhia and the southern axis, heavy shelling continues along the southern front, with Russian forces randomly shelling into Zaporizhzhia and the villages around it, killing some 7 people and wounding 7 more. While before, it's reported that at least this shelling made some kind of sense, now it's literally just firing randomly, at least based on reports from people on the ground. Ukrainian shelling, on the other hand, a little bit more targeted, destroying a Russian anti-air missile system, one of the S-300s, which has also been used for firing rockets into civilian infrastructure. And Ukrainian long-range missile strikes hit Russian positions at their collection points near Tokmak and Melitopol. The deputy general director for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was kidnapped today by Russian forces, and his status is unknown. This is identical to the general director who was kidnapped, held for several days, and released into Ukrainian territory while being forcibly ousted from his position at the start of this month. there is increasing pressure and harassment being carried out by Russian forces on Ukrainian plant staff at the nuclear power plant. However, despite Russian claims that they were able to connect the nuclear power plant to the Russian power grid, this is thus far a lie, and the only power line remains a 750 kilovolt line, which has been recently repaired. The 6 reactors are currently shut down in a cold state and are not, as far as I can tell, actively engaged in fission reactions. Moving to Kherson and points to the west. There were 9 Ukrainian airstrikes over the last 24 hours and 6 Russian airstrikes. Ukraine launched over 300 artillery missions today and eliminated some 23 Russian soldiers, 3 armored vehicles, 2 artillery guns, 2 ammo depots, as well as shooting down a suicide drone. To the northwest of Kherson City, shelling continues without observed changes on the ground. Immediately to the northeast of Kherson, across the Inhulets River on the main highway, the M14, passing through the town of Derivka, Russian forces have been seen repairing pontoon bridges previously destroyed numerous times by Ukrainian strikes. This is unlikely to be a long-term fix, given that the previous ones have been destroyed numerous times. It does, however, indicate that Russian forces are having issues with supplying across the Inhulets River to and from Kherson, as if they had alternative routes to use, they probably wouldn't use the same ones in the same spots, getting hit by the same missiles. Further to the north, near the Russian strongpoint of Snihorivka, Ukrainian shelling continues, and there's no observed change on the ground. Closer to the Vidi, and this is information that's been publicly released by the Ukrainian government, so I'm not first to report it. A Russian mechanized platoon with tank support attempted an assault from their base just southeast of the recently recaptured city near Ishenka towards Ukraine positions around the Vidi. There is a forest belt about 4 or 5 kilometers northwest of Ishenka, which is, per the Ukrainian government, apparently where a number of their forces are currently. This attack by Russian forces was repelled, but it does indicate that Ukrainian forces are currently unwilling or unable to cross the 4 kilometers of open fields towards the Russian strongpoint here, although the Russian strongpoint continues to be shelled, so I doubt this is going to be a permanent arrangement. And otherwise, along the northeast front here, Ukrainian troops continue to consolidate their gains taken in the lightning offensive last week and exchange shelling with Russian troops along the Russian defensive line from Milov near the river line to Bruskinsk. Ukrainian shelling continues to range as far south as Berislav and targeting other Russian critical nodes. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea. Reportedly in the Black Sea, there are 2 combat ships with about 16 missiles available for use deployed off the coast of Crimea as heavy storms continue in the region. It appears that whatever ships were used to fire the cruise missiles earlier today left the harbor, fired the missiles, went right back in. Zelensky officially requested that UNESCO add Odessa to its list of World Heritage Sites and highlighted the terror bombing recently suffered there. And in Russian-occupied Sevastopol, signs for bomb shelters have begun cropping up, although the shelters themselves are reportedly in very poor condition, with a real rat infestation taking over a small part of the city. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated some 240 soldiers for a total of 63,110, 13 armored vehicles, 9 tanks, 10 artillery guns, 18 cars and trucks, 1 aircraft, 1 air defense system, and 17 UAVs, with the greatest Russian losses in the Kherson and Bakhmut regions. Now, this is secondhand, but hope you'll bear with me here. Per Volya Media, which is an anti-Putin Russian media group, which has historically been very accurate with details sourced on both sides of the war, they have been able to roughly determine the number of Russian and Ukrainian casualties thus far. For instance, from September 19th to October 9th, Russian forces lost, and when I say lost, I mean killed, captured, or missing, roughly 5,100 soldiers with an additional about 10,200 wounded. Ukrainian forces, likewise, lost about 830 soldiers and had 220 wounded. Since the war began, it is reported that some 60,500 to 66,500 Russian soldiers have been killed, captured, or are missing. Reportedly, an additional 112 to 124,000 Russian soldiers have been wounded, of which about 45 to 50,000 were lightly wounded and returned to duty, for a total of 67 to 74,000 considerably wounded and out of the fight, on top of those 60,000. Roughly 30% of the Russian casualty figure is missing soldiers, for a total of about 41,000 killed or captured. This Russian figure notably does not include members of the Russian National Guard, Wagner Group PMCs and their recent recruits, or DPR LPR fighters. The heaviest losses occurred for Russia in the first 45 days of the war, where they lost roughly 18,000 soldiers. Since the war began, it is reported that some 35 to 38,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed, captured, or are missing. Reportedly, some 55 to 60,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been wounded, with 27 to 30,000 being lightly wounded and returned to duty, for a total of 27 to 30,000 considerably wounded out of the fight. However, some 20% of Ukrainian soldiers who were wounded in March were back in the fight within 3 months in June, indicating that the Ukrainian medical system is outperforming the Russian medical system in restoring soldiers to the front. Roughly 20% of the Ukraine casualty figures are missing soldiers, for a total of about 28 to 30,000 killed or captured. This Ukrainian figure includes all soldiers, territorial defense forces, and police and border patrol. The heaviest losses occurred for Ukraine in the first 45 days, where they lost roughly some 8,000 troops. Reportedly, in the east of Russia, some 100+ mobilized soldiers rioted and refused to leave their barracks today after having insufficient food, money, and a host of other complaints. The U.S. ambassador to the UN said they will be watching which countries side with Russia at Wednesday's expected General Assembly vote on a resolution condemning Russia's annexation attempts in eastern and southern Ukraine. The motion by Russia to hold a, quote, secret vote was struck down. The U.S. is expediting delivery of 2 NASAMS air defense systems to Ukraine as quickly as possible, per the White House today. The exact dates are unknown, and the contract is for at least 8 systems in total. It is the same system, I just learned this today, which is used among others to protect Washington, D.C. airspace, and as a result, is rather capable. The U.S. stated today they have, quote, not seen any signs that Putin is planning to use nuclear weaponry or other WMDs, unquote. NATO will conduct nuclear deterrence exercises, which were planned prior to Russia's invasion in February. And the White House confirmed Ukrainian statements that Russia appears to have been planning these massive missile salvos well before the explosion on the Crimean Bridge. Otherwise, France will be deploying a number of its armed forces, a company of armored vehicles and tanks to Romania, infantry to Estonia, and fighter jets to Lithuania by the end of the month, in order to both bolster NATO defenses and also send a very clear political stance to Russia. With that, I'm about done. Thank you so much for listening. If there's any questions, I'm happy to stick around.
Thanks so much, Language. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to click on the bottom left-hand corner. It's the microphone button, and you can come up and ask Language a question. We have one from June Fan. I think he's just coming up right now.
Yeah, hey, Language. Thanks for the update, and thanks for everybody hosting space. So those of us have been around since the beginning. These. Can you do the back of the envelope numbers? But what strikes me is how many Russian forces do you think are actually in theater now? And then if you back the numbers out, what kind of number do we think on a cumulative basis have been committed? It's just kind of amazing to me. This is just a statement that, how much material they just keep throwing, how much they've lost, and how many humans they just keep. Can you frame that for us? Like, you think cumulatively how many have been committed with your numbers, and then an estimate of what's in the field?
Sure. So per the Ukrainian government, originally this invasion started with about 90,000 troops, 80,000, somewhere between there, 90 battalion tactical groups, has since actually upgraded to 120. However, those are not nearly at full strength. I think they're saying it's closer to 140,000 soldiers in the territory of Ukraine, including Crimea. I have to go back and check those exact figures. However, based off these numbers that I'm referring to here, on the low side of things, and unfortunately when soldiers are missing, that generally means they're dead. They just haven't been retrieved. We're looking at, on the low side, at least 100,000 Russian soldiers have either been killed, captured, or are too wounded to fight. Out of frankly, that's essentially the entire opening group. And that's not including DPR, LPR conscripts, Chechen Rosguardia, or Wagner Group mercenaries, which would probably bring that number up. By very, back of the envelope math, we're looking at 2/3 of the Russian force, and some people cycle in and out, so this isn't hard and fast, have been degraded in one way, shape, or form. And more than that, have been degraded, killed, captured, and wounded, although some of them may be returning to the front. Though I imagine their morale across this whole group is going to be less, especially if you realize that exactly who you're up against. There's been a tremendous loss of human life on Russia's side, entirely unnecessary, entirely unjustified by their political structure to cause this. And we're talking, I'd say, arguably, just in terms of people physically affected by this war, well over 100,000 Russians have paid a price for this illegal invasion.
Hey, so just to be clear, so the initial forces that were committed and the casualties and what would be remaining, and then what had to be additionally added, does that mean that they had to commit somewhere like close to 300,000 or high 200s?
I don't think that they've necessarily gotten to that point yet, because Russia has been having considerable difficulties in mobilizing those large groups. But as best I can tell, when the invasion started, and I'll have to go back and pull it up, so you'll have to excuse me there. I'm sure somebody can correct me. It was somewhere around 80,000 Russian troops were committed. Since then, an additional 40,000 have been committed. However, this also includes new troops being pulled from military bases further afield. This includes elements of the Russian military that historically don't leave Russia. This includes conscripts. This number does not include the recently mobilized, because there's honestly such a cluster of information currently about them that the Russian military establishment that apparently has fed some of these numbers to this media group has been unable to source them, although we do know that a number of these recently mobilized conscripts have already been involved in battle, and those that don't immediately retreat generally get killed or heavily wounded. So I'd say we're looking real back of the envelope math. They've probably got 100 some odd thousand, 100 to 120,000 actively in theater. They are alleging that they'll be able to bring another 300,000 of these freshly mobilized to bear. I have my doubts that they will be useful, and frankly, that they can feed, arm, and equip all these troops, considering they're having difficulties doing that in Russia, where nobody is shooting at them. But the losses that Russia has fallen, somebody who's more well-versed in military history than I can perhaps comment on it, but losing 60,000 soldiers, and frankly, just including all casualties wounded, going up to really 100,000 in 230 days is substantial. Somebody else can do the back of the envelope math there, but I want to say that works out to about 400, dead, wounded, missing, captured per day. I'm probably off by, some numbers there, but that is a substantial amount. That is far more than we have seen even in other Russian military adventures into Afghanistan, into Chechnya, into other regions. And I would have to look up the numbers, but arguably a lot more than U.S. involvement in wars overseas, such as Iraq and Afghanistan, and going all the way back to.
Great work. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
So we have Chris next, and then Dr. John.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thanks. Language, thank you ever so much. Fantastic report. I don't know whether you know anything about this. I just saw a post or a tweet or something just like fly by that when the Russians were sending all these cruise missiles, etc., over to Kiev, at the same time the Ukrainians were attacking some Russian cities just across the border. So I can't remember all the details, but I saw something about an attack on Belgrade, something about them taking out a drone control center and something about, if I remember correctly, what do you call it? Like a place where they were like assembling new troops to come into Ukraine. Do you know anything about that? Have you seen anything about that?
I've heard a couple rumors of a power station near Belgorod being hit. I also briefly touched over something that was a Russian drone, or hypothesized to be a drone control station in either Crimea or South Kherson across the Dnipro being hit by missiles. But I haven't seen anything about a Russian mobilization center being hit yet. I think that'd be pretty big news. And as far as I know, the Russian troops that are in Russia and being mobilized anywhere close to the border are still in excess of 100 kilometers away, closer to 200 kilometers away. So they are probably not, A, within range of most missile systems that Ukraine may or may not have, and B, firing into Russia and blowing up a bunch of people in their barracks would also be quite on the news, because Russia would be the drones with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Dr. John, go ahead.
Thanks always, language. You're great. I guess my question was, oh, by the way, first off, like also the whole the Institute for the Study of War was talking about how, you know, the Russians had taken back a bunch of territory today, or allegedly done so on the Zerbets River. But it looks like he had kind of cleared that up, that that's not true. So I'm guessing they'll probably redact that tomorrow. But my main question was actually about these trenches I've been seeing. It looks like the Russians have dug a lot of trenches along the Kreminna-Svatova line. I saw some tweets about it. Saw some aerial drone shot videos that they've been digging. You know, these really long trenches. They're trying to be like World War I in France. And I was wondering, you know, how much of a threat does something like that pose to like a counteroffensive? What kind of strategies do they use to get around those? I mean, is that, you know, I guess any insight you guys have on that?
So I think, and I'm going to be a little glib here, calling them trenches is a bit of an overstatement. People who have seen, you know, photos, videos, movies about World War I, these do not rise to that level. There's been a few people calling them pre-World War I trenches, going back to the 1860s in the United States. Quite literally, and we've seen this honestly from both sides in the war, we're not seeing major defensive positions with barbed wire and machine guns and concrete. We are seeing that in some locations, but what we're seeing today, if we're talking about the same drone video, I want to say was basically a industrial machine just digging what could be best described as a construction trench down near the highway. That's not going to stop a lot. And we've seen Russian positions that have been overrun or captured where it's just dirt. If you're lucky, maybe there's some boards. There's already been a couple instances of flooding, which trench foot, it's more than just a term. It's a terrible thing to afflict you with. And the Russians do not have prepared defensive lines here. Even less so do they have the requisite number of forces to stand there with an AK and stop, you know, drones, tanks, artillery, all kinds of things. These are literally just holes dug in the ground. I would not consider them adequate defensive fortifications. They're slightly better than standing out in the open. They'll help a lot with artillery, but they're not going to help a lot with drones or GPS guided artillery or airstrikes, et cetera, and they're probably not going to do a lot to stop a Ukrainian offensive in force, at least in my relatively uninformed opinion.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. John. Go ahead, Bloke.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, language. I joined sort of late, and I was just wondering if you had an update on the bridge, the Kerch Bridge, and if they had started to move any heavy rail traffic yet.
So I haven't seen any good indications of that yet. While there was a couple points of confusion there, including I was confused regarding the exact status, the best timeline I can come up with now because there's been video footage of really heavily fire damage to the rail tracks there when that fuel truck or fuel train burned. I don't know if that fuel was just left there, which would be another big question mark, or if the locomotive carrying it decoupled and left. Apparently, Russia did send another train to kind of pull that stuff off, and they may have sent a very light train to go across the span to see if it would hold. But I haven't seen any indications of major rail traffic on that specific rail line. There is another one next to it, or just next to it, a couple of meters away, that would indicate that they can use it at full capacity, despite Russian claims to the contrary. Frankly, the whole bridge is probably in some degree of structural unsafeness, and the fact that they're just letting people drive over it, within a couple hours of it happening, indicates that they'd rather save face and risk a few people, plunging into the Black Sea than anything else.
Okay, thank you. So that means 4 days and counting with no heavy weapon supplies through the church.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can anyone else hear Bloke?
He was really muffled, but I
Yeah,
kind of
really
hid the notes from the subtitles.
Okay.
So to repeat, that means it's 4 days and counting that they're not getting heavy supplies over rail through the Kerch Bridge. I just thought I'd point that out. And that's the whole southern front that is being supplied. So good to know.
All the old vets know the subtitle trick. It's got us through some hard times. Sorry, back to you, Michelle.
Thanks. Colby, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Language, these trenches, I didn't look at the videos too closely, but my initial thought was that they're digging anti-tank ditches is what they're actually doing. It's not meant to be a trench for soldiers. Am I wrong in thinking that?
I consider I've got a couple DMs telling me just that. You're probably absolutely right. So that would probably indicate other things. However, just given the historical cases of Russian trenches not doing a lot to stop Ukrainian forces, and I imagine that crossing a somewhat meager trench line with a tank has been done at least once before in the history of warfare. I suspect it'll be an obstacle, but probably not a game-changing one. What do you think?
I don't think that any field fortifications that Russia is hastily putting together will have much impact on Ukraine's offensives when they get to that point. I mean, if they have the resources, might as well use them, I guess. But I think minefields and IEDs and stuff like that will be a lot more useful than trying to dig anti-tank ditches and put dragon's teeth all over the place. I don't see that having too much impact, especially, I didn't see exactly where they were building this, but overall, like Eastern Ukraine, Southern Ukraine, a lot more open than Northern Ukraine. So the terrain favors the attacker. It's going to be really hard for them to construct a continuous line of fortifications that Ukraine won't have the opportunity to bypass in some way, once they commit more of their armor into the fight.
Just want to point out that they're getting a lot of engineering support from supporting countries, including Canada. So nothing a bunch of engineers can't take care of, I think, when that time comes.
Thank you, Bloke. Good morning. I see we have a bunch of hands up. Michelle, do you know the order? To my recollection, the next
Yeah.
one is Phil.
I
Go ahead.
have. Oh, sorry, and welcome to the space. It's a pleasure to co-host with you again. So I'm looking forward to it. And I have Catherine, Phil, and then Stephen.
Thank you, Language. It was another great report.
Thank you, Michelle and Anda, for hosting, and thanks everyone else for listening. My question was about the trenches as well. Igor Gherkin, Girkin at Gherkin. I've been following him on Twitter. He's got incredible footage of all kinds of stuff. You probably know him, language, or know of him. Anyway, he has a lot of videos of Russia building these trenches, and of course, there's a lot of speculation.
Just real quick,
about
Captain,
it.
for our audience, Gherkin is a Twitter account. It's a Ukrainian OSINT account that's been around since 2014. Then, of course, there's the real Igor Gherkin, who is a Russian terrorist and so forth. So I just want to make sure our audience understands the difference, that she's talking about an OSINT account that shows some stuff. It's a great, we recommend following it. Sorry, go ahead, Catherine.
Oh no, so that was my question, and I think it was pretty much answered, I guess. I just didn't know if people were familiar with that Twitter account. That's all, and I wanted to share that.
Yeah,
That's all.
he or she is really fantastic in the information they provide, but it's very much not FSB agent terrorist of note, Igor Gherkin, aka Igor Strelkov, who does post himself on Telegram, but his ramblings are usually much more apocalyptic and depressing, and I'd love to see him, drinking himself into obscurity and hopefully an early grave. But they're two very different people.
Language, you see him talking about Diablo the other day?
I must have missed that. That's his, like the devil or like the video game?
The video game. He went on a weird rant about Diablo, the video game. But anyway, sorry. We can go back to hands. Michelle,
Same
back
guy.
to you.
This is the same guy who went on some quite literal rant about, things are going well in the land of the pretty pink ponies, which was some weird reference to how everybody in the Russian military command has their head shoved up their ass. But it's just, I get the sense he's becoming increasingly unhinged, which is good. You love to see it.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Michelle. Language, I had a question again about the fortifications. Well, two questions. So the first one is, there was a guy who came in earlier who is Ukrainian, but he's in America, and his brother is fighting, and his dad is also fighting. And he was saying that along the Donetsk area, they're fortifying with like big concrete fortifications, almost like building a city around it. Have you heard anything about that? That's my first question.
So, along the areas that Russia has controlled since 2014, there have been heavier fortifications. However, the broad use of concrete and rebar, because you can't just pour a concrete slab and expect it to stay around for as long as other things, has not been as evidenced by Russian forces compared to Ukrainian troops. It is happening, but you can go back to see that they say, oh, there's concrete fortifications, and it's literally they made 3 or 4 pours of concrete slabs about 6 or 10 feet wide. They stack them like Tinker Toys, and then they say, congratulations, this is your, guard post. Sure, that's probably better than a lot of things, but I wouldn't quite call that a enhanced defensive position, especially because I know there's been times where they don't really use rebar, which is, for a variety of reasons that somebody who's actually in construction can probably explain, is really not ideal. So while they exist, and there's certainly something that will need to be dealt with, Ukrainian offensives into areas controlled by Russia over the last 8 years are going to be more challenging in some ways. You don't necessarily need to do what the Russians are doing, which is run directly face first into these defenses. You can shell their supply lines, because people tend not to stick around when they're hungry, tired, cold, and they're out of bullets, at which point the concrete, well, now it's your concrete, so it doesn't really matter as much anymore, right? There's a lot of ways to, skin the proverbial cat in this case, and I suspect that Ukraine will continue to fight smarter while fighting harder, as opposed to doing, what I think we can start calling, pulling a Bakhmut, i.e. running face first into it every single day without fail.
Got it. Thanks, language. So it's not like they're doing this in the like Popasna area that they just took over. This is kind of more in the more long-term controlled areas.
Yeah, there's been a couple reported defensive lines in the south near Zaporizhia that have been established over the last several months. However, for reference, there were also a couple defensive lines set up in northeast Kherson, which just got abandoned, and then they weren't really defending anything anymore. So I suspect that the weakest link here, even in some of these shoddy defensive positions, will be the soldiers guarding them. And this isn't World War One. There's multiple ways to go around, through, and over them. And as a result, if you can compel the Russian soldiers to leave and retreat, as they've done so far, then you don't have to worry about them quite so much. Still an obstacle, and should Russian forces choose an impassioned defense, it will be challenging. But it's not as much as we're seeing things thrown around, especially with these trench videos of the new Maginot Line, if I'm not butchering that, the line that France built before World War II and then got circumvented by the Germans. I suspect that it's not going to be a game changer for Russian defense. Their failure point is morale and supplies, and having a couple pieces of concrete around you doesn't change either of those.
Got it. Thanks. And just the last question, kind of about fortifications again, this time in front of Svatov. We've heard so little about Dvorchina, which would be the kind of closest way to get to Troitsky. And wouldn't it be amazing if they just, bypass all of the Svatove defenses of Russia and kind of go from Dvorchina to Troitsky to Staroblisk and just kind of wipe out that entire front. Thank you, and thanks for the update.
Thank you. It would be wonderful to see. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon. The Ukrainian forces near the Rochna across the river have been somewhat fixed in place by Russian artillery for a couple weeks now. I also, and this is a lot of speculation, I suspect they probably want to go upriver about some 20 kilometers and clear the border with Russia before they start sprinting into the Russian back lines. And third of all, there is actually a fairly considerable Russian air power presence around Troitska, and given the fact that the Ukrainian troops have thus far not been able to even push into the suburb of Tavlzanka immediately next to it, I don't think running into a hotbed of Russian air control is going to be the best thing. However, and again, I'm not saying anything you can't find on Ukrainian or Russian language sources. It's been stated by a couple soldiers at the front that there is one of these cities is the goal. A couple of the others are not current, do all, be all, end all goals. So they are doing so in an intelligent way because Russia doesn't necessarily know which one of these is the goal now to defend to the last and which one is the goal for next week. So they have to spread themselves out, whereas Ukraine can just fix a couple Russian soldiers here and maneuver the rest of his forces to, say, push on another aspect of the front. So keep an eye on that. It probably, if I was a betting man, won't all be every single city from, Dvorchna to Kremina to Troitska all down falls the same day. But you may see one or two of these cities suddenly come into real tough times for the Russians. And after that, then you start to have issues elsewhere. Does that kind of answer the question?
Perfect. Thank you. Igor, you're next. And language, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Igor is one of our new friends to the space who's originally from Ukraine, now living in the US, and he has family still in Ukraine. So go ahead, Igor.
Oh, I want to add a little bit about that concrete fortification. So basically, somebody mentioned me that I told about concrete fortification, but it's not more about bunkers for soldiers. It's more concrete pieces. It's like pyramids that will prevent Hummers, Humvees, all that, APCs and cars and tanks go into offensive. So it's not about bunkers. Basically, it's good if Russian will start to build them, because it's good static targets for artillery and HIMARSs. So Russians doesn't build bunkers. Yeah, but Donetsk region, Donetsk city itself, it's surrounded by fortification, concrete, like basically every building in Donetsk near the border, border or like first building in the city, they are fortificated. So basically, every building in Donetsk is fortification. And in the field, Russia put some like concrete domes, like concrete stuff, and they can use it as a fire points, but it's not a lot of this stuff they have, but basically it doesn't work well, this concrete fortification, concrete bunkers, because it's like static point. But what they are doing, they are fortificating border, like front line, to prevent Ukrainian to do any offense attack with the tanks and Humvees. So as you can see, the biggest advantage of Ukraine is American Humvees. So United States sent, I don't know how much, but probably like hundreds. And basically, if they can, Ukraine can send like 100 Humvees in one point, and basically any like frontline cannot withstand from lightweight and fast vehicles. It's true. So even not tanks are tanks are important, but like lightweight armored vehicle like Humvees. So what Russia doing? They are building these trenches to prevent light armored vehicles to go and attack position, and the same with these concrete cones, these pyramids. So this one is point, not concrete bunkers, but concrete wall, like these anti-tank and anti-vehicles obstacles. Yeah, I'm done. You can go next, can speak or ask any questions.
Thank you for explaining all that. I really appreciate it.
And I'm agree with I'm sorry, I'm new for this software for this radio. So somebody mentioned that yeah, the main idea of Ukrainian army is not to attack, but to destroy like supply lines of the Russian troops, and destroy basically, and basically kill Russian soldiers. But if Russia will send into that front line like 100,000 people with a modern weaponry, it's easy to destroy people. They need just like more drones or intelligence or even satellites. So what Ukraine doing now? So they have really good intelligence, and they can spot where Russians has positions, and after they can destroy it with the HIMARS. Basically, United States provided Ukraine with the new rockets for HIMARS. So that rockets has 180 180,000 particles, and basically it explodes in the air, and it covers like 500 meters or even more. So it's anti personal rockets, anti so basically if 10 rockets like that can destroy like kilometers or 2 kilometers of the front line, and after just infantry should clear the area. So the main idea that new technology will win, not this concrete fortification. It will be just obstacles. But Ukraine needs more modern ammunition, modern weaponry, like HIMARSes, and also somebody mentioned that tanks is not good for Ukraine, Abrams, but it's perfect for Ukraine because basically south of Ukraine it's desert. There are no swamps. It's basically we can tell that desert. It's plain. It's plain, except summer. No, not summer, but except spring when or autumn when it's like rains going, so it's a little bit moody weather. So basically, Ukraine need more modern weaponry. And in this case, with the modern weaponry, these obstacles, these trenches for tanks, for everything, doesn't mean anything because nobody can hold this. So Russian built this wall, but all people that will hold this area will be destroyed by HIMARSes and artillery, whatever. But now the main issue, Ukraine doesn't have enough even artillery. So Ukraine has 200 M777, but it's not enough for this front line. So they need at least 1,000 to destroy all enemies. And the same with HIMARSes, they need 10 times more. I'm done. Yeah, you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing. And to kind of dovetail on what he was talking about, so there's two kinds of rockets for the HIMARS system. One has an explosive on the end. However, part of the reason, as I understand it, the U.S. military developed these was because, hey, they're not necessarily built to be the linchpin of U.S. forces striking things far afield. We have an Air Force for that. It's kind of a big deal for the U.S. military to have that. However, because these have these warheads that essentially explode in the air and carpet the air with, I think you said 180,000 tungsten balls, moving very quick. Tungsten is incredibly dense, and it is very damaging to anything that's not armored, be that people, vehicles, etc. I would speculate, based on some of the videos I've seen, that these have been in country for a while. There's been a couple Russian motor pools that either they took a lot of shrapnel all at once, or that was all perfectly round, or it was a rocket. There was also at least one location where I think there's a video of a Russian soldier not having a good day. One of his buddies actually gets shot in the back in front of him. They're in an incredibly deforested area, and they talk about how an airstrike happened overhead, but there's no evidence of fire. But it looks like there's forest around them, so it's not that it's the wrong season. Nothing got blown up, but something ripped all of the leaves and half of the branches off these trees and apparently annihilated a lot of people. It's a terrible weapon to be on the receiving end of it. I don't, wouldn't want to be me in that situation, but I would suspect it's something that Ukraine already has and can employ at manners and times of their choosing.
I just wanted to check time with for you language.
I probably got a good 30 minutes. I'm going to be swapping off of Wi-Fi and moving a little bit. So if I disconnect, I'll just hop right back up.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. So we'll go to Stephen. Oh, actually, is Stephen gone? Stephen might be gone. So we'll go to Dan and then Andre.
Yeah, I think a lot of this ostentatious fortification the Russians are doing on their lines in Kharkiv, southern Kharkiv and northern Luhansk now are basically because they got caught not doing nearly enough of it in the initial Kharkiv offensive, and people have been told they'll be shot if they aren't digging holes somewhere, whether it makes any sense or not. If you get my drift. I mean, they got caught in Kharkiv just doing absolutely nothing, so it has now been declared that something must be done, and this is something. The world does work that way at times.
That's entirely a possibility. People have sent me a couple more videos now showing these concrete pyramids that Igor was just talking about, sometimes called dragon teeth. Look like they're sort of being arrayed in front of a couple more trench lines than the picture I'd already seen. So they are a little bit more than perhaps I was being glib about earlier from the 1 or 2 photos. However, my biggest question here is going to be, because yes, this will be an obstacle for these, very rapid mechanized assaults that Ukraine has done in a couple locations. But how is Russia going to be able to maintain control over 10, 15, 20 kilometers, if by the end of the year is what they're saying, of this territory, if they're not going to try and station troops along it? I mean, there's a lot of ways to remove these things. Frankly, Ukrainians have gotten pretty decent at getting rid of minefields, which I imagine is probably a bit more of a laborious process than a fixed thing that's not going to explode and kill you. So it's certainly something to consider. Perhaps I was being a little bit glib about it before, now that I'm seeing some of these pictures, but I don't expect it to be, the thing that turns the Ukrainians around. They say, oh, well, I guess we can't go any further. There's nothing we can do. I suspect it's something like you say, where the Russians are throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks, and hopefully this won't.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to throw that out there. That's just how it struck me, is that, they got caught sleeping on the first one, so they'll get caught this time, doing silly things. They seem to be persistently not good at this, though. I'll sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dan. This is just a reminder to everyone as well that we do have Language Learner here for probably about 25 minutes or so. So if everyone could please retweet the space, it'd be much appreciated. And we'll go to Andre.
Yeah, hello. Language, I think just words of appreciation. It seems like while a lot of people contribute to this space, you kind of have almost like full-time job here. So yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to bring 2 points maybe to your attention to consider for next updates, or I don't know, maybe it's not of much interest, but I'm sometimes news appear and then disappear, and you know what happened. So one case I'm curious about is Starlink situation. There was controversy with comments from Elon Musk and whatever, and then some Ukrainian for Starlinks, and of course, while there was a lot of Twitter noise about it, I think it was Aiden Naslin, the British fighter who was helping with the war against Russians. He said that during his when they were taken basically from Azov, Russia occupied. From Azovstal, Russia occupied and taken the Starlink terminals, and as part of torture, they probably could have extracted login information. So it sounds like his version was that probably Starlink shuts down terminals to prevent Russians from using them. But I don't know the follow-up to this story. I'm wondering if you can kind of put it in your radar to know what's next. And another point that I wanted to ask about is from what I heard from folks reporting about the like 2 waves of rocket attacks that are happening, rocket and drones attacks that are happening in Ukraine. So I think some reporters from Odessa, they were saying that Russia seems to try to send my lack of military background kind of shows, but some sort of rockets that are not really like rockets to incur damage, but rockets that can cruise like significant amount of time according to some autopilot program, just to kind of trigger and identify from which location they will be shot down by anti-air. In other words, it seems like Russia tries to identify anti-air locations to potentially attack them in the next rounds. I'm wondering if you heard about that, and if you have any comment to as to whether Russia is gonna, will be successful in that. I heard that. I perceive from the Twitter space and Telegram channels from Ukrainian side that there are some efforts they're trying to do, but I feel like those efforts end up being just not shutting down those rockets right away. I'm not sure what better can be done. Yeah, thank you very much.
So, good question a lot there. If I heard you correctly, a big part of it was these ongoing terror bombings that we've seen in the last 48 hours, and as well as stuff regarding Starlink and its usage. I'm going to hit the Starlink question first because, frankly, I'm a lot more speculative on that, and I've got kind of a short answer to it. As short as I try to be, I know I do tend to go on. But the allegation was, and Elon Musk, don't get all of your political and personal perspectives from Elon Musk, and I'll leave it at that, right? Man's an idiot. So beyond that and all of his stuff on Twitter, his assertion was that, and a couple of folks who in the Ukrainian military kind of leaned towards this, saying that there were certain areas that along the front lines that these Starlinks, if they were much past that, would say recon units, special forces, partisans, were no longer able to get access because they would be in, quote, Russian territory. And the assertion was that this is to try and keep Russian forces from having access to them. I can't tell you whether that's true or not. There's some inconsistencies with that theory. So your guess is as good as mine. I will say it seems doubtful that, Musk just said turn off all of the satellite comms in Ukraine because it hit in more specific geographical regions. There was some claim that they had been turned off in Crimea because he asserted that if Ukrainian forces went there, then the world would end, which, again, don't get all your news from Elon Musk. But your guess is as good as mine. I will always blame incompetence rather than malice. And I can see the hypothesis that somebody in the pipeline says, okay, well, these are where we think the front lines are, so let's make sure the Russians can't use them if they steal them. We're doing great things. And then they don't consider the fact that this is not World War I and the front lines are much more fluid. That's a hypothesis. The other hypothesis is that there is some sort of executive overreach here that's committing, this act, and then I don't know what the outcome is. So I can't really give you a good, fulfilling answer on that. I apologize. Maybe somebody else can. As far as the missile strikes, I've seen a couple people say, "Oh my God, this is all preparation. They're trying to suss out where the air defenses are, and then there's going to be a larger strike." I will refute that because it took Russia over a week. Frankly, according to the U.S., took them some time, probably in excess of that, to assemble all of these munitions. Right? This was actually something being planned long before the Kerch Bridge exploded. So this isn't something that they can just reproduce. And how can I say that with such certainty? Look at what happened today. Right? Russia fired about half of the quantity of munitions as it did yesterday, and more of them as a ratio were shot down, approximately, I want to say 60-something%, whereas yesterday was just north of 50. And now, hopefully within the next several hours, we'll see at least this one IRIS-T system being set up. If I was a betting man, I'd say Western Ukraine or Kyiv. Should also aid with stopping both these suicide drones as well as these rocket strikes. It takes time to load these things up, maybe less so for the aircraft. I would argue a little bit more so for the submarines and whatnot, which apparently were used in the strikes today. So I don't see this suddenly coming into, this was the Russian master plan all along, and now here comes 200 missiles to kill every air defense system in Ukraine. If you're going for a sucker punch, you try and make the first one as strong as possible. That's what happened on Monday. Now this was a bit more of a jab today, and I imagine that while there will be more terror bombing, hopefully, and maybe I'm being a little optimistic here, it will not be as severe or as damaging as what we saw on Monday. Does that kind of answer your questions?
If I may ask, just a little bit follow up. Yeah, I appreciate your answers. But is there a strategy of flying an object long enough to, I don't know, set up satellite imagery or I don't know, some other identification radars and stuff to locate where anti-air is coming from? Or maybe even like social engineering, maybe people are just silly enough to send enough pictures from where things are happening to basically to achieve the goal of identifying anti-air locations to strike them next? Or is it just not how it works?
There's a lot of ways to skin that cat. So yes, in short, There's things that can look for the radar that these systems emit to try and find targets. There are satellites. Russia does possess a number of satellites, and I imagine you can, guarantee that a couple of them are pointed at Ukraine, right? There's a number of other ways to look at it, things such as radio signals. There's good old-fashioned, like you said, social engineering, human intelligence. Unfortunately, there are a number of infiltrators, and people get arrested every day for basically getting paid to send locations to Russian military. There was something they were doing briefly near the Chernihiv and Sumy regions on the border of Russia, where it seemed they were flying training drones. So not even drones that can be used for recon, at least not to my knowledge, but just drones whose entire purpose is to go up in the sky and then get shot down by fighter pilots who are training. The assertion there is that those are cheap, they're disposable, and those were being flown to try and provoke a strike from a Ukrainian anti-air unit, at which point they would hit it. I haven't seen any more evidence of that happening, so I suspect that ended up not being a winning strategy. But there's a lot of ways to deal with this. It's a very multi-factored problem, but there's a multi-factored answers to all of those too, right? Does that kind of answer the question? I mean, it is a very complex topic that I'm probably not the best authority to speak on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll go to Irish Ting Tong and then Marcus.
Hey, how's things? In World War II, the Germans had a defensive line. I think it was called a Siegfried line or Siegfried line or something, and it was all dragon's teeth and pillboxes. But once the Americans figured out how to get rid of the pillboxes, all they've done with the dragon's teeth is built earthen mounds over them and just drove straight over. So it actually didn't even have the effect they thought. So, I'm sure the Ukrainians are quite good at moving earth. So I believe that, if the defensive line is thin, it would take a matter of hours with, I'm sure they've got heavy earth moving equipment in their arsenal as well, that they can just build a little ramp over it and that's it. So, and then the other thing, I'm sure the air defense systems, I'm sure the Ukrainians, shuffle them about a bit. I doubt they just leave them in the same position stationary after, after they've been used. I'm sure they shuffle them a bit and, move them about. They are pretty precious to them. But that's my little bit.
Absolutely. And maybe I missed a question there, but I think you said it perfectly.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from where to wherever you're actually tuning in.
Marcus, you hit the voice change. No, you hit the voice change in your.
Off here.
We cannot understand anything you're saying.
How's this?
That's better. That's better.
All right, my apologies. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I just wanted to, I'm going to change topic just a little bit, just to give you a little bit of a teaser. I was talking with Yehuda the other day, and I am one of the volunteers with MriyaAid, and I was over in Ukraine from early March, and I returned back home in early September. And so for all of the donations that we get in, all of the equipment that we buy, that we ship over there, I've been on the receiving end of that stuff when it comes into Ukraine. And so I'm going to do a little presentation at some point in time, just to give you a sense of what's been going on there, how this stuff is being managed, how it's being handled, how it's getting up to the front, and what the needs are, going forward. Because we've provided all kinds of stuff. We continue to do that. The other thing about me is I'm a former artillery officer in the Canadian Forces. I'm retired now. I was a Cold Warrior for many, many years, and then worked in the Department of National Defense as well, holding a number of analyst positions there. So I'll be happy to jump in as I can to provide some sort of technical stuff and some sort of historical background on what we're seeing going on in Ukraine with the Russian army, because in all honesty, in the days when I was training to fight the Soviets, we had to call them Fantasians. We weren't allowed to call them Russians. The doctrine, the tactics, the equipment, not a lot has changed at all. And so we're really, this is a Cold War on steroids that's going on right now. So anyway, just to drop that in, but to all of you who've donated money to MriyaAid, and what you're doing right now in raising awareness of what's going on, it is greatly appreciated by the ZSU over there. The soldiers over there are so appreciative of the stuff that we're sending overseas. So that's all I wanted to say for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcus. I think it's really important for the people who donated, most of them donating regularly or when we need it. Last time when Yehuda came in to ask 2 days ago to help with the veterans in New York, he came back like in half an hour and said, "We already have $500 for that." I think it's really important for the people who donated to be acknowledged and to listen, to hear from you, telling them a bit what has happened with the money, and not only from Yehuda. He's always coming up and giving us an update, and we had Sonic also on the space telling us about the drones. But yeah, thank you very much for coming up and sharing a bit with us about this. I think it gives people a satisfaction, knowing where the money went and that they actually reached Ukraine and they help.
Absolutely. No, I fully agree. And one of the sad things that I saw when I was there were some organizations, not Ukrainian organizations. They were, I hate to say it, one of them, but the worst perpetrator I saw was a U.S.-based organization, and I just watched these guys eating and drinking their donors' money. And there was a doctor from an NGO in the States who was doing tremendous work there. Who's one of my friends now, and both of us wrote letters to the IRS to get their charitable status yanked from them. It was disgusting what was going on. So we have to be so careful as to where we send the money, and where the equipment goes and how it's accounted for, how it gets distributed front and the lines of communications, and it's really a trust-based thing. And so it was an absolute joy, in all honesty, to be over there, irrespective of the daily air raid alarms that were going off. But it's just so vitally important what we're doing. It really, really is. So for me, having been, boots on the ground there for a while, thank you for everything that each and every one of you are doing for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava. What? You're next?
Thank you. 2 questions. Since Marcus spoke and you followed with a little bit there, I was curious for some time if there was, for anybody who's listening, whoever was interested in donating to MriyaAid. And I don't know, I come from like a musical background, essentially DJs, and a lot of times they put on functions in local clubs where there's a charity involved, well-known charities. But I was just wondering if that was like an option for where I live with people that I know. Is there a process for I guess setting up an event? I'm sure that this is not something that we would just do Is there somebody, would I contact MriyaAid, just send them a message, or is there somebody within this group that would have some information on that?
If you'd like to DM me with the information, please go ahead. We do have,
on that, whether it's true or not, but he's a private citizen who runs a big international company. So I don't think it's out of the norm for individuals like that to have conversations with foreign leaders. Big other defense contractors within the United States, suppliers of American military hardware, they engage in contracts with countries other than the United States, not normally Russia, but obviously European countries were doing this, and European governments actually facilitated this by giving them a backdoor through the sanctions that were issued against Russia after the 2014 invasion to allow European firms to continue to supply the Russian military with technology and hardware. So it's I don't really I certainly don't approve of Western companies doing business with Russia. I don't know whether it's true that he talked to Putin these recent allegations that he had a conversation with Putin. I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong that he spoke to Putin 18 months ago. You know, he's a private citizen, and people who are bringing up invocations of the Logan Act are just embarrassing themselves, because that gets thrown around way too often. And if the U.S. took a very strict interpretation of what the Logan Act says, then half of the people who have served in the United States government at one point or another would be in federal prison right now if they were taking a very strict interpretation of the Logan Act. So I think there's just way too much hyperbole and emotion flying around right now and a very significant absence of hard evidence.
So, in other words, this is just the, I guess, double-edged sword of living in a truly free society, in a way, in which ours, like, exists. This is just something that just occurs in a way. Is that right?
Sure, and I'll just say this. This is all that really needs to be said. I don't believe that Elon Musk is going to do anything that would jeopardize his security clearances and his contracts with the U.S. federal government. Because all the people who are saying that he's in it for money and this is all some grand scheme to make money, Russia is a poor country, like a very poor country that has enriched a few clique of elites with their energy exports and their arms exports. But overall, it's a very poor country. Compare the gross domestic product of Russia to that of the United States. Now compare the gross domestic product of Russia to the United States and the EU and the rest of the quote unquote free world. Elon Musk is not an idiot. Who would you rather do business with, Russia or the free world? This is an obvious answer. So I don't believe for 1 second that he would do anything to jeopardize his very lucrative contracts with the United States government. Because if your assumption or your allegation is that he's just trying to make money, well, throwing away his contracts with the United States government in order to make some backroom deal with Putin in which nobody actually understands or can think of how this actually works and ends up enriching Elon Musk doesn't seem like a very good business decision to me. So this is all just like one massive conspiracy theory, in my opinion, that is just like very embarrassing for the people who are pushing it.
Understood. Thanks again for the history, the reminders, and also the constant education. I really appreciate you guys. I think everyone else does as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Watt. And I think you touched the point there regarding Elon's let's say his commitment of tweeting a lot. That's not usual. So I won't address what was already addressed. I think Colby and Language put it extremely well. But I will address this constant stream of tweets that Elon has for the last years. So this is a habit for him. This is something that he thinks he's good at. For the Starlink, for example, it was funny because there was a request on the Twitter for the Starlink, and 10 hours later he tweeted done. So let's put it this way: he uses this as a self-promoting tool. Probably has fun with it, but it's not common. Most of the big CEOs of this world, you don't see them tweeting every day. Most of them have, let's see, other approach. Either on the public side, the public relations side of their business, or of the how to deal with their businesses on day-to-day basis. So he's, from this point of view, an exception, not a rule. I can name from the top of my head 10 CEOs with big companies in their backyard, let's say, both from America and from EU, who you don't see. Most of the people don't even know they exist. Most of the people don't even know those companies are linked together and they exist. So it's a trust it's a mother company somewhere, and that mother company, I don't know, rules half of the products that you get on your shelves in I don't know, domestic section. So no, it's not common. I know in America you have seen one of your ex-presidents doing pretty much the same in a more aggressive fashion and in his own fashion, but it's not common and should not be taken as a norm. So we take it as it is, but it's not the norm and should not be addressed, or we cannot change him. We cannot judge him on this. We can judge him on others, but for sure he's not the norm. Michelle?
Thanks, and Constantine.
Hi, I wanted to add to this. I'm sure there are a lot of people who are, who's been following Elon Musk and things, and for them it's really hard to imagine that he may be, someone that they don't think he is. But from what he's saying, when I read his statements, like first that morning when I wake up, it just, it went exactly through the lines of Russian propaganda, like exactly repeating it line by line. You may not say that he has spoken with Putin or not, but he was influenced by that in some way. Maybe he spoke was one of the Putin agents. Maybe he has spoken with himself. It's not clear, but what happened is that some agent of influence, or maybe he's an agent of influence, Putin himself. I don't know, but he obviously got that influence because he was talking literally bullet by bullet of Russian propaganda. How that happened, that is under question. But when people start saying that, oh no, there is no business for him as Russia. There are a lot of things, that he does not because, there is a business and money for it. Obviously, he is quite a, extraordinary person who, who may, who obviously not only focuses on the money, things like, bringing a person to Mars, building colonies on Mars, is like quite delusional stuff that he's talking about. Half of his projects regarding like solar panels are total delusional failures. And when but he got so much PR, and he's like the richest person in the world, that you can actually understand that, at least for me, it's not always for him about the money. And if you if you listen to him when he speaks about colonies on Mars, it's about the same as he's doing here. He wants to do something extraordinary. He wants to be more than just the richest person on the planet, and that's what he's doing. And for him to do that, just saying normal stuff that everyone wants to hear, well, not everyone wants to hear that everyone is saying without him, like Biden, right? That we should arm Ukraine and let Ukraine liberate its land, is not just it's not gonna cut it. He needs to be more extraordinary, and that's what he's after. This is this is a standard profile for for at least I see it like this. Maybe I'm wrong, of course. It's not like I've analyzed everything. Not like I'm an expert here, and I think there are no experts on this. But for me, it's just him trying to be this to make this next step after being the richest person on the planet. Now let me bring the peace to the planet, let me bring humans to the stars, let me be best of the like not the best of the best, but like do leave my footprint on the world, and that's what he's trying to do here. And while doing so, he just got influenced by Russians, and we don't know the channel of that influence, but obviously it was Russian influence. I mean, no one would say things like Crimea historically Russian. There was a referendum, and those are like just Russian propaganda bullet points, and it came out just in time, when Russia needed Ukrainian offensive to stall. So, and before mobilization, and obviously things are going bad for Russia, and suddenly he comes out, and it does not work. Like there are no such coincidences. I'm gonna stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Konstantin. I for sure can understand the
Yeah, I know everyone thinks that these Ukrainians are so upset that they are have this veil of not understanding the world.
no.
But that's not the thing. Trust me. I understand what's happening in Ukraine. I understand how world looks on it, and I don't have that veil of misunderstanding and bias, being having my relatives and friends killed every day. It's not like that.
I wasn't saying that. I wasn't going to say that. I was just wanted. What I wanted to say were two things. One, it's normal to be aggravated about this. It's natural, and it's not only because you are from Ukraine and have relatives there, but for all of us, it's annoying because we got a different image of his approach on this, or of his understanding of this war at the beginning of the war, due to that availability of the Starlink for the Ukrainian army, right? So having a turn in the middle of nowhere, it's confusing, okay, from let's say, and it raises questions. So
I think I understand what you're saying. I mean, yeah, he helped like with the Starlinks. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, Starlinks are flying right now, or Ukraine. Starlink satellites are flying over Ukraine, and it took him, like he said, $80 million, which is 1.1% of his wealth. But yeah, he did that step that for obviously reasons that we will not know. He did that, and we appreciate that, and we thank him for doing that. But once again, my point was that he's not doing this because he's a villain that sided with Putin. My point is that he's he's looking for a role for himself to be world, someone who is more than richest person in the world. And at that point, he did he sided with he stepped on the right side and did it. But right now he's looked like it was not enough. Obviously, that like just got him things. But for him to become, someone who is more just the richest person in the world, he wants to mediate in the largest events in the world, and that's what he's trying to do here. That's my take on it. He tried it before, if you remember. There was this in Asia, there was a cave that was, where the football team was trapped, and he tried to do about the same thing. He tried to save everyone where his help was not needed. And when it did not work out, what happened. I think everyone knows. He blamed everyone but himself for, he started calling pedophiles people who were working on saving those kids. So it's like it's his approach, and he wants to be much more than the richest person in the world. He sees himself on this arena doing huge things, and being Nelson Mandela, and sorry, maybe it was a bad comparison, but he wants to be one of those greatest people of the world instead of just richest people of the world, and that's what he's trying to do with this. He does not know how to do it, and he just tries whatever he can, and he failed once, and he's trying to do it now. This is how I see it. This is how most of us see it in Ukraine. But once again, and I'm not here blinded. I appreciate that he put his Starlinks satellites over Ukraine and spent his 0.3% of fortune to help us. He had a he could not he could say no, I won't do this, and we would be in total different position.
I just want to add two things. One, for some people in the room, this might be they might judge, and I want them to understand the fact that we didn't try, and you, Konstantin, didn't try to emit some definite opinions. You emit you state what you feel and what you see as a human being. And we all do. The second point is his behavior, past and present, influences a lot of being so rich and having so many influence through money, through his connections, his decisions, and his opinions influence people and influence lives. So yeah, he is and always was a person who innovated, a person who tried new things. Not all of them worked. This is what innovation means. The Mars colonies are for sure not his invention. This is something that was talked about in the 60s. At that point, it was thought that by the year 2000 we're gonna be on Mars. It was no one thought the humanity will get on the moon and not use that further. Times change. As a personal opinion, I don't blame him for trying new things. I disapprove as a person the fact that he disregards the influence he has on the lives of the people, and I'm not talking now about companies, but day-to-day lives of the people. And I think we all should be mindful as our circle expands. I think we all should be careful on what we say and how we say it. I think it's important, and I think he's a very good example of how not to disregard life, disregard people, and disregard justice. Because in the end, we are talking about people dying because another country decided that, well, today I want that. Well, tough. You ain't gonna take it, you ain't gonna have it. But disregarding this and disregarding justice, it's something that we should not do, and we should be mindful how we address. He's a very good example of how not to address lately, let's say. No matter if what he read, where he read it, what he thinks, he should have had a moral code, a moral scale to adjust on to address things. That's what I wanted to add. And thank you, Konstantin, for your input and for your passion. You always come here in the space and bring us open a window in Ukrainian life and Ukrainian feelings on various topics. Thank you. Michelle, I completely lost the track of hands, so if you can please kindly help me.
Yeah, no problem. So it's going to be Richard, James, and then Bars Blonde.
Thank you, Michelle. Hello, everyone. I wanted to sort of address two things in this topic. And the first place that I wanted to start was with I feel like a lot of the concern and interest and fear about the Elon Musk debate focuses around his position as a defense contractor. And so, like, I'm ex-US military, ex-US Army soldier, and now I'm a defense contractor, so I can speak with that system pretty authoritatively. And when I was in Afghanistan, there were defense contractors everywhere. And I feel like there's a misconception from people on the outside about what defense contractors are. But to keep it succinct, to keep on topic, the contractors are heavily experienced soldiers or intelligence personnel. So when you have a major defense contractor like BAE Systems that's per se doing a lot of contracts for the Central Intelligence Agency, you turn around and you look at the people that are running those contractors, and they're all people that used to be in high-ranking positions in the CIA. So it's important to understand that the way that the defense industry is run is that all of these people, although they're no longer in official government posts, they overwhelmingly used to be. And thus the systems and norms are centered around these people largely being prior generals, prior directors, prior X, Y, and Z. And so the situation with Elon Musk is markedly different. And so I can appreciate Konstantin's frustration and concern, and a lot of the public's concern about that. But what's important to remember are instances with Elon Musk, like when he smoked pot on the Joe Rogan podcast and he was immediately called in for a re-interview and he legitimately almost lost his security clearance. As far as official US defense and security policy goes, they will not just stand by with their hands in their pockets and go, oh, well, Elon Musk technically owns the Starlink, so there's nothing we're going to do. Like, the US is going to act in action with US. This is how they operate with defense contractors. Like, the director of Lockheed Martin cannot derail US foreign policy about Lockheed, with whatever contracts that Lockheed Martin is filling out. And I also wanted to agree with Konstantin's bit about Elon's personality. He has a very long history of making tweets that are absolutely terrible for his business. And I'm sure you all remember that there was a time in which he had to have a lawyer check his tweets because of how bad they were and how negatively they were impacting the stock market. So he definitely seems to just get ideas and run with them in ways that are really, really bad for him and everybody else. So I'm not surprised at all that these are brainchild ideas of his that he's thinking out. I completely agree with Colby that we are definitely within conspiracy theory territory where they think that he has somehow been compromised and he's actually Putin's best friend and he's got a Russian pistol in his pocket. Like, I think we all have a really good idea of like his personality at this point on Twitter. And I might just be wrong on this, but my policy is when the choice is between stupidity and conspiracy, always choose stupidity. I'll end with that.
Thank you.
And that's what I'm saying. And I don't, not in any way, I think that he is, a malicious actor that was compromised. He was influenced somehow into thinking some, into believing some deep Russian propaganda, but not in any way I'm saying that he was compromised to be a Russian actor.
Yeah, I hope you know, Konstantin, that wasn't directly just a rebuttal to you. It was more just talking about the topic as a whole.
Thank you, Richard. Michelle, you're still the one. So
It's James and then Bars Blonde and then Heather.
Thank you, Michelle. And I kind of I agree completely with Konstantin and the prior comments about Elon Musk, but I think a few details get lost in the noise. Elon Musk is not just the world's richest person; he's also a self-made, multi-billionaire. And if you take a look at the market cap of all of his companies combined, Tesla and SpaceX and the Boring Company and others, Neuralink, the combined market cap of those companies is roughly equal to the GDP of Russia. And he's not somebody who's he's not a thrall. He's on the autism spectrum. He's a genius. A self-taught aerospace engineer, never finished a degree, but all of his employees at SpaceX, I can't say all, but multiple people have reported that he's a brilliant man. But when you're a multi-billionaire, close to a trillionaire, you live in a bubble, and it's an echo chamber, and things that you say tend to get reflected back, or anyway. Going back 18 months, this was shortly after SpaceX, as the first privately held company, was certified for taking manned launches to the International Space Station. And this is not that long after the head of Roscosmos in Russia had told the world that if SpaceX wanted to take men to space, he should get a trampoline. And after Musk ran his first test flight, his manned test flight to the space station, he kind of responded with some sarcastic comments back. So it's not really that surprising that Musk, in his position as the CEO or the chairman of SpaceX, would reach out to Russia and discuss the carriage of Russian cosmonauts to the ISS. The SpaceX Dragon capsule is noticeably, very noticeably, more advanced than the best Soyuz. Soyuz has been a robust and reliable system for decades, but it hasn't evolved into the 21st century, and it is very obviously obsolete compared to what SpaceX is currently fielding. And what SpaceX is currently testing down in Boca Chica, Texas, in terms of the Starship and the goal and the ambition of having a completely reusable rocket to space, he's not far off. It's quite possible that within the next 6 months to a year, we'll see the first flights of a completely reusable ship to orbit, the first in history. And Russia's Soyuz costs 10 to 20 times as much per flight as a Dragon capsule does now. And once the Starship is in full operation, the Soyuz literally can't compete at all. So the only flight that makes sense for any astronaut is SpaceX or a technology derived and evolved from SpaceX. So having a discussion between the world's richest man, who's in charge of the world's most advanced spaceflight technology company, which that anybody that can fly people to space is also quite capable of intercontinental ballistic delivery of packages. And so once you start talking about Musk from that perspective, it makes complete sense that he's talking to world leaders. Xi Jinping might want to subscribe to SpaceX to take some taikonauts to space, and certainly, Russia might be interested in transporting cosmonauts to space. That's not surprising at all. And I think you need to separate. I'm not a Musk apologist. I'm just trying to understand the man. And I have a significant investment in Tesla, so I have a monetary interest in him not being a dick and making stupid comments in the public sphere. But it's not that surprising that he's reaching out to some of the world's most powerful people, because his comments about wanting to take people to Mars, people could view it as a fantasy, or it's a rich man's hobby. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I think I pushed. I said this earlier. The idea to go to Mars is not new. And
yeah.
You make a perfect point in the fact that he is an entrepreneur. He is, from this point of view, indeed brilliant. He raised from scratch not only this SpaceX and Tesla, and he raised from scratch PayPal, which most of the people use. He sold it to invest in some other things. And when he started PayPal, online banking and international transfer and what we see today as crypto, right? That was the first step in such a virtual transfer, a virtual company with a virtual transfer, correct? So he is an innovative person, and you are perfectly right that he, at his level of income, let's say, he can discuss with international leaders on par, let's say, on as a how do you say, value, monetary value, right? But great power comes with great responsibility. And I will say this again, great power comes with great responsibility. He has a responsibility. He should assume responsibility for his companies, for what he says. He's not just, I'm sorry, Joe from the corner of the street who is your barber for the last 30 years and has an opinion on every politician you met. Correct? It's not
I
that.
completely agree. Yeah, Michelle. And it's more important, you know, he is on the autism spectrum. He said that himself. And he does say stupid things in public on a regular basis, which I personally regret. But his companies are doing wonderful things about transitioning to clean energy and, you know, making it possible for humankind to go to space. And so I think it's more important to look at what he does as opposed to what he says. That's all I have to say. I'll just drop it there.
Thank you, James. And we did not refute the progress he brought, the efficiency he brought, including in boosting and pairing with NASA to go to space, right? In the efficiency of these companies, in the efficiency of in the push and his energy to get some projects accomplished. And I want to just point out two more things, and then I will let Michelle take over. So one, in any case, in every country, each or every country you want, the most prosperous, most efficient country you would like, any public service will not be as efficient as a private service. You can test this on companies or institutions or whatever you like, because this is how life goes and this is how life develops. Personal investment in what you do and what is yours gives you incentive to do things that a person who is not owning that thing will not do, will not search for. That's one thing. And second, I think any or most, but let's not get that definite. Most of the countries and most of the organizations in the Western world are way above what Russia at this point is, because Russia as a total, and not only just their space program, is inefficient. And their space program is inefficient, just like the rest of the country. It's a we have had here in the space someone who had contact with the people who actually work in the space program, and he had confirmed that it's the most sought after, and they have the most intelligent people they can get from Russia in those programs. But the system in which they work, I'm sorry, the system in which they work, it's not efficient. They are mathematicians, they are not economists, they are not entrepreneurs. So yes, the difference is really important. But as I said before, great power, great influence comes with tremendous responsibility. You have to be responsible for what you have, for what you do, for the lives of the people around you. Thank you. I will go to Michelle. We have some announcements to do. James, do you have something else, or we can move on? Okay, Michelle, please tell me what's going to happen.
Yeah, thanks. I have a few announcements to make. So if everyone, whenever you get the opportunity, please retweet this Twitter space. We really appreciate all of you being here. We appreciate all of our loyal listeners. And also we've had a lot of new listeners and speakers lately. So we love that you found the Twitter space and really appreciate all of you being here. MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's been on since February 24th, actually before that, and we'll be here until Russia leaves. When you do get the opportunity, please check out MriyaA.org and see some of the really amazing things that they do. 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like tourniquets, bandages, night vision, and so on. And none of it goes to overhead or administrative costs. And I know that they're very upfront and visible with where all of the money goes to. So please check out the website whenever you get the opportunity. If you would like to come up and ask a question, please press the microphone button, which is on the bottom left-hand corner. I know because there has been so many new speakers, we do have an order, so we'd like it if you raised your hand. There is the heart icon, which is in the middle of your screen on the bottom side. So click on the heart and then go to the right-hand side and you'll see a hand button. As well, we have two very special guests tomorrow. The first one is Pekka Toveri, who's the former chief of defense intelligence for the Finnish Defense Forces. And he's going to be speaking at 12 p.m. Eastern. And then an hour and a half later, we have Justin Yao, who's a photojournalist who's currently in Ukraine covering the war. And he's going to be speaking at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. So please join us for both of those special guests. I know some of you were awaiting Matthew Van Dyke today, and from my understanding, he had some internet issues because I believe he is in Kyiv. So he's going to be rescheduled for Thursday, and we'll have a better sense of time in that, probably in the next day or so. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the last hour or so about Elon, and we've kind of got off topic a little bit. Obviously, if it's anything Ukraine related, we'd love to hear everyone's comments, questions, and so on. I think we've gotten a little bit too far. So let's try and bring it back to the whole point of all of us being here, and that's Ukraine. So we'll go to Bard's Blonde.
Yeah, I'll try to wrap it up since I know you want to close out on this topic. So first, with respect to his conduct, even if everything Ian Bremmer alleged was true, it would not rise to the level of criminality. There's been 2 indictments in the history of the United States under the Logan Act. No one has ever been convicted of it. It was passed in 1799, so that's 223 years without a successful prosecution under that act. And there's nothing criminal about what he did, even if everything that was said about what he had done was true. That being said, I think that it's a little frustrating that he's occupied so much public discourse, given that, I mean, yes, he is a visionary in certain respects. However, I know I have many friends who work at SpaceX and Tesla. These are companies that have thousands of employees who work there, and it is their ingenuity and their genius and their work and labor which generates the incredible progress and achievements of those companies. I mean, he is a successful figurehead. However, when people say, I wonder if Elon is going to do this or that, first of all, he's wedded to the United States government, and he needs the US government vastly more than the government needs him. His companies are heavily subsidized, especially in connection with SpaceX, with their efforts. And I mean, when he says, I spent $80 million bringing SpaceLink to Ukraine, the reality is that was completely subsidized and paid for by the American taxpayer. And when he says that I did it, it wasn't him who did it. He was provided with the infrastructure and wherewithal in order to do it by the government and his company did do it, but it's only because he has satellites that are provided by the United States government. I mean, it's not him individually doing anything. He's far less extraordinary than people attribute, and it's a little frustrating that he's deferred to in the public discourse. The fact that he is neurodivergent means that he doesn't have the wherewithal to realize that when he's pondering things out loud, he could very well terrify millions of people in Ukraine who are depending upon this service, and they could think that he might yank it because he has a whim, which is totally arbitrary. And it's a little bit upsetting that so many people are fearful because of the impact that this one individual could have in the context of this horrible invasion. Because, first of all, he's not nearly the genius that people credit him with being, since he depends heavily upon the efforts of others. And also because he doesn't have the control that I think he likes to suggest in the public discourse that he has. And he is, unfortunately, given his situation, unattuned to issues like boundaries or realizing when something he says could be totally inappropriate in the given context, that he might just blurt something out because he's trying to brainstorm an idea for trying to resolve a given situation, not realizing he completely lacks the expertise to offer a credible opinion, and should probably refrain from, offering any advice whatsoever. So I just like to say that I don't think the people of Ukraine need to worry about Starlink being yanked, because Elon Musk really doesn't have that much control over the whole situation, nor does he have control over whether the United States government takes any foreign policy action, because they don't listen to him in terms of making decisions on foreign policy.
Thank you, Barblond. I'm sure I do understand everybody has a strong opinion on this, and Michelle is right. We should somehow bring it back to Ukraine. He has a tremendous effect, and he has a tremendous reach. I do understand all opinions. Luca has something to say too on this topic. I will let Luca go with this, and then I really want to talk about tanks with Colby if he is around, because otherwise he's in Canada. He needs to sleep at some point. I don't know exactly when he does that, and I don't want for him to go to bed and for me to miss his input. I have two points on. He really is the
I haven't fallen asleep while on the speaker panel yet.
as opposed to others. We don't name them. Okay. Look up, please wrap it up if it's about Ellen. I'm fond of you, but if we go on this path, please.
All right. Yeah, because I've been listening about this for a while, so I think I'll wrap it up, as you're probably your only correspondent from the Silicon Valley. I listened to this, and there are a few things that I should probably correct. So first of all, we agree Elon Musk is a visionary and a great entrepreneur. Elon Musk, however, he is not the founder of PayPal. Peter Thiel was the founder of PayPal. He is not the founder of Tesla. He came in Tesla when the Tesla was already running. They already had the first car. He did put a lot of his wealth, and he effectively saved Tesla and brought it to a different level. He is the founder of SpaceX. In a sense, SpaceX is his little creature. Now, I took a few notes. You guys said we need to look at what he does and what he says. Agreed, but We cannot separate that, just because he's got this huge platform, but also because, like you mentioned, based on the thing he said, well, many people here already thought he was the founder of PayPal and Tesla, and many people around the world do think that, certainly about Tesla, and it's not, because, well, he's very good at saying things and, at manipulating public opinions, and that's part of his job. And that's probably also why he wants to buy Twitter. And this is where I'm going to wrap it up, turning it into Ukraine. So this kind of figure is ultimately a cultural figure. He identifies a cultural trend. Oh, global warming. We need, let me think, what's the technology that ties to that? Electric vehicle. Oh, wait, the end of civilization. Oh, wait, what do we need? Oh, multiplanetary civilization. Oh, wait, that means that we need to land rockets and have reusable systems, right? He's really good at doing that. And then promoting it, and then I put together this amazing group of engineers and fund them, right? However, that same skills at the breadth that he has with this giant megaphone misapplied to a situation as Ukraine, it's not about what it does. In this case, Starlink, certainly with the US government behind, but great technology deployed, but also what he says that can be so dangerous because we cannot disentangle the two. And this is how I'm going to wrap it up, this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca, for pointing out and thank you for clarifying and for correcting me on those points. I'm sure, as me, there are many others who have been disinformed or misunderstood some things. Kayla, I see your hands up. I hope you want to talk about tanks because I really want to talk about tanks with Colby. I don't want to be disrespectful, and I'm always happy to have you on the panel.
Oh, well, you're wonderful, and I can guarantee you there's no chance in heck that I would talk about Elon Musk. I was actually jumping in to try to change the subject. And so a couple of things. Can someone tweet the link or put in the nest the link to the petition that's circulating in Germany, if that's possible? It'd be greatly appreciated. And so I have a question about tanks for Colby, and he doesn't need to sleep. He's a young man. So I have a question for tanks for Colby. So Colby, when I was going through the available tanks, so I looked like the French had just about 200 or 150 old, their first Series 1 Leclercs available, and I looked, there was about 79 Challengers. I guess the question I have for you is, from a scale perspective, to make it worthwhile, how many do you think is the minimum amount of main battle tanks with the Western armor? It's really about the armor. Do you think that we need to field in Ukraine? With avoiding having a situation where we have 60 French model Leclercs and 60 Challengers, just one model, which obviously is only down to 2 units globally. How many do you think is a minimum we need to be effective?
That depends on who you ask, because there are many different opinions on that question just within our space. I'm fairly certain today that Axel said that a single Western tank company could lay waste to, I think he might have said an entire Russian brigade, which, I would say that kind of depends on the terms of the engagement. But historically speaking, we've certainly seen that happen, where very small numbers of Western tanks have been able to lay waste to very, very vast numbers of Soviet tanks. But it all depends on the terms of the engagement. You can't count on that. I believe Yehuda has said that if they're going to send MBTs, it needs to be in the number of the hundreds in order to make an impact. I would say that the limiting factor here is how many can Ukraine realistically field how many can they field with available tank crews? How many can they field given logistical constraints? Because fielding 200 Western main battle tanks is not going to be an easy endeavor. It's a lot of personnel to operate the tanks and to help maintain the tanks and support the tanks, supply the tanks, and keep the tanks refueled. It's just a large number to move around. Their Western tanks are very heavy, so you may run into some challenges with the poor state of bridges in Ukraine, given the heavy fighting. A lot of bridges have been severely damaged. Western tanks are some of the heaviest things in the battlefield, significantly heavier than some Russian tanks. So there will probably be issues with bridges not being able to support their weight. So that's a concern. And then, of course, a tank on its own is not particularly effective unless it's supported by infantry as well. So if we're going to send tanks, you really need infantry fighting vehicles as well to get the most out of it, because that's part of the strength of Western armored formations is the combined arms that you have with mechanized infantry and then close air support and helicopters and everything else. And we've seen Ukraine has a much greater capacity to successfully execute combined arms than the Russians have. But doing that with brand new Western MBTs is a different matter. And so I would say if you're going to send MBTs, it would be important to send all the other vehicles that help make a Western armored formation work. So I know today there was a report that Germany had actually sent, I believe, armored recovery vehicles. That's an example of a system that you need to have on the battlefield. If you're going to deploy Western armor onto the battlefield, you need Western armored recovery vehicles as well, because that's really important when the tank breaks down, so that you can actually retrieve it off the battlefield and make sure it gets recovered and repaired and returned to service. So there's a lot of logistical support that has to go with this. I don't think it's insurmountable, but it is a problem. And again, tanks are very heavy, so if they would have to be flown in, if they're coming from the United States at least, because putting them on a ship is going to take a long time. So they're taking up a lot of capacity on aircraft that could be sending other things. So I think it shouldn't be taken off the table. I remain of the belief that it's not super likely for the United States. I think that it is entirely worthwhile for Europeans to continue to pressure the German government, because there is already European countries who have expressed interest in sending Leopard 2s to Ukraine, and I don't think they should be prohibited from doing so by Chancellor Scholz if they want to do that. So that's definitely a worthwhile endeavor. But in terms of how many did they need to send, I think that if you can equip a battalion with Western main battle tanks, and you can equip a battalion of mechanized infantry as well with Western infantry fighting vehicles, then you have a formidable fighting force there that could be the tip of the spear in a potential Ukrainian breakout operation once they get into the better tank country on the east side of the Dnipro.
Yeah, you bring up, and I think one point you bring up, which is really interesting that people forget about, is, I mean, you want to have at least one ARV for every 10 tanks, and the specs need to be big enough to pull the tonnage that they're pulling. So I think that was a great point that you brought up.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? What did you say? To have at least one what? I just misheard what you said.
Sorry, I threw out the acronym ARV, so Armored Recovery Vehicle. So Colby had
got
that.
it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think that Colby brings up a good point. It's not just, and Axel's not here to defend himself. So the second best tank in the world, the Leopard. Yeah, you can't just send 100 Leopards to Ukraine. I think Colby, right? We need at least 10 ARVs. I like the Leclerc a lot, Colby, just because it's under 60 tons. It only cruise 3. I'm wondering how that could potentially help the Ukrainians. But the thing that makes me nervous about the Leclerc is I'm just not convinced their armor is as good as the depleted uranium or the Leopard tanks. And I don't want to put you on the spot if you haven't gotten into into the Leclerc too much.
The
But someone else
Leclerc
has
does
their
not
hand
have as good armor. The Leclerc is objectively inferior to Abrams, Challenger, and Leopard. There is no debate about this. It's an inferior tank. It's not a bad tank. It's certainly better than the Russian tanks, but it is inferior. But it's still better, and it has the advantage that because it is an auto loader, that's what Ukrainians are using right now. They have 3-man crews with auto loaders. That's another thing that I should mention. Ukraine doesn't have loaders in their army, so loader is not like, it's the least difficult job to train somebody to do, pretty much, but you still need them. So Ukraine doesn't have loaders really because they have all the tanks they're using have auto loaders. So that's the crews that Ukraine has right now. If they're being pulled out of a tank that they're using, if they're operating a T-72 right now, and you want to pull that crew out of that tank and give them a new Western tank, you have to add an extra guy to that crew if you're going to give them any of the other ones. If you give them a Leclerc, they don't need it because it's still an auto loader. But the Leclerc is not as well armored as the other ones that are. They just aren't. Its armor is not as good.
Good stuff. And yeah, that's a great point you made on the auto loader and just transferring crews over. Yeah, great point. I'd love to hear if anybody else has any thoughts on the tanks.
I can add to this. It's much more than sending, tanks come. Tank is one of the most complex, unit on the battlefield for the ground forces, and we have seen in Kiev offensive, in Sumy offensive, when Russians tried to take over, we have seen how things can go bad for absolutely overwhelming force that Russians had. They left literally companies and battalions of tanks in the stuck in the mud because of the lack of fuel, lack of spare parts, and lack of training. It was in such immense numbers that there is one territorial defense unit in Ukraine that operates 20 tanks. So you can imagine that brigade was 20 light. What is supposed to be light infantry brigade that operates 20 tanks. So it's much more than just giving tanks, and much more than giving tanks and fuel. Infantry recovery vehicles absolutely a must. They are a problem at this moment, with even when we don't have yet the Western tanks. We already experience problems with recovery vehicles. I know that we had experience when I started. We had experience and problems with that with Pions, when we had engines stolen, one of them, and we had to wait 2 days until we could get the recovery vehicle to pull it. And in addition to that, there's another big step that we have to do. You cannot just substitute. You cannot just throw away Ukrainian T-72 or T-64 and put in Abrams instead of it. You have to change the way how you use it. Ukrainian doctrine of using tanks is a bit similar to Soviet, because we have those tanks, and that's how they were supposed to be used. They are cheap. You don't. They are consumables, and the tank crews, have. I will not dive into the details, but there are a lot of things that are used exactly for this T-72s and T-74s in terms of tactics. And one of them, for example, bridges, like Kobe have mentioned. So you have to rethink all the tactics. You have to form a new unit. You have to understand the new use case for this, because it's not while tank is a tank. If we're given the NATO standard tanks, we will have, the quantity is going to be absolutely minimal at the start, and we'll have to show absolute proficiency how to use them. And I'm not saying that Ukrainians are not proficient in using tanks, but what I'm saying, it requires, a new tank, that has new capabilities, requires complete rethinking and complete, remodeling of the of the training of and the tactics of how, and the strategy of how it's going to be utilized. And that takes time. I'm not saying that, oh, we're not capable. No, it's just, like with absolutely everything, every new toy that you get, you have to learn new stuff about it and find its, where it's best, where it's worst, and how to use it. As a, as a software engineer, for example, it's like database. They all seem, the same, but every database, you cannot just use it the same way as you did another one. You gotta, take into account lots of stuff. You gotta work out the strategy, and your first strategy is gonna probably fail, and you have to be ready for that. You have to, be ready to mitigate it. So it's much more than just giving, parts, a couple of vehicles with it, and a couple of trained crews. We have to rethink, how we're gonna use it, and not only rethink but also retrain and reimagine the battlefield, the doctrine of usage of this thing. So it's much more complicated. It's doable. It's gonna take time. I'm sure we will get there. The time, it just, it's probably gonna be somewhere, spring next year, or maybe summer. I don't think it's gonna be, in anywhere close in the next couple of months. I certainly hope so, but reality, I think, is a bit different.
Thank you. In the end, without asking, through Kilo, I got the answer for my first question, because I read that Romania will received Leclerc tanks, and I was wondering about them. How are they different, and if they could be used? So, yeah, thank you. This is awesome. Welcome, Charles Ray. We are glad to have you back.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, great. I just want to echo what Konstantin Kolbe said regarding tanks. I mean, Western tanks were designed for Western armies with huge industrialization bases behind them. I'm really with those guys. I think it really makes the most sense if you stand up a whole unit. And for me, that unit would be basically a brigade size, with a couple of tank battalions and an armor brigade, because there's so much that has to support them. Not only the maintenance, we've talked about one item, the recovery asset, but also the engineering assets, the artillery coordination. I would expect that if you really expedited the whole thing, you could probably stand up an armored brigade in 4 to 6 months and have them trained and proficient, which for me means would need to get started now in order to time for the spring, as Konstantin mentioned. I would love to see M1s on the battlefield, but as Colby mentioned, they're built for a different infrastructure. They're built for Western European infrastructure. The bridges are all built for that. So you would have to include a lot of engineering, maintenance, all kinds of assets to be able to use them effectively. If you use them effectively, they, like we saw, I mean, the reference a couple of days ago at 73 Easting in the Gulf War, they can be extremely lethal. And we saw that against the Medina division of the Iraqi Republican Guard in 2003. They can destroy a whole brigade. A company can destroy a whole brigade, but you have to have them in the right place, in the right time, in the right conditions. And that takes a lot of stuff behind it, beyond just the 120 millimeter cannon.
And one thing to add to it, like the infrastructure is a solvable problem. It's all solvable. It just takes time. Regarding the strategy, how to use it, is more. It's a bit strategy and tactics, how to use them. That's a bit more complicated because in reality, no one used Abrams tanks in environment like this. When we talk about Gulf Wars, it's a whole different environment. It's absolutely different, and there is like a big danger, that you did not calculate something like a mud, and you can lose a tank just because of that. And so, or a bridge, like you're saying. I would say the bridges themselves are not a problem. More of a problem is the pontoon bridges and river crossings. That would be a bit of a bigger problem because they are designed for a bit. Our bridges are, it's maybe not the best bridges in the world, but they definitely can withstand, Western tanks. But the pontoon bridges are a bit different story. They are designed for real lighter vehicles. That's what concerns me, and also, like the absolute worst scenario that I can imagine, losing those tanks. And how do we, what would be it's not artillery. With artillery it's easier, you break it, you don't know how to use it, or it gets counter battery, well, you pull it back, and that's fine. And we have seen, I think, only one howitzer totally destroyed M777 in Russian hands so far, that had absolutely no value. But with a tank, it's maybe it's not exactly close combat a vehicle, but it's much closer than the artillery, and this is one of the biggest concerns, that one mistake is going to cost a lot for Ukraine, for the Ukrainian image is going to, and for the Western image as well. And we should not underestimate the importance of that. And we're in 2014, 2015, we have discussed. There was a discussion in Ukraine on using Ukrainian upload tanks, and there was, a really big reluctance from one of the parties, because they were saying that it's really dangerous if this tank, is destroyed, and if it's destroyed, the position is overwhelmed, and Russians, for example, if they would know that, okay, they have this tank, they may actually, use all their missiles, use all their forces just to get it. And it can be, not even a strategic, it may be not a tactical mistake, but more like a mistake on a strategic level, where they invested absolutely everything just to get that single tank. And the damage to the image of of Ukrainian armed forces and Ukrainian United States and the Western aid to Ukraine is going to be damaged really a lot. So lots of things to consider. I'm sure it's going to happen. It's just a bit more complicated than most of people think.
Just shortly, Konstantin, I totally understand your point about the propaganda value or the image value. I think that if we are hesitant to provide armor assets and from the West because of that reason, I think we're standing on our own feet. I don't see that as a valid. I get it, but if we're hindered by that, I think we need to rethink.
No, so let me reiterate what it's like. It's a thing. It's a damage that's gonna happen if this thing happens. So what I'm saying is, before doing so, you have. I'm not saying we should not. West should not do this because of this, theoretical damage. What I'm saying is this has to be taken into the account. So the strategy and tactics, how to use those tanks, how to use that equipment, takes this into the account. Not in any way I'm saying like, okay, it's too dangerous, let's not use it. What I'm saying is like, let's just be more more prepared to deal with it. And by prepared, I mean,
Perfect.
let's have tactics that will be designed for this. Let's have the crews that know what to do, like that they would, destroy the tank. Maybe some additional mechanisms to destroy the tanks quicker, when you have to abandon it, for example, because, I don't know, you lost one of the tracks. Or maybe, some kind of, there are a lot of things, I'm sure there are
I'm
general
totally
things.
with you.
Yeah, so
Makes total sense. I think that's why we agree standing up a whole unit is the right way to do it, instead of saying, okay, here's 10. Good luck. Yeah.
Hey, I have a quick question for you guys on that topic. How long would it take to switch out the comms on a NATO tank, to allow the Ukrainian army to communicate with each other and then other equipment on the battlefield? Do you guys know? I think they're switching out some comms out of the Russian tanks they've taken, but I don't know. I mean, Charles, you were in the U.S. Army engineer corps. I mean, is it a long time on a NATO
No, I
tank?
mean, if you had, I mean, imagine they're not going to be getting them with things like the Blue Force tracker or any of that stuff. So it's literally just unscrewing the radio, pulling it out, and putting a new one in with a new antenna. So if you had all the equipment, an hour per tank.
Great. So they don't have an excuse to say no based on that. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
the communication systems aren't all integrated into the whole thing. I mean, but yeah, you just change out the radios, but then they would have no Blue Force, I imagine.
Thank you, Charles. I would have 2 questions for you too. I'm so happy I have such a nice panel this morning, with interesting conversations. Joseph, please continue, and then I will jump in.
Well, real quick. So first off, I had some questions for Michelle too. I was, or sorry, for Charles too, but I was going to say I think Michelle's got to go. So looks like she's gone. So that message is now irrelevant, I guess, to some extent. But I guess everyone do please say goodbye to Michelle. I think it's as always, she was an absolutely fantastic co-host tonight, and it was great to have her on. So I've got some questions for Charles as well. Just I mean, long story short, Charles, we've gotten some new information about the bridge. I wouldn't say it's anything spectacular, but we've gotten maybe some detailed satellite imagery, and I think we've just had a little bit of time to sort through the noise. So if there's any kind of update, anything you want to say about the bridge, I understand we've kind of covered it to death at this point, but we've had maybe a little more time to process what's going on. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity, and while we've got you here, please go ahead.
Yeah, sadly not. I've been in workshops the last 2 days at work, so I haven't really had time to look at everything in detail. So I can't say too much. I haven't seen anything that changed my opinion in the last couple of days, but I'm open to new evidence.
Yeah, I think John feels the same way. He hasn't really seen anything that's changed his overall opinion. Okay, so I am now co-host, which is great. Thank you very much, co-host Gods. And Anda, I believe you had some questions. Go ahead.
Yes. Before the questions, I need to say thank you to Michelle. She has been fantastic every night. And I would slide and combine because one of the questions was regarding that bridge, which indeed was covered a lot during the last days. But since Charles said he didn't have time, I will ask another question, which is also bridge related, but differently. So France has sent through Romania the 4th humanitarian aid they sent so far. It's been a cooperation between the French embassy here in Bucharest and the Ukrainian one. Our authorities helped with logistics and stuff. And I think I did covered a bit about this transport, which arrived last week and was sent through Suceava hub, humanitarian hub. But in this transport, and this is why I was so excited about how the discussion went, there were 200 meters of emergency bridges that can be used for fast rehabilitation operation on civil Ukrainian infrastructure. And I wanted to know, what exactly does that mean? You mentioned earlier that this type of pontoons, are they a type of pontoon? You mentioned they cannot be used by tanks, but by light infantry or cars. Can you give us a better understanding what is Ukraine getting, and how can it be used?
Sure. So I'm assuming that they were not pontoon bridges. So pontoon bridges are pretty much just reserved for military assault operations. They're very expensive, and you have to have boats to put them in, and all of this stuff. I'm assuming what it included is if you just Google Bailey Bridge, Bailey, Bailey Bridge. This is a very old technology designed by the British during World War II. It basically includes big steel pieces that fit together with pins. There are newer versions of it, but essentially it's all the same design. Depending on how, and it goes together like a big erector set, or almost like Legos with pins. And all you really need is a bulldozer to push the thing across. There are different ways of building them, and they can be put together by hand. So if you have 5 or 6 people, you can lift every piece, including all of the beams, and you can build them in different configurations depending on how much load you want it to hold. So they would hold Western tanks. They would hold 40, 50, 60 tons if you built them with enough. Bailey bridges were used a lot in World War II, and they have been used ever since. In fact, some of these bridges stayed up in Germany until the 1970s in parts of Germany. You can still find them around the world. They've been standing for like 50 years, and they're just a metal erector set put together. They're great for spanning small rivers, creeks, things like that reliably.
So, okay, real quick on, I just want to maybe say to our audience, sorry, please do come up if you have any questions for our panel. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and we will do our best to answer your question. Did you have another question for Charles? Anda, go ahead.
Yes. How long? So I understood that they are easily fixed, built, right? Put in place. And I think this is awesome. But my question was how long they can they endure? So once you put one in place, in some place, somewhere where you need it, how long can they endure? And if they can be dismantled and moved if needed?
They can last decades. You'll probably have to change out the wooden decking on top, so the part that the vehicles roll over. And yes, they can be taken apart and moved, but often they're not, because it's just easier to get more bridging material and build another one than it is to remove it and move it. But it can be.
Awesome. I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming up when we had that bridge discussion. Your input was really on point, and helped us tremendously understand what's happening. Colby.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify something about Romania and the Leclerc, which you mentioned earlier. Those tanks have not been purchased by the Romanian government. France is sending a reinforced mechanized infantry company and a squadron of the tanks to be deployed in Romania just as part of NATO presence.
True. It is true. Yeah, you are perfectly right. It is part of combined NATO reinforcement of the eastern flank of NATO. We get the Franks, the tanks.
You get the tanks and the French people in them, right, Anda?
Yes, and we also have France is the leading nation in the NATO troops in Romania. So they wanted to reinforce the eastern flank because well, not because Ukraine is not doing well, but because Russia became more aggressive in the past months actually, and it is natural to want to be prepared, right? Because one of the distinctive notes between NATO and Russia is that NATO trains their people, takes care of them, cares about them, and prepares for each eventuality. It is taken into account. I wanted to add they will deploy. I actually don't know how to pronounce this. They are called Rafale. I don't know how you say that correctly. I probably butchered them. There are planes which are deployed in Lithuania, and in Estonia there will be a light infantry company which will have Griffon, which is another plane. It's roughly 100 more people. And if I remember correctly, what Colonel Jeff said, not yesterday, but the week previous, when he was on, um, he said that for 2 planes they needed 100 people for everything that the plane needs for the service of the planes, everything. So yeah,
So
we sorry,
go ahead.
please.
No, I thought you were maybe moving to a different topic. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add on this that we got and this is a light joke, but for people who lived then, it's nice. We got an encouragement which stated something like the Romanian can stay tranquil. How do you say? Relaxed. Because it's Romania, it's defended by the greatest alliance. It's kind of funny, this statement, and they couldn't have known during first years after the revolution. We had some Ponzi scheme here. Not many, but some. And one of them had this slogan that the Romanians can sleep quietly, peacefully, relaxed, because that specific Ponzi scheme was covering their assets, which of course they didn't. But yeah, we kind of made fun on this um, uh, turn of phrase which was used, but this is in a good way. So please, if you have something else, Joseph.
No, that's great. I have a few questions for you about Romania, but actually, while Charles is here, I just had a question for him, maybe going back a little bit. So, while Language is here, we talked a little bit about this, I don't know, like sort of Siegfried line type deal the Russians have going on, for lack of a better term, right? They seem to have like dug like 3 trenches more or less, and then put these sort of concrete, vehicle barricades, I guess you'd call them, in this kind of big line, so that and we had actually someone come up and explain maybe that it's sort of to block not just tanks, or it's not like a trench so much to defend, but like it's to block vehicles, it's to block tanks, it's maybe to block, like lighter vehicles from sneaking in at night and so forth. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? What kind of an obstacle is that for military like Ukraine's to deal with? Have you seen the pics, by the way? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw the pictures. Yeah, so basically they made an anti-tank ditch. So it's not a trench to hold people. It's an anti-tank ditch, which is essentially what happens is then the tank, when it drives in, gets stuck in it. It basically goes nose in and it can't get back up. So it blocks tanks from going across it. It looked like they also put a couple lines of triple strand concertina wire, which prevents infantry and will also hinder tanks and block tanks, because the barbed wire, the razor wire, gets caught up in the tracks, or can. I'm assuming there's also a mine strip in there with anti-tank and anti-personnel mines to do that. So it's certainly an obstacle. Western militaries, I would love to see them give this to the Ukrainians. We have something called a Miklik, which is basically a rocket which shoots out about 100-meter line of C4 behind it. It looks like a big pearl necklace almost of C4, and it shoots that out, and then it blows up and it breaches those kinds of obstacles. So something like that would be helpful. It would be slow to get through it, not hours and hours, but you would need a dozer to come in, an armored dozer or something like that, to get through that anti-tank ditch. But I guess on the northern front, it's a bit more restricted than on the southern front. But as long as that front is, it would take them months to try to put up that level of obstacle across the whole front. So it's mostly used to protect certain strong points, because it's not feasible to do it across the whole front like you'd see in World War I. It couldn't be like that. And modern armored tactics wouldn't even require that. So it could be bypassed and gone around. That opens you up to pre-sighted artillery, assuming they have that, and all that. So it's dangerous. But also, I doubt that they have been able to build any kind of second line or second channeling, turning obstacles behind it. Maybe they have. So it is an obstacle, but it's certainly not insurmountable. And it's certainly not the Maginot Line or the Siegfried Line or anything like that. They were much stronger, had concrete bunkers and all that stuff. I don't see that yet.
Gotcha. I was just kind of curious what your thoughts on it were broadly. I'm not super familiar with exactly how elaborate such fortifications were. So thanks for clarifying that. I don't know, Constantine, did you? I know that we had a little bit of a discussion about this earlier, but I don't think you were there. So did you have any thoughts on this? Did you see that obstacle that Russia's made?
Yeah, it was like, that's like a medieval warfare. The next we would see the crocodiles in the trenches between the. That's my take on it. I mean, people. I think that those trenches and defense lines are important, but you have to know how to use them. You have to create those traps. You have to use them properly. Just laying down hundreds kilometers of wires and concrete blocks and trenches will not change anything, because it takes literally like I don't know, 10 minutes to cross it. It takes literally 10 minutes to go through it. But the effort just not worth it. But if you build them right, that's when they become really important. But I think just building an entire huge, this line is not the effort. That is the effort to do it is just so can be so huge that it will not worth it.
I think I get what you're saying. Makes a lot of sense, Constantine. I think we can go to hands. Anda, go ahead.
Yes, we have Kalo and then Steven.
I think Steven might have been before me. I can wait.
Okay, Steven.
All right. Yeah, I guess along the line of that, I'm not going to say fortifications because, well, they aren't that, but in terms of the usefulness of such anti-tank lines are mainly, for them to be useful, you need to have several layers of them so that in accompanying fortifications so that they either channel attacking forces into areas that are well covered with like multiple artillery batteries, or like so that in cumulative it slows them down enough so that once you figure out where they're trying to break through, you can move your forces there quickly. If this was done properly, it could work, but they don't have the resources to build like multiple, like 50 to 100 kilometer depth defenses of these types like they did in World War II, like at the Battle of Kursk, where there were like 150 kilometer depths with like 6 or full defensive lines that would channel advancing forces. And without that, and without the manpower to, I guess, man it enough so that they could build these fast enough before the Ukrainians get there, I mean, it'll be a bit of a speed bump, but in the end, it's just a speed bump. And additionally, they would need to be able to coordinate their artillery fire to, I guess, recognize where the Ukrainians are breaking through. And historically, from what we've seen, the responsiveness of like their artillery to like request for fire missions from like a forward observer who would be, or like a forward platoon that'd be manning parts of this line to so that instead of the infantry trying to stop them, they'd see where the Ukrainians are breaking through, and since the line will slow them down or channel them through the maybe couple dozen or maybe 100-meter wide opening that they break through the line where they could saturate it with artillery, I just don't think they'd be able to coordinate a high enough volume of fire onto that area to stop a breakthrough, like in time to, well, not get overrun. So I guess if they had started doing this like in Kharkiv when, like in April, after they realized they were going to have to go on, well, after they should have realized they were going to have to go on the defensive, it'd be an issue. But it's now a day late and a dollar short.
I'm inclined to agree with that assessment. Charles, did you have anything you wanted to add to that, or broadly agree?
Yeah, no, he's totally right. I mean, the main purpose of these types of obstacles is to channel the assault. There's all kinds of tricks and ways and tactics to get through them and get around them. You make a feint in one place, identify where the artillery is, you neutralize that with counter battery. It becomes a big game at that point, getting through, but if done well, it's not that hard to get through. I doubt the Russians would do it well enough to be able to stop anything for long. Yeah.
Thanks. Back to you, Anna.
Thank you, Joseph. Before moving forward, I wanted to remind everyone that for other people to know about us, if you like us, you need to retweet the space and to let your feelings show. Yeah, that you like us or not. Hopefully you do. And to share if you have in the nest, I think, the guests that are coming tomorrow. If not, I will make sure that they will be put there. And also, if you have the time and the availability, please donate to MriyaAid. This is a charitable organization we support here from MriyaReport. They deliver non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and it's an all-volunteer organization, so no extra costs for, I don't know, Yehuda likes to say pizza parties. That means for unnecessary uh, um, um, expenses within the organization on the people who work there. So this is not the case. All the people who work for MriyaAid are volunteers. They are not paid. They are in this organization to help Ukraine and to bring Ukraine what it needs, basically. And you'll also know that I'm a big fan of planning and scheduling. So I kindly recommend, if you feel so inclined to donate, or you think at some point that you can donate a certain amount of money, set up a date and donate that amount of money. And if it's something manageable, like $10, $20, it doesn't have to be much, you can set up a monthly donation. These monthly donations are registered with the organization. They can see which are the persons who set up a monthly donation, and they can forecast. So I'm sure you all read in the press that, for example, tourniquets were basically out of stock after the second month of the war, which meant that more had to be produced, and the ones who are brought are basically brought straight from the factory, which means you have to place an order. And to place an order, you need to know how much money you will have when you will pay that order. So it really helps the people who manage the logistical side from behind the scenes, to have a forecast of the money that are coming in monthly, disregarding the uh, local or temporary campaigns. For example, if like you saw, we had a campaign for the tourniquets, we had a campaign for the drones. That was to supplement what was needed beside the regular donations, because there are people who donate regularly to this organization and to others which are in Ukraine on the ground. So that's why I'm always stressing this idea to have a monthly donation. as small as you can. And I will give you one more um, tidbit of experience on that. Um, um, I regularly donated in Romania, and sometimes it was like a stupid stuff, someone. And when I say stupid, I mean in money, in the amount of money they requested. Okay, so it was like there was a teledon at the television. A teledon is a request through TV. You have a phone number, and they said send an SMS to this phone number, and you will be charged $2, and we will raise this amount of money. And this was like, I don't know, 5 years ago, something like that. And I registered. $2. It's easy to give, even in Romania. And they ask you usually if you want to have it a recurrent, so monthly donation of €2. And I said okay. And every month since then, $2 went from as an SMS in each month to this organization. And at some point I was looking at the SMS, and I was like, really, how does this help? Like really, $2? Who cares? No. And I think 6 months ago, they sent me a message and a link, and it was, look, I know you have been a regular donor since the teledon 4 years ago or something, and we want you to see what we did. That charity in specifically, it was an atypical charity. So it was they help the mothers which are in Bucharest, um, attending their children in the hospital. Sometimes children with certain illnesses need longer periods of treatment. Some of them are in the hospital, and some of them are they are not required to stay in the hospital, and it's really expensive for the mother or the parent to entertain that. So they showed me.
Pediatric hospital.
Sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
it was for to help people with cancer and other children with cancer at pediatric hospital, and especially the mothers who come with them, because after they are released from the hospital, they need further treatment for several months, and it's really expensive, the treatment, sometimes, and additional things you need for this type of therapy. And it's really expensive to stay in Bucharest and to be dislocated from your work, from your job, and to live in Bucharest as a mother with your child, and to entertain, um, to care for him or her. And they showed me the home they built. So it is a house with everything, which was built and in place for several years now. And our regular donations help them keep the mothers and the children during this period. So that small amount of $2, which I thought nothing of, I thought like, okay, who cares? They add up. They really add up. So if you have $2 that you are willing to give, it's a coffee. Like really, it is a coffee. Please consider doing this, because in the end, if 10,000 people donate $2, then $20,000 are being raised, just like that, from coffee.
And real quick on to, I wanted Constantine to maybe underscore this point. I mean, Constantine, I know you mentioned that your smallest donation is something like 75 cents, right? I mean, people donate small amounts to you for your efforts as well, right?
Yeah, we get donations like 75 cents. I recently got a donation $1, and it adds up. Like, for example, we've spent 7 days and we got 25,000 in my recent drive. So, and it consists of donations like this. Yeah, we got 1,200 people donating all over the world, from Japan, from Africa, from Australia, from Russia. You'd be surprised. It makes difference together. It's $1, $2. Someone gives 10, someone gives 1,000, but it's the unity that gives the result, not a single person.
Yeah, I mean that's something we want to stress, right? It's not all on you, right? You don't have to save Ukraine and give your life savings, right? But give what you can, and it does help. Every bit makes a difference, right? So Anda, awesome points. I'll let you close it out. Otherwise, I got like more questions for Charles, obviously, but if you want to add anything, go ahead.
No, please, we are very glad to have Charles here, and sorry if I was too long. I get passionate about this.
No, I think it's great. It's a great message. I completely agree. I've tried to give you some support and fires there from Constantine. So Charles, we've got a little bit of engineer news or military engineer news. I guess 40 Canadian, sappers or engineers. I don't know it seems like there's different terminology in different countries for this stuff. Anyway. They're going to be training Ukrainians, I believe, in Poland, if I read the news correctly. So that sounds like some good news. So I'm just wondering, like, what do you think that are some important things that would be covered in such a course? I guess. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're right. There are different words. So the U.S. Army calls them combat engineers. In the German Army, they're called Pioniers, so pioneers. The word sapper in the U.S. Army is reserved for people who have completed the sapper leader course, which is one level below ranger. So we wear a special tab. I think in the British Army, they call them all sappers, but I'm not. I think maybe David can answer that one. What would they be covering? I think the most important thing that they need to cover right now is certainly demining. And they're primarily using these TM62, which is a really old, really simple anti-tank mine, but they're typically go together with anti-personnel mines. So this would be things like demining, anti-personnel mines, neutralizing booby traps, and that would probably be the main thing that they're doing at the moment. That would be my main. That's what I would teach them in the first 3 days. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. And so I get
trying to think beyond that. I mean, beyond that, then there's certain things like breaching, which if they're in the offensive, that they would want to be able to do. So this would be perhaps urban breaching. So how to put explosives on walls and things like that, to blow holes in walls. That would be then field breaching, which if it's just the engineers there, okay, that's probably just in the schoolhouse. How to remove Overwatch, obscure Overwatch with smoke, how to get in and remove obstacles, cutting wire, removing mines, creating lanes, marking lanes, things like that.
Gotcha. So I mean, it sounds more like it's not like new stuff that they need to sort of teach Ukrainians how to do, like in terms of capability. It's more just Ukraine needs a lot of new engineers to fill the ranks of the engineering corps of all the different units around, and so they've got to learn the basic, the job skills that they need to do that job, right? So it's more about training capacity, increasing training capacity for Ukraine. It sounds like. Would you agree, Charles?
Yeah, definitely. on the engineer side, I mean, we're talking about this is the same war we would have fought in 1985.
Engineering stuff we've been talking about at length, bridge stuff and trench stuff and so forth. So it's all very important skills, and I think it seems like Ukraine's exercised them pretty well. So I guess I'm just trying to say, like, Ukraine will probably teach us a thing or two about military engineering at this point, but at the same time, like, they need more people, right? They need people that actually have gone to engineering school more or less, and so it sounds like maybe Canada's helping out with that more than like giving them new capabilities they didn't have before, right?
Right. Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, yeah. So thanks. Anyway, so Anda, I do have a Romania question. Unless you had any military engineering questions for Charles while we're here. By the way, if anyone does have any military engineering questions for Charles, he's up here for maybe a minute longer. We've got him up here. So please do come on up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. But Anda, unless you have any questions for Charles, I do have one other question for you. Go ahead.
Not for the moment. I have something. I have an idea, but I need to document before I ask my question because otherwise it will look dumb and out of place. And I will reserve this for tomorrow or some other day in which I can get Charles Ray up into the panel. Please, if John Howarth doesn't have a question for Charles, fire away.
Thanks, Ander. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was just purely a piece of trivia because Charles asked about sappers in the British Army. Yes, the Royal Engineers are all called sappers. The origin of the word is actually back in medieval times. They were the people who dug tunnels underneath either the walls of castles or the walls of cities to undermine them and to sap them. And that's where the word sapper actually comes from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And that was it. Thank you.
Love it. Thanks. I'm going to have to drop off. I got to go to work, unfortunately. I would love to spend the rest of the morning here instead. But I'll be back here tomorrow morning, and if you have any questions, okay?
Thank you. That's
Thanks
awesome.
a lot. Have a great day. Have a great conversation, everybody. And yeah, I hope we get great news from the Ukrainian fronts today.
So Joseph, fire away, and John, thank you very much for that insight. This is what I love about this space. I learn so much, so much information from so many people, so bright. Thank you, John. And I have a thank you from months back to offer to you when you offered some backfire and support. And I won't get into details, but thank you for everything you do in this space and in general. Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, so Anda, I just had a question maybe about your neck of the woods. Obviously, Vic, who is our resident Moldovan, sometimes comes up and explains Moldova to us. But when I can't get a Moldovan, I ask a Romanian. So my question is, it seems like, as far as I understand, Moldova was importing about 1/3 of its electricity to Ukraine. And because of these recent strikes, they are no longer doing so. I assume they're trying to get that capacity back, but you know, they're doing their best to get that output. And so, I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, is that accurate? Like, what's the situation with that? And I guess the reason, you know, what are the stakes here? I guess for listeners, right? I would maybe say, like, you know, it's good that Ukraine's able to export electricity, right? They've been able to shepherd their electricity generation resources very well, and that means that they're able to produce an excess of electricity, especially now during wartime when a lot of the civilian usage has gone down. So it's good for Ukraine to be able to export their electricity to Europe. We were very happy that Ukraine was very able to quickly get integrated into the European energy grid. and start being able to sell its electricity to more partners and so forth. So I guess like that's my question on it is the situation like what's the energy export situation between Ukraine and Moldova, I guess, and I guess Romania as well. If you know anything about that, go ahead.
So Moldova's situation it's a bit difficult. We had on this, we had a discussion with Daniel the other day, I think on Sunday, with Tim and Daniel and myself on Moldovan gas and electricity sources. Three things to be remembered. Moldova was separating from USSR in 1990, something like that. When they did, and Transnistria became a problem, politically speaking, for them, that was a constraint, because they are receiving energy. So the main electric source, electric central, is on the left of Dnieper, and they get through the last agreements on energy that Romania and Moldavia and Ukraine had on 15 of September, I think it was the meeting between our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Energy and of Development. They managed to get electric energy from Ukraine, as you said, but because on the 10th of October, over 80 missiles, Russian missiles, hit Ukraine. A part of the electric infrastructure in Ukraine was damaged, and this put a halt to the export of electricity towards Republic of Moldavia and towards the European Union from Ukraine. So at this point, Ukraine is Moldavia is dependent on the electric source as an electric source from Transnistria. Transnistria region was the most industrialized. That's why the electric central is there. It was the most industrialized part of the country. So when they decided they are a separate country, because how to say this, it's like you have a member of the family who decides like this room is mine and mine alone. I didn't did anything to deserve it per se, but this room is mine, and I'm independent now. But you have the toilet in that room, so yeah, everybody else needs it. So it kind of impaired on Moldavian source of energy. It made them dependent, and it was a bit of a blackmail sort of thing that influenced their lives and their ability to take decisions, because at any given point they will say, um, just like Russian do, um, we are not giving you gas, we are not giving you electricity, we cut this, we cut that. And that's why it's so important for a new accord to be signed with Romania, also for gas, which is undergoing right now, to supply Moldavia and to cut their dependency on the Russian gas. I see Christian is up, and I'm sure he has something to add on this. So Christian, please go ahead.
Thank you, Anda. I just want to make a small rectification on what you said. They didn't decide to be a separate country. They are not a separate country. They're mostly, let's say it, an autonomous region. Well, basically, it has done what Russia has been doing since it became the main inheritor of the USSR. But the thing is, what the Soviet system, the Soviet Republic, I'm sorry, not the Republic, the Soviet Union did was move the heavy industry and every critical I'm sorry, this morning I'm not really coherent. Move their the most important parts like electricity and waterworks and so on, plants, power plants, move it on the border closer to the Russian Soviet Republic. And in '92, what it has done is basically, if we can see the pattern, the east of Moldova, the east of Ukraine, the north of Georgia, and so on. Basically, this is what they've been doing, and they have done the past, I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is, I think Moldova right now is not dependent anymore on the Russian electricity. It already signed this year. I might be incorrect on this, but once the gas production in the Romanian plateau of the Black Sea is going to be up to 100%, I think we can supply 3 other countries, including Moldova. Plus, there are a lot of pipelines signed and already done. So it's going to be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
My evil plan to lure all the Romanians up worked on the ha ha ha. All right, I got to rejoin real quick. I'm having tech problems, but please continue, Romanians. Thank you. I'm learning much. I hope the Americans are too.
I hope Daniel will come up also to have a full panel of Romanians, and I hope he didn't mind yesterday when we had a small not disagreement, but let's say a difference of opinions. Adrian, please go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I love to join my Romanian brothers and sisters here. Again, Anda, great job on co-hosting. It was a pleasure listening to you, and also your grandmother's story from last night about being deported was very touching and very relevant on what Russia does and the scars it leaves for generations. So I think it needs to be emphasized. I just wanted to add a small point to both what you and Christian said. This is something I've learned on the space. I didn't know it before. Well, we knew for a long time that Transnistria was a focal point for criminal activity, all sorts of money laundering schemes. But one very fruitful and productive money laundering schemes was, I don't know if you could call it that, was essentially cryptocurrency mining. They would get, before 24th of February, they would get cheap energy from Russia, gas, and they would basically cheap or free. I don't know exactly how it worked. Moldova pay for it. It's such a complicated scheme. But in essence, they could generate cheap, very cheap electricity, which meant basically do a lot of crypto mining, then these cryptocurrencies were easily used in basically paying for propaganda, troll farms, influence operations. So it's a very interesting data point, a way that it was basically a crypto mine for the GRU, and then this revenue generated was used for propaganda influence all over Europe and the world at large. And that's why if you see a lot of cryptocurrency bros who are pro-Russian, is because since the beginning of the war and slightly a bit earlier than that, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been going down, and it has been really hitting their pockets. So although I think it's an interesting technology, definitely crypto bros are predominantly pro-Russian, because Russia was a huge player in this space. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Christian?
Yeah, I didn't know. I wasn't last night on the space, but since you told the story about your grandmother being deported, I have one as well. My grandfather from my mother's side was twice deported. First from the quadrilateral, from the Romanian part of what is now Bulgaria, after it was ceded to the Bulgarians in the first Vienna Accords, I think. And then in the second Vienna Accords, he was again deported from North Bukovina, from what is now Cernăuți. So that was my mother's side of the family. My dad's side of the family is more local, let's say it. And 45, when the communists came, basically later a bit, my granddad was, I don't know how to, I forgot the word in Romanian. He did clothes. He had a shop. And
He was a tailor.
oh yeah, the tailor. Yeah, I'm sorry, forgot. I'm not really coherent this morning. I'm sorry. He was a tailor, and he had a shop, and the village cowherder became a mayor under the communists with the party, and he declared my granddad cabur, basically a burger, a small business owner, which was contrary to the communist belief of everyone is equal and we all must give everything we have to the communist state. And because he didn't want to give up his shop and his employees and his equipment and so on, he was sent to work all around the country. My dad basically saw him again when he was 14 or 15 years old. Basically, he missed about 12 years, something like that. So the next time people ask Romanians, what do we think about the Russians and the communists and Soviets and so on and so on? Just remember these stories. I'm pretty sure Amanda has had a really great story about her grandma. Another story, and I'll be done with this, is I had a teacher who, which his dad went to war on the Eastern Front with the Nazis. Unfortunately, this is a side of Romanian history. And at the bend of the Don, the greatest military defeat of the Romanian army, he got shelled, and his stomach was open. And two Soviets came and put a cum se zice pariu? Repet, nu sunt.
Bet.
Put a bet that they said like this. I'll put dirt and soil into his body, and if he survives for 10 minutes, he was still alive, yeah, with his guts spilling out. And if he survives for 10 minutes, we're gonna call the medic, and I'll give you a bottle of vodka, and so on. So he survived. Basically, they brought him to a medic. They washed his guts by hand with water, and they sewn him up. And then after, he came by foot back to Romania. So these are the kinds of stories we have. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for sharing, first of all. Unfortunately, besides the fact that war is gruesome in itself, it provokes a lot of damage to the human body on both sides. Indeed, there are some things that are not strictly related to the war, that are strictly related to the persons who fight the war, who choose to behave one way or another, who show their good side and their bad side. Right? I saw a tweet like 4 days ago, about a Russian who was trapped between a tank, an Ukrainian tank, and the side of a wall. And he said, "Just kill me," he said to the Ukrainian soldier, and the soldier like shouted at him, "We are not like you." And yeah, he took it, and he took it to the medic, and we all had heard James Vasquez, who is actually on the in Ukraine on the front, not right now, but has been in the last 8 months a lot. And he said the same. The Ukrainian soldiers are treating Russian POV with decency and according to Geneva Convention. I'm not saying they love them. They don't, but they are not torturing them. They are not beating them. They are not taking a turn in hurting them in one way or another. And what Christian said about bets, unfortunately, I have heard about that, both in past recollections of the previous war for us, like the Second World War, but also in this one. So yeah, Adrian.
Andre, real quick, can I just say, like, when Daniel comes back and everyone tell him, like, we had a big conversation about Romania and we had all the Romanians up here talking and he missed it. Like, where is Daniel? I'm just confused at this point. Sorry, go ahead, Anda. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're right. Where is Daniel? And where is Joanna? We also have Joanna pretty frequently. I think
Romanians, come on up. This is the time, I think. Sorry. That's all. That's what I'm trying to drive home. Go ahead, Anda.
so. Yes, our stance to help Ukraine resides in, I think, two things, two sources. One, past experience. We know how it's like firsthand, from many points of view, like communist times, like war, like a lot of things, including the transition of the Russian army over our territories during the Second World War. And we have most of us, okay, not all of us, most of us have a caring nature, an innate, not ability, but drive to help the other, not to talk about it too much, but to help if you see someone in need, to help him out. So I think these two combined are the drives behind Romania's support for Ukraine. Adrian, I've been keeping you with your hand up. Please.
Not that much. Thank you. Coffee time in Romania. I guess that's why I'm having mine. So on this topic of Russian wounded, actually, I spoke about Helena here, my partner who is a medic in the Ukrainian military. There's actually, I think it's my pinned tweet now in my profile. If you go there, she was on a report on Australian TV. And I spoke with her also separately. And well, she's a Ukrainian. She wants Russians out of her country. I won't repeat what she says about the Russian military, the Russian people, and the Russian in general and their culture. I think it's completely justified, and I fully support her, and I repeat it often. And nevertheless, when she meets Russian wounded on the side of the road because their comrades abandoned them, of course, she treats them, because you can't let a human being, even if he's Russian, die in front of your eyes, right? So yeah, I can confirm that Ukrainian medics give medical treatment to Russian wounded. So yeah, I just wanted to add that it's accurate and widespread. It's not isolated cases. It happens often because Ukrainians have this decency. They see a human being, and even if that human being came with a gun and invaded their country and is killing their countrymen, if he's wounded, treat him, and if he committed a crime, they believe he should be punished by law. So I think it's something important to emphasize.
Thank you. Actually, exactly this what you're telling me right now reminds me of a Aviatic story of a pilot of ours, a Romanian pilot from Constanța, who defended Constanța during the war, and at some point he had a very strange encounter after the war with a Russian guy who came at him and said, "You are Mr. Agariciu?" "Yes." "Thank you. You saved my life." What happened was during a dogfight, basically, in the air, the Russian pilot went out of ammo, and he signaled ours, I'm out of ammo. I will surrender. And they were in the air. It was full of other planes. And um, the Romanian pilot said, I won't kill a sitting duck, I won't shoot him down. So he let him go and went to fight some others. That pilot survived, learned Romanian, and came to Romania to thank. Um, um, and that was his name, Agarici, um, um, for saving his life, for sparing his life. Actually, not saving, but sparing. And I think this is humanity at its best. It's what we should do. Help the ones in need, and don't be unnecessarily cruel when cruelty makes you less of a human at some point. Yeah. So Joseph was really interesting. He started with the electricity, and we ended up talking about a lot of other things, Ukraine related. But
I look dumb on it, but I know what I'm doing. Go ahead.
you're not dumb. No, don't say that. I'm trying to. Last night we had Mikola co-hosting, and he brought an article. He talked about an article with the evacuated children.
Yeah, we love Mikola, by the way. We want him to co-host more, but like a lot of people, he's busy. He's got a life, and of course, he's dealing with a lot. So we do our best to get him involved as much as he wants to be. But and yeah, today he was like, "I want to co-host." We were like, "Awesome!" Or yesterday, I should say. Sorry, back to you, Anda.
Yes, and he really did a great job at it. Really nice, and I really appreciated how he approached this subject and how he addressed and discussed it. But on it, that's why you heard me about talking about my grandma. I'm sorry. I do have a cat. It's not just in the. It's not just in the.
Miss John's cat. You remember John's cat, Anda?
Yeah, he.
Please excuse my feline. That's what he always used to say. Go ahead.
Exactly. We share this passion for a feline. Yes, and last night basically I felt compelled to come and share a bit about uh, my personal involvement and experience from the family, and I'm glad today Christian came up and also pointed out this important aspect, that it's not just for us, for Romania, for Romanians. It's not just something we see on TV. And my case, it's not singular. Daniel has also some personal stories that he shared in the space. So we have had time during history, basically, because it's nothing new, to learn and to adapt and to understand better, so we can relate, and we are willing to help in any way we can, in any way we see fit. Christian.
Thank you, Anda. Basically, there is no, well, I'm not just gonna generalize like this, but basically everybody has a family member that was affected in one way or another by the Russians, and it's really personal for us, like really, really, really personal for us. So it's not only our good nature, which Anda very kindly pointed out, but it's personal. It's our interest. It's our maybe. Look, I'm just gonna say it this way: whatever defeat Russia has on the battlefield at the hands of the Ukrainians, it just feels like I was the one um, shooting at them. It's sweet, and it's horrible what the Ukrainians are experiencing, and it's an invasion, it's war, it's really horrible. But this is really personal, for at least for me. I whenever you see a Ukrainian jumping up and down in happiness for recovering their territory, it's the same thing I do back at home. So whenever you see a Ukrainian jumping up and down in happiness, I'll be doing that the same. So, and I think a lot of Romanians do as well. And if I'm gonna go back again to history, since I don't know the 1700s up until now, they have raped, pillaged, murdered, massacred, genocided. The last genocide was at Warba de Mureș, where after Romania changed sides, and in revenge for kicking their asses, they sent maybe I don't want to, at least close to 20,000 Romanian soldiers head on into the German Nazi Germans machine guns, like impossible frontal assault, just to get massacred. It is recorded in history by the German soldiers that they were shooting and crying of the inhumanity of the assault. So, yeah, the Polish have experiences like this. Lithuanians have experience like this. Ukrainians have much more than everybody else like this since Bogdan Khmelnytsky until now. So these guys just can go, I'm not going to go on. So, yeah.
The Hungarians had an experience like this. I don't know what happened there. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so I think you bring up a great point, Christian, which is that people who have directly faced Russian colonization, more or less. The specific term might be we could maybe talk about, but the point is the people who have directly faced.
It's a good one.
Yeah, Russian colonization, I think, is appropriate. They understand this at a gut level, as you said, at the family level. There's people who have personally experienced in living memory, or at least oral memory to you guys, right? Russian colonization and the consequences of it, and the human cost of it, and just you understand exactly what's happening in Ukraine, right? So it's just something to keep in mind. There's a lot of people, especially in North America, in the United States, and probably in Western Europe too, who might not really have a clear understanding of the Russians, and they're very curious about the Russians, and we understand that. It's a natural thing to be curious about, what an aggressive invading enemy like Russia. You know, it's a natural curiosity, but we would maybe I would direct people to maybe listen to the people who have been colonized by Russia. They will tell you exactly what's going on. Don't listen to Russia, right? They will just lie to you and say all sorts of crazy stuff and play games. So yeah, this is, I mean, it's a very simple message, but it's something that, you know, we should reiterate to the people around us, that there are lots and lots of people who will tell you exactly the historical consequences of what Russia's trying to do right now, and if they get away with it, right? And it's pretty much common sense to all these people, and you just got to listen to them. I mean, it's not rocket science, right? And you know, if we all listened a little bit more, maybe we could end this thing sooner. Because I mean, you know, Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Romanians, Polish, you know, all these people who have directly experienced this stuff, you know, they get it. It's common sense, I think, more or less. Anda, any follow up you want to add?
I think you put it really beautifully.
So concludes the first Romanian Power Hour.
Something like that. I'm getting close to the moment I need to run to work, and I thank you, and thank everybody else in the room. Thank you for listening. Thank you for donating, for supporting Ukraine, for supporting us, and for contributing and coming up with questions and answers, for all the people who contribute here and jump up to help us with answers that we don't have. Um, Thank you for those of you who come up and um, shed a light on so many topics and share your knowledge and your time with us. It's really touching. And yeah, back to you, Joseph.
Yeah, thanks, Anda. It's always been a great hope. I blurred all that together. As always, it's been great co-hosting with you. There we go. Back on track. It's always great to have you up here. Have a good day at work. We'll see you later. And thanks so much. So I just gotta hold out. Anna does such a great job helping me out, and not just helping me out, but she, you know, it's basically her show for most of the night, and her Michelle show, right? But she does such a great job. Like I just have to wait for the last little bit. This last little bit here, I have to hand off to Doman, and then we're good, right? We're good till tomorrow, and then I just got to schedule a bunch of people, and oh dear, the schedule. But yeah, so it's great. Thanks so much, Anda, for helping me out. Go ahead.
And thank you for coaching and everything. I have complete faith in you, since I know you have done far worse than far worse than half an hour until Tim and Doman show up, or more or less. You basically held the fort for many hours. So thank you for everything you are doing here as co-host and behind the scenes.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, so I guess I don't have a lot of hands. I got Christian up here, so maybe I can have a little back and forth with Christian. But I don't really have any other questions about Romania. Are there any updates you think that are pertinent to what's going on in terms of Ukraine right now? I think, you know, one thing about Romania I will say is, like, it's a very quiet country in terms of the stuff it's doing to help Ukraine, but it's a very crucial country, right? I think fuel seems to be the most crucial thing. So, and then also, of course, the grain export. So those are like the two key areas. And we see, like, whenever we look at the details, like, it's clear Romania is doing a lot, but we don't hear a lot about, like, big headlines, right? It's not like Poland where we hear about the military aid and so forth. So Christian, any updates you want to give us? Go ahead.
Well, unfortunately, most of the updates I've heard in the past hour, for example, the Leclerc tanks and the Rafales, and basically not much is going on in Romanian media on this part, because as you've said, everything is all hush hush and quiet. I don't know too much more than what is already known, and truth be said, even if somebody knew anything, they wouldn't say it because it's really it's protected by law. See, this is the thing in Romania right now. It's on a need to know basis, and whoever knows is obliged to keep it a secret. So, well, if you look at it from a geopolitical point of view and its geographic proximity to Ukraine, you can understand what role Romania has logistically and maybe more. But other than what's been happening, for example, yesterday our president said that he will meet with the National Security Commission, not Commission, Council in 2 weeks. I don't know what it's about, but it must be important, but not that important to convene it right now. So maybe there's gonna be some movement on this. This is what I read into it. Not too much, but I think it's something's coming in next couple of weeks. So this is basically what I know right now.
Well, broadly speaking, sounds like good news. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't know. It almost reminds. It's like Israel, right? Like we don't talk really. We're not really allowed to talk about what they're doing, but it's got to be like really important stuff, right? I mean, there's no other way to put it. We got Onda back. So Onda, I got to tell you, I can't pay you for this time right now. You're off the clock. I just want you to know that. No, I'm just kidding. We're all volunteers at the MriyaReport. Onda, go ahead.
Yeah. So you're not you didn't get rid of me yet, and yeah, this is why I have to go to work because we are all volunteers here, so I have to feed my cat with something. She didn't get fat by herself. I strongly helped her in this regard, and she's very vocative when her due is not given. I just wanted to jump right back to add two tidbits on Romanian news for today, and maybe Christian can extrapolate a bit on them. There is a list. So our internal security service, it's was asked what about Russian influence here. It's a honest question, and it's an on point question since we all see Russian influence all over the world in one way or another. And of course, questions were raised here also. As Christian said, there are many levels of what you are allowed to say. You call it clearance, yes? It's the knowledge you have, and also what you are what it's public information, and what is a secret. And this kind of secret can be something that is related to your work and you're not allowed to share, something that's related to some higher degree of security, and it can go up to state security. As Christian said earlier, being so close to Russia meant we do have experience with them. It also means we need to protect ourselves more, right? You always wear your helmet outside of your head, not on your belly. So how to say this? We are frontline here, so we need to be more attentive. We also have NATO protection, but we are not as strong of a economy or a country as the United States, as UK, as Finland, and even Poland is a much bigger country than ours, with a much bigger GDP and stronger support sometimes, and therefore it's easier to be more vocal than when you think twice. So it's a double direction. One, our laws are really tight on this, what we are available to, what we can speak about or not, what the persons who know something can speak about or not. At the beginning of the war, our media tried to find out and pressed, and sometimes even you could say they blackmail, shame our leaders in order to get information from them. What is Romania sending? And at that point, both the president and the prime minister at the time, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which, by the way, I really appreciate him, how he handled everything during this period of constraint for Ukraine and for Romania. Really surprising and really nice in the way he handled everything, and in his steadfast support not only for Ukraine but for strengthening this area, and also in his steadfast support, and I truly appreciate that, for Georgia. Romania was one of the countries who supported Georgia to enter in European Union and to accede further. And after they were on the backlog, Romania went there and said, "We will gonna help you do this. We will gonna help you through this." So I think this is really great, and I'm really proud of him. Actually, I cannot say this about many of our officials and members of the parliament, but I'm really proud of him and how he handled everything. So this is basically what I wanted to add, and I will let Christian go further, and I will go earn the money for the food for the cat. So wish you all a very nice day or a very good night, depending on the zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Goodbye. You gotta go to work. No, have a good day at work. Thanks for hopping in and adding that. Christian, go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. Have a great day at work, Wanda. Actually, you touched a really good subject on the internal security apparatus and general security. Actually, Romania and Ukraine are really similar into this. So after the fall of the Soviet Union in '89, Romania was basically infiltrated up to its neck, and with KGB offices and agents. So the thing that actually differenced us between each other, between Romania and Ukraine, is that we were really, really, really lucky. I can't say it. I can't say something else contrary to this. Like, we were lucky, man, because we were lucky with NATO in 2004. We were lucky in 2007 with the European Union. So basically, these two, first NATO and then in the European Union, saved us from Russian influence. So saved us from basically what Ukraine is suffering right now. So this is the difference that happened in the 90s and the 2000s, is that we basically let me just say it as this: in 1940, from 1945 until the 90s, 2000s, you can ask any Romanian. We were waiting for the Americans, man. Everybody was saying, let's hope the Americans come. When will the Americans come to save us from the Russian influence and from the Soviets and from the communists and from ourselves with Ceausescu? So what we did is basically did a major cleanup in our countries, in our country, and this is the difference that we're of the Romanian people was as such as the leaders at the time, which I can talk a lot about, in the 90s, were second and third tier communists, and had a lot of friends in Moscow. But even they couldn't stop us from wanting Europe, from wanting Western civilization, which we belong to. And this was the difference. Unfortunately, Ukraine didn't have this luxury. There are so many reasons for this, but they're suffering for this right now from, well, there are a lot of points into this. I won't go into them too much. In 2008, that was the biggest mistake in policy in recent times. Like 2008 was just betrayal and backstabbing by some. I won't name them. Their name start with M and finalize with Erkel. And this is happening because of this. So Russian influence is or was present, and we have seen it in 2014 with a lot of guys changing sides and a lot of nasty agents, and they're still finding them out until now. This is Russia. This is Russia in its famous spheres of influence, which is basically a 19th, 20th century policy. So they're gonna try forever to keep these neighboring countries into their spheres and just suck them dry. Come on, man. Like they stole after 45, they uprooted plants from the ground and moved them into the Urals, beam by beam and wall by wall and door by door. They stole everything. So this is what they try to do. So this is basically what Ukraine is doing right now, and really good, and has been doing since 2014, is basically cleaning themselves up, like from Russian influence, from Russian agents. I think this has to continue, and it's an ongoing process, and they won't. Unfortunately, I think will never be completely free of such elements, because let's face it, the West is having similar problems. with Russian agents. But if they do this, they're going to be safe on this spot. And one last thing I wanted to say is Romania does provide cybersecurity for Moldova and Ukraine. So this is another thing that Romania does on this thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I guess like maybe just one question for you, Christian. Like, do you see evidence of Russian influence like in Romania or like Romanian media or just Romanian society, maybe social media, the internet, and so forth? Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Sure. And my opinion, and this is a personal opinion, I don't want to seem politic about it. I am in politics, and it would be unfair for me to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. There is a party right now. Mostly like there are in the rest of Europe, like AfD or like Marie Le Pen's party, which has taken elan on this. It has taken a lot of percents in the last elections, and it's bound to take more in the next ones.
Right. So these are parties that have like political or economic direct ties or illicit ties or indirect ties with Russia.
This is a bit iffy on this. Everybody knows it. Some of them have been proven. We have ex-officials who have been working direct or lobbying the European Parliament. Unfortunately, there are a lot of these guys. There are some ex-military guys who are directly tied to Moscow, and of course we have the Russian Lukoil on our ground. I'm from a oil drilling town in Ploiești, and for example, the first refinery that Lukoil took over or bought in '95, that was the first one they had. It was in Romania. It was the Petrotel refinery next to Ploiești. So they have some influence still, but there's a great article on cepa.org, CEPA, that's talks about the Russian influence in Romania. So for the moment, it's safe. I really do trust our internal services and our external services. And as Anda said, we do have a great Minister of Foreign Affairs. Like, he's tight, really tight. He does his work. He's a really good professional, not just a politician. And we're basically safe until now. So we'll see in the future what it's reserved for us.
Thanks, Christian. So I'm going to go to Doman, of course, and then Doman, of course. I want to go through your crazy day you got planned today. So Doman, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions for Christian, just to illustrate the relevance of that 1995 refinery takeover a little bit more. Christian, could you tell us two things? What is the university in Ploiești called? And two, what kind of air defenses were around Ploiești during the Second World War?
Really great questions, Doman. I love that you know so many things about Romania. Like, you're really, really cool, man. You have a lot of knowledge. The university in Ploiești is called Oil and Gas University. It's basically the largest university on extraction and refining in the Eastern Europe. And basically it hosts a lot of foreign students, for example, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan, basically Central Asia, and not only, like a lot of foreign students it has. So yeah, great point you made there, Domen. And the second part is that Ploiești had the largest air defense structure in the Second World War. And I do have a great story about it, since I'm from Ploiești. When the Allies tried to bomb Ploiești, the Romanians basically put all their spotlights and headlights and closed off the electricity for the town and put it in the fields next to Ploiești, and basically they bombed the agricultural fields. Until this day, we find the bombs from the Second World War.
Okay, Doman, unless you have any further questions, we can go to Auntie, but real quick, I got to go through your crazy day, Doman. I've been meaning to do this, and yeah, we got to explain to everyone what a day you got ahead of you, buddy. I don't know. It's a little early for Doman. He might still be getting his coffee and such. Okay, so I'm going to go through this. All right. So I just want to make sure real quick I got this all in order. Okay. Yes, I do. So at the top of the hour, in 9 hours, Doman will be once again speaking with Pekka Toveri. And he is the former chief of defense intelligence at the Finnish Defense Forces. He will be here again once in 9 hours. That's 12 p.m. Eastern. After that, in 10.5 hours at the top of the hour, we'll be speaking with Justin Yao, photojournalist, currently in Ukraine, covering the war. And that again is at 1:30 Eastern PM. So that's in 10.5 hours. And then finally, Doman, you must be staying up for this. I have to imagine. There's no way you aren't. We will be joined. Yeah, of course. We will be joined by, I mean, this is very exciting news, even for me. I can't imagine how Doman must feel. The CEO of Ukrposhta, the Ukrainian postal service guys, like the actual, like the head of the post office, basically. And I mean, you guys know, like they've been putting out awesome stamps. Like we're real excited to talk to this guy. I can't imagine. Doman must be over the moon. Doman, that's going to be at 1 p.m. Pacific time, so that's in exactly 13 hours from now. Is that right, Doman?
I thought it was in 12 hours, but it makes little difference.
Card says 1 p.m., so that's 13 hours in my time, or 4 p.m. Eastern. So I think that's 13, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's true. Okay, well then I had the time wrong in my mind.
Doman, that's why we're going through your day, buddy. It's a crazy day. No one can blame you for mixing up one out of the 5 times or the 8 million interviews you have. So yeah, I mean, what a crazy day, huh, buddy? What I mean, just any comment on the crazy day, the 13-hour day you've got ahead of you, with the end, the crescendo being the end point, being the interview with Ukrposhta? Go ahead.
I mean, I won't be here for the first 2 interviews actually, which is funny. But I'm very excited to then listen later on. Joseph, what will I listen to? Maybe tomorrow night, maybe tomorrow morning. Joseph, what will I be listening to?
I think you'll be checking out our Spotify account, Doman, where we put all of our edited interviews in podcast form. They're professionally edited. We take out all the connection issues and all the, audio weirdness.